Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As the commentator's voice filled the air, the camera panned to show Muza's calculated setup on the A site. Muz has stacked up. 5 smokes go up, followed by a high flash, and they're pulling out into the open. The 3 T-side players at the entrance are making a move. Chris J rushes toward Olaf under the cover of a flash, putting pressure on mid. Kerrigan and Woxic pull out horizontally, forming a line. The classic outfield standoff had begun. The terrorists were spread out at their entrance, and the counter-terrorists were lined up in a defensive formation. It was a tactical, positional stalemate. Another smoke goes up on the A site, and the 3 terrorists at Red Stairs are now moving smoothly, using that smoke for cover. Frozen is in the lead, followed by Rops, and High is right at the back. It's a perfect formation. The 3 are overwhelming the CTs on the A site. The commentator suddenly paused. Wait, 6 players? No, wait. When did High get to Red Stairs? He was stunned. The player ID that was supposed to be in the green channel was now Freeberg. The commentator's voice filled with disbelief and confusion. Can anyone tell me why Han E is here? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Han E, with a clear view of the 5 unsuspecting players, moved his crosshair to Rops, who was just ahead of him. The director's camera found Han E just in time, and as the audience watched, he clicked the mouse. 2 bullets from his M4 found their mark. Clang, clang. 2 crisp headshots. Rops, once again, was the first to fall. Han E then swung his aim to Frozen, who was knocked to the ground before he could react. It wasn't until Han E had 2 kills that Muz realized they were flanked. Kerrigan's worst fear had come true. Panic set in, but Kerrigan quickly recovered, swinging his rifle to fire at Han E. Han E, in turn, struggled to control his spray. Continuous fire was his weakness, and it was hard to hit a moving target. But Kerrigan was also caught off guard, and after a few chaotic shots, 1 bullet hit him squarely in the head. The triple kill was complete. As Han E tried to retreat, Chris J and Woxic returned, mercilessly killing him on the Red Stairs. But his mission was done. Han E let out a long breath and looked at the audience. Countless fans were on their feet, applauding his triple kill, their cheers a roaring ocean of sound. This was the 3rd time Han E had successfully flanked the enemy, and it solidified his new identity as a free man. A player who could, at any moment, appear behind enemy lines was a terrifying asset to any team. The commentator, still processing the play, spoke about Han Yi's new role, that flanking triple kill. Last time, it was the audience who saved Muz. This time, the director was smart and didn't show High until the last second. As a result, nobody knew he had gotten so close to Rops and Frozen. He's too good. He just slipped past them all. Who would have thought a commander could have such a sneaky side? I've never seen a free man with this kind of style. High is so creative. His command style was unique, and now his flanking is completely unexpected. He's truly an all-rounder. The commentator looked at the live chat, which was exploding with comments. He got behind me in the end. I feel physically unwell just watching this. I'm so curious. When did he get behind Rops? I'm going to check the demo after the match. The most amazing thing about High isn't his tactics. It's his ability to appear where Muz least expects him to. I thought High was a genius for his commanding, entry fragging, and sniping. Now you're telling me he's a free man too? The round was over, and Muz, left with only 2 players, was unable to continue the fight. Han Yi's relentless flanking and get_rights, smart, commanding led Dignitas to a decisive victory. The final score was 16-4. The result shocked everyone. Many had predicted Muz would easily take the game 3-0. Han Yi's performance had completely torn up their expectations, and with another favored team likely to lose, Many fans were on the verge of losing their predictions. He took off his headphones. His first game as a free man had been a success. He had completely shut down Rops and limited Musa's ability to play. But he knew it was a one-time thing. He had read their thoughts, and their predictable setup was easy to exploit. Facing other teams, he wouldn't have that advantage. He smiled. The next map would be different. It was time for his dual sniper tactic. Musa was about to learn how Liquid had lost on Dust 2. He followed his veteran teammates back to the temporary lounge. It was a simple room with a table, 7 chairs, and a whiteboard. On the whiteboard were papers for each map, held in place by magnets. He immediately picked up the Dust 2 map, securing it with 4 yellow magnets. He then placed the blue and red magnets, representing attackers and defenders, at the top and bottom of the board. A simple map layout was now in front of everyone. Smiled, a bit proud of his masterpiece. He'd seen something similar in a football documentary and never thought he'd be using it in a CSGO match. With all the Dignitas players seated, he began to brief them on Musa's general strategies for Dust 2. Although he had his mind-reading ability, a pre-game plan was essential. It would save time and confusion during the round, as he couldn't possibly listen to everyone's thoughts while also managing the gunfights. 6 or 7 minutes passed quickly. He finished his briefing, giving everyone a general overview of the opposing team's tendencies. With 3 minutes left in the break, he stopped talking, allowing everyone to rest and calm their nerves. Sat down and closed his eyes, taking a moment for himself. The 3 minutes flew by. The team manager called for them, and he led the group back to the main stage. He looked over at the Moose team, who appeared dejected after their loss on the first map. Rops, in particular, looked pale and shaken. He would stare into space, then his body would tremble, as if he were remembering something horrifying. He'd glance around nervously until his eyes landed on at which point he'd visibly relax. He shook his head. Kids these days don't get enough rest, he thought. All that overindulgence. His mind is shot, he's twitchy. He, on the other hand, was the picture of discipline. He was a level 14 member on the NoFap forums, with a sign-in streak of 1,123 days. He resolved to talk to Rops about it after the match, as a friend. The referee's voice cut through his thoughts. "Player please take your seat. The match is about to begin." He realized everyone was waiting for him and quickly sat down. He put on his headphones, and the game was on. The unstoppable bait. Dust 2 was Dignitas' map pick, and Moose had the choice of sides. Knew that on this version, the map favored the terrorist side, but it also came with offensive pressure. After a moment of hesitation, Kerrigan chose to start on the CT side, giving Dignitas the opening attack. This was exactly what wanted. He had a plan, and it involved sacrificing himself. He had stacked his attributes so high that he was almost unstoppable in mid, but he needed a boost, and a quick death was the best way to get it. He looked at his spawn point, which was close to the A site, a perfect spot for what he was about to do. But he had to make sure his teammates went along with the plan without thinking he was throwing the game. He came up with a flimsy excuse. "I'll go to A alone. You guys just hold at B2 and follow my instructions. You don't need to throw any flashes." "Are you sure?" a teammate asked. "Shouldn't we have Halzerk help you with a flash?" "No, it's fine," said confidently. "I've been working on a new movement technique. They won't be able to defend against it." His teammates looked at him, skeptical. They knew he was good, but they'd never seen him do anything special in terms of movement, outside of some casual jumping on a zombie server. But his confident demeanor swayed them for the moment. "All right, if you say so. We'll wait at B2 and control the map." "Trust me," insisted. "I'm invincible. Just wait for my call and prepare to attack. And whatever you do, don't let the enemy see you, or you'll die first." "Got it." With Yi's repeated "invincible" and "don't die" warnings, the round began. Went straight for the A site, looking for a quick death. As he approached, he took a deep breath, spun, and jumped high into the air. Frozen, who was defending the A site, saw him and immediately opened fire. He shot out of the air, and as he hit the ground, Frozen fired another bullet. He died instantly. The entire Dignitas team, who had just finished their B2 default, saw the kill feed. A flicker of doubt crossed their faces as they looked at Han E. It was as if they were all asking, with a single look, "This isn't what you said would happen." Han E was very thick-skinned. Facing the puzzled looks of the four people, his expression remained unchanged, and he spread his hands. "No way, I tried my best." Everyone was speechless after hearing this. And then listen to Han E. "You guys play a mid laner and pinch B." Everyone felt helpless after hearing this, but they had no choice but to do so. After giving the police a cigarette, they launched a 22-way pincer attack on the middle door and B channel. But on Muse's side, the ones guarding Area B are Rops and Chris J, one of whom is experienced and the other has excellent marksmanship. Especially when Rops saw Han E dead from the upper right corner, he became even more energized. Even after being hit by a high flash, he still managed to withstand the attacks of Halzerk and get _right in the B channel, and also helped Chris J outside the B channel. A 4-on-2 pincer attack ultimately only killed Chris J, and Robs completed a triple kill. With Dignitas' current strength, it is still difficult to win the game with 3 old men and 1 nurse without Han E killing anyone. After losing the pistol round, Han E was not in a hurry. The most taboo thing when getting a losing streak bonus is to be impatient and lose patience, which will end your losing streak bonus. As long as the losing streak continues, the rounds lost in the early stages will eventually become part of the victory. After losing the pistol round, Han E chose Eco. This time he issued a default slow play command, then sneaked into the B channel and died quietly. This kind of situation happened one after another afterwards. Except for one time, when the caregiver died first. Han E was the first to kill the team at other times. Before we knew it, the score had reached 0-6. Muse took a huge lead at the start, and just when everyone in Muse thought there was hope and they could defeat Dignitas in this game, Han E looked at his attributes and grinned. It was finally time to reap the harvest. Hostname, Han E. Age, 18. Rifle. Preview, 87. Positioning, 76. Reaction, 94. Follow gun, 75. Sniper rifle. Preview, 75. Positioning, 75. Reaction, 100. Follow gun, 65. Never give for free. Temporary +5 to all attributes. The game came to the 7th round, and under Han Yi's deliberate control, this round was another long gun round. Han E looked at his teammates who were already somewhat demoralized, called the first tactical timeout, and started to twist the rope for everyone. "I didn't play well in the early rounds, so I need to slow down and start a fight back from this round." Everyone in Dignitas answered weakly, responding casually. Several consecutive failures in battles had already worn away a lot of their morale. Faced with this situation, Han E knew that it was no longer possible to cheer them up by just shouting a few slogans. However, all this was within his plan. He first calmly sensed Kerrigan's tactics for this round. "We'll set up a 113 formation and try to seize A. If we can't get it, we'll come back. Have Woxic snipe from the platform, while Frozen and I will immediately clear A. Then have Chris J at the middle gate provide intelligence. We'll be prepared for both scenarios." After learning about Muse's tactic for this round, Han E looked at the careful preparation that had lit up in the talent column and issued the instructions for this round. "We're going to take this round. Freeberg and F0 Rest, who are closest to the spawn point, should go there. G_right goes to B to block A and prevent the CTs in B and the middle from returning to defend easily. After we take over A, we'll do a 4-man run boost. Someone stand in front and help me line up the platform. I'll snipe. Let me snipe. After the opposing defensive sniper dies, immediately smoke the CT and we'll go up to the platform." Han E spoke for more than 10 seconds in one breath. Under normal circumstances, the Dignitas team would have been dizzy and couldn't remember what he was saying, but this time, everyone remembered all his instructions clearly. As this round officially began, the 5 Dignitas players dispersed and performed the standard A-large near-point flash and A-large far-point flash at the same time. For a moment, The sound of A's flash exploding was endless. On Muse's side, Frozen, who was sent to seize A gate, was given an A gate fire and tried to snatch it out from A gate. But he tried twice but failed to pull out successfully and was persuaded to retreat by Flash. He had no choice but to retreat to A according to Kerrigan's plan. At this time, the police cannot directly step on the boxes to get to A on the slope of the police house, so if they want to get to A, they must go to a platform. As a result, all the pressure fell on the main sniper of his sight, Woxic. He opened the 2x scope and aimed at his sight motionlessly to prevent Dignita's players from taking this opportunity to rush out and steal the back of Frozen and Kerrigan. Unconsciously, sweat seeped out of Woxic's palms. As one of the founding members of Eternal Flame, Woxic had already earned the reputation of a left-handed sniper last year. But this reputation did not last long. This year, his condition began to become unstable, and he was even rated by the community as the second-to-last sniper in the first-line team. Therefore, he regarded the Major as an opportunity to prove himself and to prove to all the audience that he could be called a well-deserved first-line sniper. As Frozen and Kerrigan walked past his camera, Woxic's attention became more focused. He stared at the crosshairs silently, waiting for the enemy to appear. 1 second, 2 seconds. Dignita's offensive suddenly quieted down, and a hint of doubt arose in Woxic's heart. Could it be that the opponent was not coming? Just as this thought arose, a big flash of A was thrown out from above. But the angle of the flash was not very good. Woxic on the platform just saw a white spot before his eyes and recovered immediately. Then Woxic saw a bandit flying out from behind the cover of A at an extremely fast speed and moving in an S shape, floating up and down. Regarding this kind of run-boosted enemy, Woxic was very calm and chose not to shoot immediately. Instead, he simply moved the crosshairs to keep up with the bandit, intending to wait until the bandit landed before shooting him again to ensure that there would be no mistakes. But just when Woxic was thinking this, he saw another bandit flying out from behind the bunker. Unlike the previous bandit, this bandit flew slower and had a sniper in his hand. Seeing this, Woxic immediately shifted his target and aimed at the more threatening bandit. This kind of judgment ability is worthy of the strength of a frontline sniper. It's a pity that the ID of this bandit who appeared later is called High. When Hani saw that Woxic did not shoot and pointed the crosshairs at himself, he realized that if he did not do something, it would be too late. He simply gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try, not caring about anything else. He decisively pressed the left button of the mouse, and a gunshot rang out. Woxic looked at himself, who suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This guy can fly in the air with run boost and shoot himself accurately? At the same time, the moment Woxic fell, the words of playing the machine rang in the ears of all the audience. High completed an unprecedented kill. He killed Woxic while flying in the air. To hit the target with his shot, it can't just be described by luck or strength. It requires both. If this happened in a major finals or a match-point game, this shot might even be turned into a spray paint by Valve. After 6 rounds of silence, Player High once again picked up his sniper rifle and announced something to all the spectators and opponents. He's back. I think I've seen this plot before. No, this High really opened fire when he was sniping, right? When I was fighting Liquid before, this sniper was ridiculously fast. That shot just now was truly invincible. This is so perverted. If I were Woxic, I would definitely not be able to sleep tonight after being sniped like this. It seems like Rops can sleep. After Han sniped Woxic on the platform, everyone followed the plan and immediately cast 2 CT smoke bombs, one in front and one behind, to block one side of the slope of the police house. Moose on the other side was not idle either. Kerrigan and Frozen quickly cleared Xiao and Zhong Yuan to ensure that the defensive route in the middle lane was unobstructed. Xiao and Zhong Yuan didn't see any enemies. After receiving this news from his teammates, Chris J decisively walked out of the middle door, prepared to jump onto the Xbox and walk back to the A area through A. Just as he was jumping, a dark figure from B1 silently emerged and watched Chris J pull the trigger. Faced with this sudden attack, Chris J had no time to resist and was executed on the spot by Get_Right, killing him near the Xbox. But Get_Right's happiness did not last long. From the shadows behind him, another extremely gloomy person emerged and appeared behind him. Rops fired 2 shots at Get_Right's head. Looking at the slowly falling ogre, there were only 3 words in his mind that could express his feelings at the moment. Back to the body, cool. After playing for so long, this is the first time that Rops has experienced that it is possible to have so much fun by attacking others from behind. Then, as if he had thought of something, he had a very strong urge to look behind him. Even though he knew in his heart that Hai had just killed someone at a university, he couldn't help but look behind him. This feeling is very strange and difficult to understand. But if you don't look at it, Rops will feel like ants are crawling all over his body. Driven by this feeling, he turned around and looked behind him. Looking at the empty B1, Rops breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Rops had not yet realized that a seed called psychological shadow had already been quietly planted in his heart. After a 1-for-1 exchange in the middle lane, Frozen and Kerrigan, who returned earlier, tried to return to platform A to defend. But Dignitas gave too many props. The fire and high flash on platform A interfered with the 2 players all the time, blocking their route back to defense. In desperation, Frozen had to choose to defend at the ninja position, and Kerrigan was forced to retreat to A, and the 2 could only form a cross at the back point. Their current position was extremely awkward. Frozen could easily force him out and kill him with a fire, and Kerrigan could also persuade him to retreat with a fire and smoke. As an experienced veteran, Kerrigan keenly judged the situation. He immediately ordered Frozen to cast a defensive smoke on the A platform in an attempt to stop the Dignitas team. But Han-E also had a good understanding of the game map, thus too. The moment he saw the smoke on the platform, he realized what Muz wanted to do and immediately ordered everyone to rush up. Freebird walked in first under Han-E's command and quickly cleared the sniper position and the close point. Hai, who was 1 step behind, chose to stand on the box on the slope of A, with his head exposed and facing A directly. He has a very clear understanding of his own position. That is, a turret sniper that cannot move. He can only watch one position and cannot shoot any difficult shots. So this kind of place is most suitable for him. He only needs to take care of one place and not worry about the others. After Han-E and Freebird were in position, F0 Rest and Halzerk, who were 1 step behind, also arrived in time, one planting the bomb and the other holding the ninja position. Everyone worked together in perfect harmony to provide tight security for the entire Area A. While everyone was laying the trap, Muz was also making the final tactical deployment. They planned to follow Dignita's example and make a small run boost to send Rops out to pull the gun line, while Kerrigan and Frozen took this opportunity to rush out to kill. In this way, 3 people have a chance to win. This seemingly unreliable method is also the only tactic that Kerrigan can think of. They're not sure of money at the moment, so they want to give it a try. As Rops stepped on Kerrigan's head, the 2 moved forward together. Then Rops jumped up and flew out of A at an extremely fast speed and pulled out horizontally. When Rops attracted the attention of all Dignitas players, Frozen took the opportunity to pull out from the ninja position and shot Halzerk in the head. The crisp sound seemed to wake up everyone present. For a moment, the entire area A was filled with flying bullets and chaos. First, Halzerk was killed by Frozen, and then Rops, who was flying in the air and had just landed, was killed by F0 Rest after he had placed the bomb. Then Frozen turned his gun again and killed F0 Rest in the A-bomb site. It was not until Frozen completed the double kill and was almost out of ammunition and the trajectory of the gun was out of control that Freebird pulled out from the sniper position and took out Frozen with 1 shot. As for Kerrigan, when Han-E saw Rops flying out from the sky, he knew that this person was not someone he could snipe, so he simply gave up the idea of sniping Rops and concentrated on aiming the crosshairs at Shao. The natural result was that Kerrigan, who had just come out of was shot dead in a before he even had time to see the situation inside a bomb site clearly. With Dignita's victory in this round, the horn of Dignita's counterattack has officially sounded. In the next round, Han, he was also born near the A side. This time he did not need to trigger Never Give Up, so his tactics naturally changed, allowing his teammates to make a normal explosion and exit A. This time, Frozen chose to be stubborn and did a deadlift from A. As a result, the moment he came out, he was knocked down by Han E with a shot and lay on the ground and never got up again. Without Frozen, Kerrigan, the only one left in A, was naturally unable to resist, and the same script as last time was repeated. But the ending was slightly different. After Kerrigan and Waxic died, Chris J and Rops, who were the main B, did not choose to return to defense, but instead protected their guns, and Muz was not wiped out. In this way, Muz can play another long gun game in the next round. The score between the two sides is 2-6. In the new round, Han, he was still born near the A base. After using mind reading to read Kerrigan's thoughts, he found that the opponent Muz had failed in the previous 2 times, and they actually used a 4A grabbing A base tactic. Except for Rops, the main B, everyone else came, even Chris J, the deputy B, who was supposed to guard the middle door. Most of the commanders will use the same tactics after scoring points tactically until the opponent holds on. Kerrigan obviously judged from this point that Han, he would continue to use the tactic of grabbing Ada, so he dared to let 4 people fight for the control of Ada. But unfortunately, Han Yi's fighting style has always been to attack the enemy's weak points. At the beginning of the game, the bandits controlled B channel and the middle road. Then, with a double smoke from the police house, they isolated A and the police house side. Rops in the B area was instantly alone. Even though he tried his best to kill 2 people, he still couldn't escape death. With only 3 bandits left, it would undoubtedly be very difficult for them to return to defend Area B. Muz's economy is not good at the moment. If they lose a few more guns, they may be in a very embarrassing situation. Even if they win, they can only use MP9 for defense. In addition, they are rushing here from a university, so time is running out. So Kerrigan thought about it and gave an order to point guns at the police station in B, trying to stop all the Dignitas people. But in the B area of the Dust 2 map, if you hide in the box behind the white car with full health, you don't have to leave the B area and you don't have to be killed by the explosion, so Dignitas and others never thought about going out. With a bomb explosion, all Dignitas members survived. The score is 6-3. Seeing Dignitas winning consecutive games, Muz and his team broke out in cold sweats. The speed of this sudden change in style was faster than they had imagined. On the other side, the Dignitas players swept away their previously low morale. This scene was too familiar. It was the same when they played against Liquid before. They were restrained by various tactics and beaten in various ways. Then suddenly, at the moment when Han Yi sniped, everything changed. At this time, Han Yi's familiar words of encouragement came to their ears again. Come on, brothers. We've won 3 games in a row now, and we'll be able to catch up soon. Once we become CT and use double snipers, they'll be even more difficult to beat. Be steady. Trust me, you can win. If we win this round, we'll be in the Legends group. Obviously, these words were very plain, but when they came out of Han Yi's mouth, they always felt that they were different from what they usually heard. Their faces suddenly turned rosy, as if they had just won the first place in a death match, and were feeling very hot. On Muz's side, Kerrigan was also conducting pre-war mobilization. The consecutive losses had made the team's mentality a little impetuous. While comforting his teammates, he proposed a bold plan, letting Rops and Chris J help Waxic cheat a shot in the middle lane. This tactic is seen very often in both professional and casual games, so everyone thought about it and readily agreed. After arranging the tactics for the middle lane, Kerrigan chose to give in regarding Area A. If too many people went, Han, he would seize the opportunity to attack Area B. If too few people went, they would not be able to snatch it away. So, in Kerrigan's opinion, it would be better not to go. First, protect A, then everyone will go back to defend, and then fight a tug-of-war with A. Before that, you just need to ensure that they don't lose anyone in CT when the bandits attack. After Kerrigan arranged the tactics for this round, Han, he also issued the tactic for this round. He did not choose to attack A, but instead turned his attack direction to Area B. "You all go to B. If I kill someone in the middle lane later, just go in." As both sides completed their tactical arrangements, this round officially began. Han came to the slope of the bandit's house, opened the scope, and waited for the prey to come to him. Just as Kerrigan had arranged before, the first CT soon jumped high from the middle door. Because he originally wanted to trick the enemy into giving him a gun, the CT did not block the smoke, and his jumping position was also very common. In Han Yi's eyes, a CT who jumped out in this situation was no different from committing suicide. Now, although it is not an automatic trigger, it is almost the same as an automatic trigger. With the sound of a gunshot, a kill notification came from the upper right corner. Hai killed Rops with AWP. After the shot, Han immediately hid in the bandit's house, but he did not go far away. Instead, he waited until the bullets were replaced and prepared to pull them out again. At this moment of sniping at the middle gate, he was not afraid of anyone. On the other side, at the middle gate, the white car, after Rop's death, Woxic was already standing here. Han sniped Rops to death when he passed the point, which was something no one in Moose had expected beforehand. Although Han had performed similar operations before, they did not think that Han could always maintain such a high level of reaction. So according to the original plan, even if Rops was sniped, he would still have about 20 health points left. But now that Rops is dead, Moose has suffered a huge loss. What's more important is that Hai's shot was too fast, and it didn't kill Rops at all. This resulted in Woxic, who was supposed to finish the shot, not having the time to do so. They were outnumbered 4-5 right at the start of the game. Just when Woxic was at a loss, he saw a figure emerging from the bandit's house through his sniper scope. Woxic, who originally thought that Hai would not pull out, was inevitably distracted, but when he saw the figure, he reacted in time and aimed the crosshairs at the figure. Quick, too fast. Han didn't give Woxic any chance to position himself. With one shot, Woxic became the second victim of this game. Just 10 seconds into the game, the bodies of two CTs were already lying at the middle door. Kerrigan was also caught off guard by this sudden scene and took a look at Moose's current position. Chris J had already arrived at Area B while Han was reloading and began to defend Area B. He and Frozen had just arrived at Platform A and had not yet started to defend the small path. Considering that the middle gate and Area B cannot be left unguarded, Kerrigan jumped towards the police house and returned to the police house. "I'll guard the middle lane. One of you A, stay small, and one of you B, don't move." Then he jogged all the way to the white car in the middle lane and picked up the sniper rifle dropped by Woxic. As a 1.6-star sniper, Kerrigan still had some confidence in his sniper rifle. And in this situation, if he didn't do something, it would be too late. "Where's Hai?" "Bandit family, pull out to the far right." This was the previous position. I don't know if it's changed now. After learning Hai's location from Woxic, Kerrigan pulled out and silently prayed that Han was still there and did not move. As long as he killed Han the situation could be saved. In fact, Han did not move, but Kerrigan could not fire the shot. Even though he knew Han Yi's position, Kerrigan intended to bring some advanced shots to shoot Han Yi, but he still died near the white car the moment he was pulled out. He became the third victim after Rops and Woxic. After Han got a triple kill, Dignita's B-bomb also started. Chris J, who was alone, could not withstand so many props and was eventually killed. As for Frozen, after realizing that the game was over, he decisively chose to protect his gun at A. However, Han knew his position from the beginning, so how could he let him protect it smoothly? Han used his ancestral technique of crouching and walking, and finally successfully captured Frozen in A and killed him. As this round ended, Rops and Woxic's mentality was obviously a little unstable. They looked at each other and saw a bit of helplessness on each other's faces. One was Rops, who suffered from Han Yi's free man status, was outplayed for several rounds in a row, and was nearly scared to death. The other is Woxic, who is a defensive sniper and cannot withstand Han Yi's offensive sniper at all. The two were sure that when this game was over, they would be made into background images and widely circulated in the community. However, they have no good solution. They couldn't beat each other, and they couldn't kill each other either. The two of them felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Just give them a chance, and after the game is over, the two of them will be able to huddle together for warmth and accuse Han of what he did to them during the game. As time passed, Muza's score was gradually overtaken by Dignitas, and Han Yi's sniper became more and more powerful. But Kerrigan is a world-class commander after all. He quickly made an adjustment and began to restrict Han Yi's performance with various throwing objects, gradually stabilizing the situation. But this is only a temporary solution after all, and it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Once Dignitas became the defending side, Muza's throwing items were no longer enough as the attacking side. Kerrigan could not think of any countermeasures except to avoid Han Yi. But soon Kerrigan discovered something even more terrifying than Han Yi's sniping. No matter which position he planned to attack, Han Yi could always ambush him in advance. When they launch an attack, unless they keep firing flash bombs, Han Yi will always be able to snipe and kill one of them first. But the number of flash grenades is limited. How can we give them out continuously? Therefore, the audience saw a strange phenomenon, as if Muz and his team were deliberately looking for Han Yi's sniper. Every time before the attack, Han Yi could get the first kill, passively facing a 4 versus 5 situation. At the most exaggerated moment, Han Yi could even snipe 2 or 3 people in a row. In the end, the score between the two sides was fixed at 16-9, and Dignitas successfully defeated Muz and advanced to the Legends group. There were 2 smart people in the team who kept providing information. Apart from Rops, there were no other strong star players. However, Rops, the team leader, was psychologically traumatized by Han Yi in the first map, resulting in an extremely unstable state. The combination of all the above reasons led to a big upset in this major. Han Yi looked at the ending interface, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They had played many training matches with Muz before, most of which ended with 0:2, and a few ended with 1:1 or 1:2. It was the first time that they had played 2 o'clock like today. It can be said that their draw in the major challenger group this time was extremely good. Not only did they encounter VP without Kwang Ge, but when they were 2-0, they also encountered Muz, the only first-line team they had the most chance of defeating. If the system hadn't marked luck as something that wouldn't appear outside the game, Han Yi would have even thought that the talent luck had taken effect. Taking off his headphones, Han Yi glanced at the people around him and spoke. "Let's go. Shake hands. The game is over." After he said this, he slowly stood up and led the Dignitas team towards Muz and his team. The relationship between the two teams is pretty good, so Han Yi naturally didn't say anything sarcastic. Even the smile on his face faded a lot. After shaking hands with the Muz members, he turned around and went back to his game table to pack up his keyboard and mouse. It wasn't until they entered the backstage that everyone started talking and laughing. After 3 big battles, they entered the legendary group. It would be a lie to say that they were not happy. The manager even suggested that they go out for a nice meal, and he would treat them. Naturally, everyone accepted the offer. They had been eating takeout every day recently and had been wanting to change their taste for a long time. The main reason they hadn't eaten before was safety issues. They were unfamiliar with the place, and they had seen a lot of news about Brazilian gangs, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. But now that their manager is treating them, they can go to some well-known local restaurants, and their safety is guaranteed. Then they got in the nanny car and, guided by the navigation, turned left and right and arrived at a 2-story restaurant covering several thousand square meters. According to what is said online, this should be one of the largest restaurants in Rio de Janeiro. However, none of the 5 of them understood Portuguese and were not quite sure the name of the restaurant. When we entered the restaurant, since Brazilians generally don't speak English well, the 5 of us basically relied on translation software on our phones to communicate with the front desk. After a long time, we finally ordered a table of food. What surprised Han, it was that they sold not only local Brazilian specialties, but also some Japanese food and a small part of Wuxia food. Among the customers eating there, a small number of them looked East Asian. But the other party spoke not Wuxia, but Japanese. This also reminded Han of the news he had read before, which said that there are a large number of Japanese in Brazil, and many Japanese regard this place as their second home. Although it does not seem as serious as the news says, it is not groundless. At least the eating habits do have some impact on the local Brazilian population. Han ordered 3 things in total. The first one was Japanese ramen as the staple food. He watched a lot of Naruto when he was a child and was always curious about what Japanese ramen tasted like. Now that he had seen it, he decided to try it. The second one is his favorite Brazilian steak. This big and fat piece of meat is really delicious when you take a bite. The last item is the sweet, sour, and spicy General Tso's chicken. I heard that this is a Hunan dish. It was originally spicy, but later it was introduced abroad and became sweet and sour. However, in Brazil, it is obvious that some local improvements have been made to the sweet and sour taste of Europe and the United States, and some spicy flavors have been added. In addition to the 3 items ordered by Han, everyone else also ordered their favorite dishes. In the end, there were about a dozen items, costing about €300. This price is much cheaper than in Europe, but compared with domestic prices, it is slightly higher. Soon the dishes were served one after another. Han took a bite of Japanese ramen with great anticipation, but was soon disappointed. The taste is indeed good, better than most foreign staple foods he has eaten. However, compared to the predecessor of Japanese ramen, Cantonese soup noodles, he still feels that the latter is more in line with his huaxia appetite. The main reason is that the seafood-flavored Japanese ramen is too strong. He doesn't eat much seafood in daxiao on weekdays. Instead, he eats more beef, chicken, and pork. It is difficult for him to accept such a strong seafood flavor. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that he did not choose the right flavor due to communication barriers. Then he ate a piece of General Tso's chicken and found that compared to Japanese ramen, this foreign huxia food that had been modified locally in Brazil was more to his taste. Finally, there's his favorite Brazilian steak, which is tender and juicy, really delicious, and tastes even better than takeout. After eating and drinking, the group drove back to the hotel. Hani lay on the bed contentedly, opened the Perfect app, and read his own reviews. With nearly 700 reviews in total, the score is 9.9 points. The total rating of his 2 maps is as high as 1.28. In the CSGO era, with this rating, he can definitely compete for the MVP of the event. Among them, Hanyi's Figure 1 data is slightly better, reaching a rating of 1.33. This was mainly due to several successful sneak attacks from behind, which helped him get several key kills and made his rating much higher. Currently, among all the players in the Challenger group, Han Yi's rating ranks 3rd. There are 2 players ahead of him. The first is Crims from Fnatic. His total rating is extremely terrifying at 1.32. Ranked 2nd is JW, a player from Fnatic. As the team sniper, his rating is also very high, reaching 1.30. Next up is Han E, whose rating has dropped significantly compared to the other 2, with an overall rating of 1.24. But if we only look at the command, Han E is the well-deserved 1st place, even leaving the 2nd place Blame F 0.12 behind. At first glance, it seems that Han Yi's rating is ridiculously high, but if you think about it carefully, it is not surprising. As the absolute core of Dignitas, he can go wherever he wants and use whatever gun he wants. The entire team serves him. It would be strange if his rating was too low. In addition, the other 2 people in the top 5 are Brawlin, 1.22, in 4th place, and Rops, 1.20, in 5th place. Originally, Rops was ranked 3rd, also with a rating of 1.24, but in the match against Dignitas, Train was targeted too badly and Dust 2 had no touch at all, which led to his poor performance and dropped to 5th place. 1. Crims Fnatic 1.32. 2. JW Fnatic 1.30. 3. High Dignity 1.24. 4. Brawlin Fnatic 1.22. 5. Ropsmas 1.20. Of course, it is just the list of the Challenger group, which cannot prove anything. The real strong teams are waiting in the Legend group. Moreover, the strength gap between the Challengers is too large, and they often produce some incredible scores, such as 16 to 3 and 16 to 4, which are not uncommon. The ranking list has no value at all. For example, Fnatic created several huge points differences, resulting in almost all of its members being at the top of the leaderboard. After looking at the list, Hai simply washed up and prepared to go to bed. After the continuous competitions in recent days, even though he is physically strong, he feels a little mentally tired. As for post-match review and practicing new tactics, he put them off until tomorrow. As the first team to advance to the Legends group, according to the schedule, their next turn to compete will have to wait until 5 days later. This is why Han Yi is not in a hurry, as they have plenty of time to rest and train. Combining work and rest has always been Han Yi's principle. Even after becoming a professional player, he would not devote all his time to games. Han Yi never tried to be that hard-working player, and he also knew that he couldn't sit in front of the computer as soon as he opened his eyes every day and play CS until dark before going to bed. Instead, he prefers to enjoy the happiness that the game brings him. He has a positive attitude when it is time to train and eats and sleeps when it is not time to train without any delay. To some extent, his professional attitude is more like Nico, but compared to Nico, he never goes to nightclubs to practice shooting. Late at night, Rob sat in front of the computer, watching the wonderful highlights on the computer screen, and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Of course, this highlight was not his, but Han Yi's. After watching how Han Yi followed him step by step from Area A to Area B, and how he killed him and his teammates, Rob's mentality completely collapsed. This kind of scenario of being followed and then killed is a major psychological blow to any CSGO player. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is enough to make people turn off the game immediately. What is even more fatal is that this happened not once, but 3 times. If this footage of being followed is uploaded to the entire internet and played repeatedly by tens of millions of CSGO players, the situation will be even worse, which is no less than a social death. If we add another prerequisite, the background of the video takes place in a major arena. Robs could already imagine that this video would be passed on by word of mouth among players, and when the day came that he retired, people would probably still bring it up and talk about it from time to time. But things have already happened. Robs can only sigh helplessly and force himself to accept this fact. Robs doesn't have any hatred or malice towards Han Yi. Both parties were playing the game normally, and there was no insulting behavior like whipping a corpse. If the roles were reversed, Robs felt that based on his own inner thoughts, he might also follow Han Yi's lead and seek to maximize his benefits. Just as Han Yi thought before the game, although the two sides are friends, holding back in this kind of game would be a complete shame for his efforts during this period and the support of his fans, so Robs can understand what Han Yi did. Things have already happened. There is no point in regretting it. Robs looked at the time and found that it was getting late. He got up and went to the bathroom, ready to wash up and go to bed. He turned on the faucet, and hot water gushed out, quickly covering the mirror above the sink with a layer of mist. Robs, who was used to looking in the mirror while washing, didn't think much about it and reached out to wipe away the mist on the mirror. At the moment the mirror was restored, Robs saw the person he least wanted to see through the reflection of the mirror. Han Yi was standing behind him with an M4A4 and pointing the gun at his head. What was even more terrifying was that Robs saw Han Yi slowly pulling the trigger. A crisp sound of a headshot rang in Rob's ears. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He sat up from the bed, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Am I dreaming? Robs breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he was dreaming. He was really scared after being shot in the head one after another during the day. Robs came to his senses and fumbled out his mobile phone from under the pillow, ready to check out how long he could sleep. But when the phone screen lit up, what was displayed was not his screensaver of the time, but his front camera. Through the camera, Robs noticed that there was a person lying behind him, greeting him through the camera. Robs looked closely and was horrified to find that the man looked more and more like Han Yi. The expression on his face gradually changed from normal to terrified. As his expression changed, Han Yi behind him took out a Glock from somewhere and put it against his head, accompanied by another gunshot. Robs jumped up from the computer desk. This time, the first thing he did when he woke up was pinch himself hard. Feeling the pain in his arm, he realized the nightmare is over. The next morning, he opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. He went to bed very early yesterday and got up a little early today. He hadn't been so self-disciplined since leaving school, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Then he turned his head to look at F-Zero rest beside him, and seeing that he was still sleeping soundly, he did not wake him up. After a quick wash, he looked at the nearby businesses on his phone and found that because it was too early, no one could deliver the food to his door. After thinking about it, I gave up the idea of ordering takeout and walked towards the hotel restaurant. As an integrated hotel, there has always been a restaurant inside the hotel, but he has never been there. The main reason is the stereotype. In Yi's opinion, the restaurant in the hotel is similar to the cafeteria in schools and hospitals. The food they prepare cannot be called delicious, but it is just enough to keep people from starving. But when Hani arrived at the restaurant, he realized that he had a stereotype about certain things, and it would be better to change it as soon as possible. As one of the top comprehensive hotels in Rio de Janeiro, the interior restaurant decoration looks quite luxurious. Although it is not as good as the one He and his friends went to yesterday, it is also not comparable to any school cafeteria. And he also saw an acquaintance here. ZYW. I saw him sitting in the corner of the restaurant with a plate of strange black stew in front of him, a standard baguette in his right hand, and a bottle of local Brazilian specialty drink in his left hand. While eating, his cell phone was standing in front of him, as if he was watching some variety show. At this time, ZYW seemed to feel that someone was looking at him. He looked around and saw he at a glance. He quickly greeted he and asked he to come over. He gestured for him to wait. Afterwards, he went to the front desk of the restaurant and asked for a menu, which had nearly 100 dishes densely listed on it. He first took a photo, then used translation software to figure out the names of the dishes. Finally, he ordered a plate of bread balls and a plate of fried meatballs. The total cost him about €6, which was much cheaper than the restaurant he went to yesterday or the takeaway he ordered. After more than 10 minutes, he finished cooking one after another. He held a dish in each hand and came to ZYW. ZYW at this time was obviously much shyer than when he met Hani before. This is his personality. If there are many familiar people around him, he will be much more cheerful, but if those familiar people are not around, he will look a little shy. But, after all, he is not a stranger. So ZYW was the first to speak and greet. Never seen you here before. Do you come here often? Hani put down the things in his hands, straightened the corners of his clothes, sat down opposite ZYW, picked up the fork on the plate, picked up a bread ball, and put it in his mouth. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. This bread ball actually had a filling of solid milk inside, and the taste was similar to the white rabbit milk candy that he often ate for a while. The taste was much better than he had imagined, which was a surprise. He originally thought it was just a simple round bread. While he was sighing that the taste was good, he heard ZYW say, "Apex can't get up in the morning, and takeout is too expensive. I can't afford it, so I just eat here. Are you still short of money?" He was a little surprised. He remembered that ZYW was already top 1 last year, so he shouldn't be short of money. Hearing this, ZYW showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Although he was top 1, his performance in the Lilby last year was not good. He did not win many championships and was often eliminated early. This resulted in him not getting much prize money at all. As for his salary, he had been questioned in the community before, and many people thought he was cheating. In addition, his English was not good before, so he could only choose a team composed of all French students. There are only 2 teams that meet this condition. The first one is the all-French team formed by the Spanish giants G2. They have a number of star players, and the salary offered is far higher than other first-line teams. Originally, this was a good place for the young ZYW, but unfortunately, Kenny's, who was scared by his teammates using cheats, considered that ZYW might really be leaving and directly cut off the possibility of ZYW joining G2. This leaves ZYW with only one option, to join the Little B. So, at the end of 2018, The Little Bees signed the 2019 top one for a transfer fee of only 100,000 euros and the monthly salary of 1,500 euros required by ZYW. This is considered the most cost-effective transfer in the entire CSGO history. As for the 100,000 euro transfer fee, it naturally belonged to ZYW. His previous team was a quirky team formed by him and Rops, so no one came to share the money with him. ZYW used the money to rent a house in Paris for his mother to live in, and gave the remaining money to his mother for safekeeping. Later, although the Little Bee increased his monthly salary, he still gave most of the money to his family every month, leaving only a small portion for daily expenses. That's why he said he didn't have enough money to order takeout just now. The main reason why ZYW is like this is that his father cheated on him and his mother raised him, which made him develop a personality that does not want to pay attention to the outside world. He becomes a professional player just to give his family a better life, and his requirements in terms of salary and material desires are not very high. After listening to ZYW's explanation of the whole story, he finally understood the experience behind it. He immediately patted his chest and said proudly, "In the future, if you want to eat something, tell me. I have money and I'll treat you." That's not good. It's okay. I earn a lot of money, and yours shouldn't be much more than mine. The only difference is that I don't have to give money to my family. So life is pretty good. I don't have to worry about food or clothes, order takeout every day, and eat what I like, so it's no problem to help you out occasionally. We've been together for so long. We're brothers. You're welcome. Thank you, Hi. You're one of the few warm-hearted friends I've met. As for my salary, my manager just raised it to 62,000 last month. I can give 62,000 to my family every month. It's not the highest salary, but I'm very satisfied. Ahem, what did you just say? Thank you, Hi. Not this one, go on. That's not good. Well, it's not very good. You should treat me. I didn't expect that his casual joke will be taken seriously by ZYW, who then spoke. Then after the Blast Spring Finals, you can take our club's car back to France, and then I'll treat you. I know a really delicious and cheap restaurant. Both Little Bees and Dignitas have advanced to the Blast Spring Finals. This year's Spring Finals will be held in London, not far from France. It only takes about 5 hours to drive to Paris through the undersea tunnel. So ZYW's words were not just a courtesy, but serious. But Blast was still 2 months away, and he didn't want to agree to something that would happen so long in the future. He just politely said he would see what happened then. ZYW nodded and said that he would invite again and ask him to come to France to play together. After breakfast, the two went downstairs for a walk. It was not until around 8 or 9 o'clock that they agreed to play games together and then returned to their rooms. When he returned to the room, he found that F0 Rest in the room had woken up and was hesitating about what to eat. He immediately told F0 Rest about the good restaurant, which solved a big problem for him. Then he logged into the local Brazilian game platform and invited ZYW to start frying fish together. The two of them won all the way. With the support of the platform's super account, the points they gained by winning a game were equivalent to other players winning 3 or 4 games. In addition, because the account points were already very high when they were given the points, they reached the top 20,000 on the platform in just one morning. According to Han Yi's estimation, by the time the Legends Group competition begins, the two of them might even be able to break into the top 10 of Brazilian CS. Of course, it mainly depends on ZYW to kill randomly, and he's responsible for flashing and cooperating. Sometimes, when looking at ZYW killing people indiscriminately in the front, he would sigh and think how great it would be if a sniper like this could join his team. In the afternoon, he interrupted his happy duo row with ZYW, called all the Dignitas players together, and started a new round of training. This time, he practiced only one map in a very targeted manner, which was Nuke. This is also the result that he has fully considered. Among the current strong teams in the world, there is only one team, Team A, that regards Nuke as its signature map. The other teams were not very familiar with this map, but they were not so unfamiliar with it that they needed to ban it, which gave some room to operate. Considering their 2 strong maps, one of Dust 2 or Mid Trash will definitely be banned by the opponent. Then under Han Yi's intentional manipulation, Map 3 is likely to welcome Nuke or Small Town if the opponent actively chooses either Small Town or Nuke in Map 1 or Map 2. In this way, it is very likely that the 3 maps they play are all Dignita's strong maps, and their winning rate is undoubtedly much higher. The reason for this calculation is actually Han Yi's helpless move. Currently, they have become a team in the Legend group. With their current strength, it is undoubtedly very difficult for them to advance to the championship group. So Han, he can only find ways to make up for it from other places. Nuke had practiced this many times before, and Han, he had already practiced most of the advanced tactics he knew. So his main focus today was to review the tactics they had practiced before to avoid being unfamiliar with them. Think again about whether there are any tactics you have missed, make more arrangements, and prepare for the future. Training time always passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening again. Han Yi, who had been talking about tactics for the entire afternoon, felt a little dry in the mouth. He asked everyone to remember what he had said, and then he announced the disbanding of the team. After everyone left, Han Yi sat in the chair in front of the computer and looked at the system panel. Question value, 2053. After so many days of accumulation, the questioning value has reached 210 consecutive times, and it is time to improve my strength. He first washed his hands according to the procedure to get rid of bad luck, and then pressed the lottery button. Rifle reaction, +1. Sniper rifle, +1, x3. Rifle and gun, +1, x3. Submachine gun and gun, +1, x5. Submachine gun pre-aim, +2, x2. Sniper rifle positioning, +1, x2. Rifle positioning, +2, x2. Talent. I bet this coin is... Introduction. This can be activated once a day. Before a coin is tossed, you can predict the heads or tails of the coin. The result will definitely be the side you predicted. Talent. Inheritance. Introduction. Many years later, I have become you. Once per round, you can possess the peak attributes of any teammate in this round. Watching the rewards passing by before his eyes, Han Yi couldn't help but smile. Among these prizes, the most important ones were the 2 talents. The first talent is coin gambling. Han Yi has suffered a lot in this area before and often lost to his opponents. Now with this talent, he can actively choose whether to go first or second, and the benefits are obvious. From then on, Han Yi could rehearse the FanFic format in his mind in advance, and he could also start from the map pool and come up with the optimal FanFic solution, which is an extremely good ability. As for the second talent, inheritance, in Han Yi's opinion, it is a real improvement to his personal abilities. The only thing that deserves criticism at the moment is his personal ability. Although in Dignita's, his personal ability has surpassed the caregiver and made him the undisputed #1 in the team. But one thing that cannot be denied is that there is still a certain gap between him and those top-notch players. This talent can help him make up for the gap. Although it is also only 1 round, he currently has a lot of talents. Even if each talent can only win a small round, the accumulated number is an astonishing number. However, Han, he was not too happy too soon. Although this talent looked very powerful, it also had its own limitations. He noticed that there was a line of words behind the inheritance of this talent, which said that it had the attributes of any teammate at his peak. In other words, the target of this talent must be Han Yi's teammates, so there are only 3 candidates, namely F0 Rest, Gittner-Scorite, and Freeberg. As for Halzerk, he was excluded by Han Yi at the first time. Although Halzerk is currently the second in command of Dignita's, his peak period is undoubtedly not comparable to the 3 old men, not to mention that his peak period was accompanied by the caregiver virus. If Han Yi had passed on the caregiver virus as well, the scene of 5 shots missing 5 times would have been too beautiful to imagine. He didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the 3 old men during their prime, the strongest ones are undoubtedly the twin stars Gittner-Scorite and F0 Rest, followed by Freeberg. However, their peak period is some distance away from the current CSGO, and that era was also a barbaric era with limited technical ceiling. The strength of the 2 could dominate that era, but whether they can still compete now is still a question mark in Han Yi's mind. All this will be known only after he takes a test. However, it was already getting late, and the old men were a little exhausted after just an entire afternoon of training. He didn't intend to keep his old man awake, so he could only wait until tomorrow. Then he walked out of the house and knocked on Zywa's door. When the door opened, ZYW invited Yi in a talk. The layout of Zywa's room is the same as Yi's, also a double room with 2 beds. The person living with ZYW is naturally his mouth, Apex. At this time, Apex was lying on the bed. When he saw Hani come in, he quickly stood up and greeted him politely. He also responded enthusiastically. He didn't have any feelings for the veteran player from Apex. He just knew that he had a sharp tongue during games and liked to mock his opponents. There was even a saying to describe this commander. What is written in the Apex notebook is not tactics, but trash talk. From this point of view, we can know what kind of style this conductor is. Of course, apart from the competition, Apex is very normal at other times and does not speak foul language for no reason. Otherwise, he would not have become Zywa's idol. After greeting Apex, he got down to business with ZYW. He came to find the other party because he wanted ZYW to shoot a funny video like Nico. ZYW agreed without hesitation, and then read a long and poorly written wuxia script according to the lines given to him by Yi. Looking at the finished video, Yi nodded with satisfaction, then said goodbye to ZYW and Apex, returned to his room, and sent a message to Chu Hao on WeChat. Go on, I'll give you a chance to play as ZYW. The next morning, Yi got out of bed in a daze, opened his phone, and checked the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, 2 hours later than the time he got up yesterday. This is also a common problem for most young people. If they don't go to school or work and lie at home every day on vacation, this phenomenon will occur. They will go to bed a little later than the previous day and wake up a little later than the previous day. Over time, their day and night will be reversed. Once your day and night are reversed, you either have to force yourself to stay up all night or continue to maintain this schedule until it is reversed again and you can return to normal. As for the video, Yi uploaded it yesterday after finishing editing it. It has not passed a review yet, so it will probably have to wait until tomorrow morning. He flipped through his phone again and noticed a message from ZYW on the social media app. ZYW, want to have dinner together? 2 hours ago. Looking at the message in front of him, Hani thought that 2 hours had passed and ZYW should have eaten, so he didn't think much about it and replied, Hi, I slept late yesterday and just got up. I haven't eaten yet. Have you eaten yet? ZYW, no, I was waiting for you. I didn't expect you to be up so late. Hi, I'll be downstairs right away. ZYW, come quickly. Seeing that ZYW had been waiting for him, Hai felt a sense of guilt inexplicably rising in his heart. It feels like when you were in college or at work, having dinner with a friend every day and the two of you were inseparable. But suddenly one day, you went out to have a meal with another friend, and when you came back you found that your original dining partner had not eaten. At this time, you will feel guilty. He got up, washed, and hurriedly put on his clothes before going to the cafeteria to look for ZYW. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he noticed that there was a familiar figure next to ZYW, Rops. Yesterday, Moose successfully defeated Soel in the game and advanced to the legendary group, so Rops looked much better than before. At the same time, both of them saw him. A slight unnatural look flashed across Rops' face, but ZYW was very enthusiastic and pulled E to order food. E still ordered the same 2 things from yesterday. ZYW also ordered the strange stew from yesterday, and Rops ordered a fried bean tortilla sandwich, which is also a Brazilian specialty. Through translation software, he was able to figure out the name of the stew that ZYW was eating. It was called black bean stew. It doesn't look very good. It's black in color, but according to ZYW, it tastes good. He decided to try it when he has time. Although he is reluctant to change the food he eats easily, it is a different matter if it is recommended by a friend. The 3 of them were chatting while eating. Today's topic was more serious. It was not about family, but about games and work. Because the Legend Group competition was about to begin, the teams were on guard against each other and no longer arranged training matches. Each team began to study their own things behind closed doors. Naturally, the happy times they had played Monopoly together before were gone, which made the three of them sigh. The players usually play games together and make a lot of noise, but in the end they still have to fight on the field. There is only one champion, and the others are destined to be losers. Isn't this the cruelty of esports? Among the three, Han E is the youngest, 2 years younger than ZYWU and 3 years younger than Rops. His career has just started, and he has not yet fully understood this cruelty. But ZYWU and Rops are completely different. The outside world believes that the peak period of CSGO players is generally between 20 and 24 years old, and the strongest year is at the age of 23. Players of this age are at their peak in terms of reaction and physical fitness and have accumulated a lot of competition experience. Most players are around this age when they win major championships or get top rankings. After this age, reaction and physical fitness begin to gradually decline. After the age of 25, the condition becomes worse year by year. This is the case with Rops and ZYW now. They have reached their peak. Whether they can win a major championship depends on their performance in recent years. Therefore, both of them cherish this opportunity very much, and their words were full of desire for the championship, even though they both believed that the strength of their team was not as good as the current team A and Navi. But with the Dark Horse Ints in front, who knows if they will be the next Ints? After all, Ints was only one step away from the major championship. If it weren't for the peak A team blocking them, they might have done it. But things are different now. Team A is no longer as invincible as it was during the Ints era. After the three of them finished their meal, ZYW suggested going back to duo queue together. One reason was to maintain their playing feel, and the other was that he and Han had discussed yesterday about striving for the top 10,000 today. This goal was not difficult for the two of them. According to their estimation, one morning would be enough. After hearing this, Rops also took the initiative to ask to join in. Han E and ZYW naturally would not refuse. In this way, the team of 2 people became 3 people. With the addition of Rops, the team's ranking will be even faster. With the cooperation of 3 people, 1 with frontal firepower, 1 in command, and 1 who is good at stealing, the cooperation of the 3 even made many professional players complain, including Halzerk, who was playing alone in the queue. When Halzerk saw his commander in a 3-person team with ZYW and Rops, he politely typed GG on the public screen. Then the 3 of them worked together to defeat him with a score of 16-2. 5 hours passed, and it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The 3 of them successfully completed today's task. Among them, ZYW has reached more than 7,000. Han E has also reached more than 9,000. And Rops is temporarily behind the 2 because he started playing one day later, ranking only around 18,000. Han E then took a short break and called the old men over again, intending to try out his newly acquired inheritance talent. However, since the teams in the Legends group will no longer continue to play training matches, how to test them has become a difficult problem. So Han E conveyed his troubled problem to the old men. Naturally, he concealed the issue of talent and just said that he wanted to test the current status of Dignitas members. After listening to Han Yi's words, the more experienced older men gave Han E 3 suggestions. The first is to find teams that have been eliminated or have not yet advanced to the legendary group for training. The second is to find second and third tier clubs in Brazil. And the third is to play in the ladder together. Han Yi's goal is to test what kind of strength he can exert with the blessing of inherited talent. When playing in the ladder, it is inevitable that the opponent will be too weak and make mistakes in judgment. So he directly rejected the third one. Take the top players as an example. The top 1 and top 20 are all top-level players. They kill everyone in the random games. But the gap between them is huge. A top may first even beat 5 top 20 players. This may sound counterintuitive, but if one Donk can potentially beat 5 Tortsi, doesn't that make it possible? For example, during the Shanghai Major, Donk, who was the top 1 in 2024, often used a Desert Eagle to beat 4 or 5 people on FaZe side. Wasn't this a rare scene? You should know that there are 2 top players in FaZe lineup. One is Frozen, who is in the top 10, The other is Brokey, who is in the top 8, and a low top player ranked 18th, Rops. Even with such a lineup, they were still defeated by Donk with a Desert Eagle. Therefore, there is a huge gap in strength between the top ones. Han, you must figure out how the peak strength of the old men can be ranked now. There must be a top, but whether it is the top 20 or the top 1 is a question mark. The specific strength discovered will also determine when Han uses this talent. As for the remaining 2 paths, Han thought about it and chose the first one. He called TYLGO. TYLOO has been eliminated with a score of 1-3, but there are not many opportunities to hone their skills with European teams. Plus, they are not going to disband after this game, so they agreed very readily. Under Han Yi's arrangement, the 2 sides quickly entered the same room and started the training match. Although TYLO's current strength is not strong, it is still a lower-tier second-tier team and often comes into contact with some top-level players. Han can make a rough estimate of its strength based on his performance when playing against TYLOO in Heritage. Soon, several hours passed, and Han gradually understood the inherited talent. This talent was similar to what he had guessed before. Depending on the object of use, the power that could be unleashed would also be different. He also figured out the specific strength of the inherited talent. Choosing Get_Right or F0 Rest would allow him to have top 15 marksmanship. Among them, Get_Right will greatly enhance his consciousness, but this is a bit useless for Han, who has the ability to read minds. As for inheriting F0 Rest, it will improve Han Yi's efficiency in finishing shots, which is more practical. In addition to these 2 old men, there is also Freeberg, who improves Han Yi's breakthrough ability and is also very practical. But the improvement in his shooting skills is much worse than the previous 2 old men, and is only around top 20. The 3 old men contributed 3 different directions of improvement. According to Han Yi's different needs, he can choose different teammates to inherit. It is flexible and changeable. Unlike the rigid, hot feeling, it gave Han some unexpected surprises. And the unexpected surprises don't end there. This inherited talent can also be combined with other small talents. For example, once Han deliberately brushed the never give up for free 10 times, improving all attributes by a full 10 points. At this time, Han also inherited F0 Rest's peak attributes. He was surprised to find that F0 Rest's inheritance did not cancel the 10 points of all attributes given to him by the talent of Never Given for Nothing, but instead added them. In that round, the combination of the 2 talents directly turned him into a big dog. With the help of a Desert Eagle, he scored 5 headshots in the nuke outfield and depressed all the TYLOO players in just 1 round. After finishing the practice match with the TYLOO team, Han announced that today's training was over. He looked at the dark night sky outside. Another day had passed, and there were only 3 days left before the Legend Group competition officially started. Han then looked at his attribute panel. He had made significant improvements since the start of the major. The attribute values of the daily tasks were added to the rifle positioning. Combined with the rewards won in the lottery, the rifle positioning reached 78 points, which was close to 80 points. Han thought about waiting until the video review was completed and then drawing the prize again before the Legend Group competition. It is estimated that both the pre-aim and positioning can be raised to above 80. At that time, even without the help of talents, Han can be a gunner in the second-tier team just by relying on his own attributes. If he had all kinds of talents, Han would be confident that he would not be afraid even if an ordinary first-line gunman came. Then, after a busy day, Han lay on the bed and sent a message to ZYW. Tell the other party that if he wants to have dinner with you tomorrow, he can just give him a call and there is no need to wait for him. Soon ZYW sent him a message saying, okay. Then Han lay on the bed and started reading a novel. Unconsciously, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he didn't know when he fell asleep. Hostname, Han Age, 18. Rifle. Preview, 82. Positioning, 78. Reaction, 90. Follow gun, 73. Sniper rifle. Preview, 70. Positioning, 72. Reaction, 95. Follow gun, 63. Submachine gun. Preview, 56. Position, 47. Reaction, 85. Follow gun, 60. Map understanding. Dust 2, 76 points. Nuke, 35 points. Rice garbage, 47 points. Town, 48 points. Death amusement park, 31 points. Train, 27 points. Building, 19 points. Question value, 91. Extract talent, consumption, 100 question points. Daily tasks. Kill 5,000 bots and gain 2 attribute points. Current, 0/5,000. Talents. Mind reading, Coldser's awareness, physical strength, hot hands, second aim, encouragement, luck, never give up, sage points, meticulous preparation, heritage. I bet this coin is. The next morning, Hani received a call from ZYW on time. He went downstairs and had breakfast with ZYW. The two of them exercised around the hotel for a while. During the exercise, they met 2 fans of ZYW, and ZYW signed autographs for them. During this time, Hani checked the status of the video. The video he posted the day before yesterday had passed the review. He estimated that before the legendary group competition started, he should be able to gain another 1,000 points of questioning value. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when I returned to the room. I didn't know where F0 Rest had gone, and the bed was empty. He did not go looking for him, but sat in front of the computer, preparing to play in a 3-person team. As soon as he came online, he received an invitation from ZYW. After entering the game room, he found that there was a 4th person in the original team of 3. As for the extra ID, he also recognized it, Frozen. Then he saw the chat channel, where 3 people were chatting animatedly. ZYW, for people can't open it, let's find another one. Rops, he insisted on coming. Frozen, I feel excluded. Oh. Frozen, hi, please say something. Hi, how about we just kick it off and find someone else who's really annoying? The 3 of us are having a great time. Frozen, of course, it was impossible to kick it. He was just joking. Looking at the remaining space, it was a difficult problem to find someone to play with. The first thing that came to his mind was Dankying from TYLO next door. He quickly typed a line of words on the computer. Hi, wait for me. I'll go ask a friend if he wants to come with me. ZYW, okay. A few minutes passed quickly, and he returned disappointed. Today was TYLO's last day here. As an eliminated team, there was no need for them to stay here. They had to hurry back to Europe for training, so Dankying also had to pack his luggage and leave with everyone. After he explained the situation, the other 3 began to think about who else they could pull over. At first, the candidate that everyone thought of was F0 Rest, who lived with Hani. Naturally, everyone wanted to play with this legendary veteran, but unfortunately, no one knew where F0 Rest had gone, so they had to give up. After that, everyone thought of several candidates, some of whom were busy or still resting. Finally, everyone thought of one person at the same time. No one. The task of this invitation fell on Rops, who was the one who was most familiar with Nico among the few people. Soon, Rops brought good news this time, and Nico agreed. After waiting for a few more minutes, Nico successfully joined the team. A 5-man lineup led by consisting of Rops as the Freeman, ZYW as the sniper, Frozen as the breakthrough player, and Nico as the rifleman, was once again formed by chance. The 5 people were very satisfied when looking at each other's IDs. After ZYW pressed the start button, the matching system carefully selected a very capable, unlucky guy for them after 10 minutes of matching. 100 Thieves. Because the legendary teams have stopped training matches with each other these days, the 5 players of 100T can only rely on the ladder to maintain their touch. This was considered a top priority by their team. So early in the morning, under the organization of JKS, the 5 people gathered and started matching. As a top 10 team in the world, the 5 of them ranked together, so their win rate is naturally terrifyingly high. Therefore, every time the matching system is trying to find opponents who can match them, the matching time is very long. But this time it was slightly different. Almost as soon as they pressed the match button, a notification of successful matching popped up the next second. This feeling of not having to wait made the 5 of them secretly happy. After all, No matter how fun a game is, no one likes to queue for more than 10 minutes to experience playing it. Soon, at JKS's call, the 5 players from 100T pressed the confirmation button one after another. What surprised them was that the opponents pressed the confirmation button faster than them and seemed to be more eager to start the game than they were. Seeing this scene, everyone on 100T had a sly smile on their faces. One wonders how wonderful the expressions on the other side's faces would be when they found out that they were matched with the top 10 teams in the world. Just as the 100T team was about to teach their opponents a lesson, as the IDs of 10 people lit up one after another, the 5 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Nobody? No one informed them that they would play the All-Star exhibition game today. What All-Stars are you talking about? Of course, it was their 100T playing against the opposing All-Stars. Team 1, ZYW, Rops, Frozen, Hi Nico. Team 2, JKS, AZR, Chkame, Gratisfaction Lias. Needless to say, the result was that even though Han, E, and his 5 teammates were temporarily put together and had no coordination, they played a numerical CS game. Except for JKS, the stats of the other players on the 100T side obviously could not keep up with Han Yi's side. The score between the two sides finally settled at 16-10. The ability to get 10 points was due to the tacit cooperation among all the players of 100T. Without this, it would have been difficult for 100T to get 5 points. After that, they played many more games, but they were never able to collide with other professional teams. During this period, although everyone played very casually, their strength was there after all. While chatting and laughing, the ranks of several people improve a lot. Before they knew it, ZYW and Hi had already reached the top 1,000, and the others had all stopped at around 5,000. The game they were playing now was considered a top-tier casual game. But even at this level, in the eyes of several people, the opponent still had many flaws. Even when Han E was attacking or defending, it was common for him to kill 3 or 4 people in one breath. This led to Han E having a complete and utterly satisfying kill. Normally, when he played professionally, his opponents had excellent cooperation, and beating 1 or 2 of them was his limit. But after playing a 5-person game, he realized the gap between the two. The enemy's poor shooting skills, extremely slow follow-up shots, hesitant attacks, and no props for communication made them all flaws in his eyes. Since it is rare for 5 people to get together, and F0 Rest has not come back yet, everyone played a little longer today. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that F0 Rest came back from outside, and everyone ended their 5-man journey. Looking at F0 Rest, Han, he was a little curious about where the other party had been. F0 Rest had no need to hide his whereabouts. He saw that Han, he was getting along well with ZYW and others these days, so he went to find some of his old friends and had a meal together. The old friends F0 Rest refers to all veteran players from the same era as him. At that time, they were just like Han E today, a group of young people who often played and joked together, discussing who would win the championship and who would be eliminated unexpectedly. But as he got older, F0 Rest found that he had fewer and fewer old friends, and the discussion was no longer about who would win the championship, but who could go a little further than others in this competition. Or they might talk about someone who performed poorly and was demoted, struggling in a 2nd or 3rd-tier team, drawing ridicule from everyone. Then I started to recall all the wonderful kills the opponent had when he was young, but how come he lost his reputation in his old age and couldn't even stay in the first team? Listening to F0 Rest's words, Han, he felt a little sad. As the saying goes, every generation has its own youth. No matter how glorious the professional players were in the past, they will eventually grow old and retire. Perhaps a certain contestant, in the impression of most viewers, is still the omnipotent self he once was. But suddenly one day, when the audience really went to watch this player's game, they found that he had become very old, and the former him had long disappeared, leaving only overwhelming abuse and ridicule. In the end, the player could only leave the stage in disgrace amid such abuse. Many years later, when the player's fans once again make a wonderful compilation of his peak performances and post it online, perhaps it will awaken people's long-lost memories. It turns out that this player was not once a burden who couldn't withstand a shot or win a close game. He also had his own glory. He was once also called the gunman. After a brief moment of emotion, he began to organize the old men for a new round of training. According to him, it was still too early for the old men to retire. Since they had entered the legend group, they might as well work hard and find a way to enter the championship group. After listening to Han Yi's words, the old men also sat in front of the computer silently and began to practice various tactics with Han Yi. Time passed day by day. In the morning, Han Yi played 5-man teams with ZYWU and others to keep up with his skills. In the afternoon, he organized training for the old men. In the evening, he would find a novel or anime to read. Life continued like this until the day before the legendary group competition began. The rosters of the 16 teams in the Legends group have been finalized, and Dignita's first-day opponent has also been determined. Their points in the Challenger group were previously in the middle, and apart from the strong enemy Muz, COL, and VP were not really strong enemies. But everything was different in the Legends group. Dignita's points once again became almost at the bottom among all the first-tier teams. This makes Dignita's opponents stronger, and their first-round opponent is Astrolise, which strictly speaking established the last dynasty in CSGO history. He learned the news last night. He felt dizzy and felt like the 9-headed prince consort had asked Ben Borba to get rid of Tang Monk and his disciples. In addition, he also felt that he had a miserable life. He had just defeated the longest river in the Command world a few days ago, and now there was the highest mountain. At this time, GLA1VE is not Kerrigan, who has not yet reached his peak. He is truly at his peak, both in terms of command ability and personal ability. If we talk about who is the best player in CSGO, there may still be controversy. Some people would think it is simple, some would think it is ZYW, and some might think it is Olafmeister, Get_right Coldzera, etc. But if you ask who is the #1 commander in CSGO, the answer is very standard and unified. There is only one, and that is GLA1VE. Whether it's winning 4 championships or leading the A's to the top of the standings for 56 weeks, no other coach can match him. Moreover, as a commander, he was able to arrange tactics while achieving a good result of 8th place in the top list. This alone is incredible enough. Due to the characteristics of their positions, most commanders cannot concentrate on shooting and are often easily caught by various timing, distraction, and so on. Over time, weak guns became a common problem among commanders. But because of this, when a commander's gun is no longer soft, it is a huge improvement for the entire team. This is also why Team A was able to create a dynasty, and GLA1VE was regarded as the key reason by some players. Strong guns and good decision-making are necessary factors for a team to create a dynasty. Thinking about playing against Team A tomorrow, he could only sigh helplessly. He looked at his system panel. After 2 days of accumulation, the doubt value had reached more than 800 points. He estimated that it would increase to 1,000 after waking up tomorrow, and there would be 2 more 5 draws in a row. He just hoped that he could be given a more practical skill to see if there was any hope of defeating Team A. The next day, he got up early and took a look at his doubt value. Question value, 1021. After a night of fermentation, the video once again contributed more than 200 points of doubt to him, enough for 2 5-in-a-row reviews. He did not hesitate. He simply washed his hands, performed his ceremony, and started the lottery. Soon 10 rewards appeared in front of including a talent. Submachine gun pre-aim, +2. Rifle pre-aim, +1. Submachine gun positioning, +1, *2. Sniper rifle and gun, +1. Sniper rifle preview, +1. Dust 2 map understanding, +1. Rifle positioning, +1, *2. Perfect props. Description: your props will always land where you want them, never making a mistake. Looking at the description of this new talent, he did not rush to make a judgment. From the literal meaning, this talent seemed to allow him to prevent himself from losing his items. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have thought this talent was useless. because his usual props aren't very good at throwing, but they are rarely thrown everywhere like Brokey or Green Dragon's props, and they just can't be thrown to the place where they want to be thrown. But with the fortunate experience before, he has realized a fact. That is, the things produced by the system are much more powerful than he originally expected. With this thought in mind, he quickly got up from the bed and started the test. After more than 10 minutes, he nodded with satisfaction. Just as he expected, this talent was not just about preventing him from missing items, but the system visualized the landing point and coverage of his items in his mind. To put it more simply, he holds a flash in his hand, and he can know the movement trajectory and coverage of the flash. If he throws a cigarette, he can know the landing point and appearance of the cigarette after it explodes. Thanks for the good review. It's 9.4 points. Thanks for the love and gifts. You guys always complain about the slow updates, so I'm going to introduce a rule of extra updates. This is all to thank a few readers for their continued support. Currently, this book has over 10,000 readers a day, so if there are 2,000 readers, I'll add one more chapter. If 1 click per person, that should be 5 chapters, and if 3 clicks per person, that should be 15 chapters, but I don't think it will reach that many. This talent is undoubtedly an extremely useful one. Whenever possible, he can throw props to any position and is no longer restricted to a fixed location. In other words, after acquiring the ability to read minds, he gained a second talent that would affect his career. With perfect props, he can be said to be the best support in the world, and with mind reading, he is also the best commander in the world. There are only 5 positions in CSGO, namely breakthrough, last shooting, command, free man, and support. Without considering his marksmanship, he has already monopolized 2 of them. But if we consider the shooting skills, we will have to wait a little longer for the world's #1 in the support position. As for the command position, he can reluctantly admit to being in the top 2 in the world. At this stage, the only one with similar abilities to him is probably GLA-1VE. The opponent is the same as him, who can fight and command, but except for GLA-1VE, other commanders are either not as good at fighting as or not as good at commanding as him. After testing his talent, still ordered a takeaway. Because the legendary group competition started, everyone started to get busy. Even in the morning, they were in a race against time to prepare, so their recent breakfast time was canceled, and they each ate their own food, fully preparing for the next game. After the takeaway arrived, wolfed it down, then called the old men together and began to study Team A's tactics. But they also understood that knowing how Team A would play was one thing, but whether they could win was another. Currently, there are only 2 teams in the world whose tactics are recognized by everyone in the professional circle as far ahead of other teams. The first team is naturally Dignitas, and the second team is their opponent today, Astralis. Unlike Dignitas, which has only been recognized as tactically ahead of other teams in recent months, Astralis' tactical lead has been a recognized fact for 3 years. During these 3 years, I don't know how many teams have imitated him, and how many teams have studied his restraint and playing style. The final result was that under such circumstances, Astralis continued to win games in a row and won 3 major trophies in a row. According to Hanyi's analysis, a morning passed, and everyone drove to the competition venue. The Legend Group matches are the same as the Challenger Group, with the same rules. It is still a Swiss round, and the team that wins 3 games first will advance to the Championship Group. However, unlike the Challenger Group, the order of victory will affect the opponents in the Championship Group. The same applies to game times and venues. The venue is divided into 2 small venues, A and B, each of which can accommodate 6,000 people. The stage is also divided into A and B stages. Both sides start the competition at the same time. As for the large venue that can accommodate nearly 20,000 people, it will not be open until the Championship Group. The group arrived at the lounge they had been staying in. To their surprise, there were quite a few people sitting there. Dared to say that he knew 90% of them, including but not limited to Cousin Hunter, K. God Kenny's Black Fatball Braze, White Fatball Suarq, and so on. Although the previous Challenger Group was also a group of professional players sitting together, There were only a few people among them that Han he could call out by name, so the shock he received was far less than what he got today. Han he was sitting among many professional players, and it was not until this moment that he felt that he had already become one of them. Today's match between Dignitas and Astralis is the second one to start, and is expected to start around 3 p.m. In order to avoid any accidents, they set off a little early and arrived at the venue at 1 p.m. Although there is still some time before the competition starts, everyone's faces are full of excitement. This is how the legendary group competition is. Not only the audience is excited, but also every contestant. If the challenger group is a game between a group of second-tier teams and a first-tier bottom-tier team, then the legend group competition is, without exaggeration, a brutal fight between a group of CS star players. Every team will use their best skills on the major stage and try their best to win every game. Han he sat on a chair, waiting for his game to start, when his cell phone kept ringing. He took out his phone and opened WeChat, and saw that the messages were from two people. One is Mom, and the other is Chu Hao. The good brother was not in a hurry, and he decisively opened his mother's WeChat interface. Mom, I heard from the kid downstairs that your competition is really important, comparable to the Ace Games. It only happens once or twice a year. I asked him to help me set up a live stream, and I'll be cheering you on for the computer. Mom, don't feel any pressure. If you lose, just come back. Don't do anything stupid. Mom, your dad doesn't like to express himself. Last time, I asked him to say a few words of encouragement to you, but he refused. But I see he doesn't say anything, but he watches every one of your matches. Sometimes, when he sees you beat the opponent to death, the corners of his mouth almost reach his ears. Looking at the messages on WeChat, Han he felt warm in his heart. Although his parents were against his decision to become a professional player at first, they have supported him unwaveringly since he embarked on this path. He had a lot to say to his mother, but he himself was not good at expressing himself. He typed a lot of words in the chat window, but in the end he deleted and reduced it until only one sentence was left. Hi, I love you, Mom. Then Han he opened the chat window with Chu Hao, which was filled with their intermittent chats until noon just now, when Chu Hao sent him a lot of messages in one breath. My son who likes barking dogs. You don't understand, Team A. If you really can't do it, come back. No one will eat lunch with me. My son who loves barking dogs. I really don't understand. Just a few months ago, we were still studying what the Earth would be like if dinosaurs hadn't become extinct, and now, after a vacation, you're off to Big Eye. My son who loves barking dogs. What I can't understand even more is how you can even get into the Legends group. I really hate it. My son who likes barking dogs. Forget it. You should just work hard and get a major trophy on your account. Then we can play together, and it will be a great honor for us brothers. My son, who loves barking dogs, said, if you lose, it's okay. When you come back, I'll treat you to KFC. I've saved up some money lately. As for Chu Hao, Honey thought about it and just sent a word. Hi, save your money and buy my stickers. I'm sure you'll be successful. After replying to his mother and Chu Hao, Han he put down his phone, looked at the old men around him, and suddenly laughed out loud. He has the understanding of his family, the support of his friends, and seniors who are willing to lead him forward. At this moment, it seems that winning or losing is no longer important. These three things themselves are far more important than winning or losing. Time passed quickly. The two teams in the first game finished their matches one after another, and then it was the turn of Astralis and Dignitas. After the previous few days of competition, Han he was already very familiar with the competition process. He led the Dignitas team to the waiting area in the corridor, waiting for the host to call them to come on stage. A few minutes passed, and after the host talked a lot of meaningless nonsense, he thought he had heated up the atmosphere, and he finally read out the IDs of both players. Hearing the host calling him, Han he straightened his clothes as usual, and then strode towards the stage. As he came on stage, the audience burst into applause. Han he couldn't help but look at the audience. Just one glance, and a smile appeared on his face. With the excellent eyesight brought by his strong body, he clearly saw two local Brazilian audience members in the audience holding a sign written in English with only one sentence on it. Hi, come on. These two people are also the first fans that Han he has met. He just felt that it was all worth it. His performance in the Challenger group was still seen by the audience, and some viewers really liked his gaming style. Starting today, he also has his own fans. He didn't know whether the two could see him. He waved in their direction, then slowly walked to the referee. As the members of both teams settled down, GLA 1v and each took a step forward. The referee also took out an ordinary coin from his pocket and looked at the two of them seriously. Positive and negative. Without waiting for GLA 1v to speak, Yi answered first. "I'm betting on heads." After hearing Han Yi's words, the referee nodded. Then he looked at GLA 1v, who waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. After confirming the opinions of both parties, the referee repeated the choices of the two teams. Dignitas in front, Astralis in the back. After saying this, the referee tossed the coin in his hand high up and caught it in his palm. Even though he knew the result, he couldn't help but look at the referee's palm. As his palm slowly opened, the coin faced up. Seeing this result, he felt a hint of disappointment in his heart. The reason for his disappointment was certainly not that he used his talent to successfully guess the heads and tails. Instead, he was lamenting that in the Hong Kong movies he watched as a child, the Macau casinos in them didn't seem to have coin betting. Otherwise, if Chun Daizai was able to win 37 million with 20 yuan back then, Han Daizai might not be able to become the next Chun Daizai. "I choose the backhand." He spoke calmly, giving the right to ban pick first to GLA 1v. GLA 1v had no choice but to ban them first. They didn't fight, but Dignitas was very strong against Miyong. Han Yi's routine was also fixed. He banned the Death Tower map. Not only did he not know how to command this map, he also had no tactics. At the same time, it was also a strong map for Team A, so he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. After Me Garbage and Building were banned, the second round of bans came, and this time he was the first to ban them. He looked at the remaining maps, thought for a moment, and banned Nuke, who had previously created a 37-game winning streak for Team A. Although the undefeated streak had been broken by Insit this time, Team A's Nuke was no longer as strong. But he was still a little wary, and he didn't want other legendary teams to find out that they had practiced Nuke. He planned to keep Nuke as his ultimate move. Looking at the remaining 4 maps, GLA 1v thought for a moment and disabled Dust 2. Dignitas was just too strong on this map, and even Team A wasn't willing to fight Dignitas on this map. After 2 rounds of ban pick, there's still the classic 3-choose-1 phase. The 3 remaining maps are Purgatory Town, Death Amusement Park, and Train. This was almost a multiple choice question for GLA 1v, and he decisively banned the Train. Although Team A is very strong on this map, the scene of Yi beating Rops is still vivid in Team A's mind, and Team A is unwilling to bring bad luck to Yi. The next 2 maps were also a multiple choice question for Yi. He banned Death Amusement Park without hesitation. At this point, the ban pick is complete and the map is confirmed to be Purgatory Town. Then he stepped forward and stretched out his hand first to show his respect for GLA 1v, the senior. After GLA 1v realized what was happening, he also immediately stretched out his hand. After a friendly handshake, both parties returned to their respective battle seats, leaving them 10 minutes for debugging. He plugged in the mouse and keyboard, input his various parameters into the console, then put on his headphones, looked at the audience below, and took a deep breath. They began to face their first game in the Legend group. As the knife fight ended, the Dignitas team became the attackers. During the preparation phase, he closed his eyes and sensed GLA 1v's inner thoughts. This time Team A chose a very conventional 3B to a default. The B bomb site was defended by GLA 1v, XYP9X, and Device, while the A area was watched over by 2 traditional masters of Team A, Dupree and Magisk. He thought about it and asked Get_Right to cast a smoke flash, and also asked him to cast a P250 and send it to himself. Get_Right will give A1 a smoke in a moment, then stay where you are and cut off the banana path. Everyone else, come with me to attack the connection. If they connect and there's no one, We'll line up and attack area. Good. After everyone heard the instructions clearly, as the countdown ended, everyone began to rush towards the middle lane together. Get_right quickly came to the bomb explosion position and threw the smoke bomb in his hand at A1, while the other 4 people stayed close to the middle lane. After a 1 smoke bomb exploded, Get_right took out the flash bomb again and threw it towards the middle lane. With the sound of the flash bomb exploding, the 4 Dignitas players pulled out from the middle lane together. Han took the lead and rushed to the first place. Unless he decided to suffer a losing streak, he was not afraid of anyone in the pistol round. On the other side, Magisk in A1 had his vision blocked by the smoke bomb, but when he heard the sound of the bandits running towards the connection, he quickly communicated with his 3 teammates in Area B. They connected. Needless to say, as the strongest team in CSGO, when they arranged this formation, they already had a plan in mind on what to do if the opponent connected. Device immediately turned around and stood in front of the church to block the police. As for GLA1VE and XYP9X, they chose to push forward on the Banana Road, intending to control the middle road. Once their plan is achieved, the police base, the middle lane, A1, and the big pit will be in their hands. The Dignitas players will be trapped in the connection and must obtain Team A's consent if they want to go anywhere. Team A is very strong, as they were able to judge the situation and implement targeted tactics in such a short period of time. But Han has naturally made progress after several months of training in the competition. This is also the reason why he wanted to keep Get_right in the middle lane. He also realized the importance of map control. It is more critical not to give Team A more map control and make Team A confused about where they should play. However, he still underestimated Team A's determination to fight for control of the middle lane and actually let 2 people be pulled out from Banana Road together. It was already difficult for Get_right, who had no armor, to deal with 1, let alone 2 at the same time. He was hit by 2 attacks and had almost no resistance, so he was killed in the middle lane. In the first confrontation, Team A's tactics had been achieved unknowingly. At this point, Han had no choice but to attack Area A as planned before the duo in the middle lane of Team A returned. At this moment, something Han didn't expect happened. A smoke bomb suddenly exploded and blocked the door of the study, cutting off their route to attack Area A. Seeing the defensive smoke that blocked their attack on Area, Han found that even though he had overestimated Team A before the game, when he actually played against Team A, he was still surprised by their terrifying strength. This team was different from any top-tier team they had faced before. Their tactics were so meticulous that it was frightening. If we say that Dignitas' advanced tactics all rely on Han Yi's command of everyone, he constantly uses various unimaginative methods that no one has thought of to play some fantastic things and use a wave of methods to end the opponent. Team A's advanced tactics come from the close cooperation of the 5 players. Everyone can perform their duties and maximize their position. Han looked at the smoke bomb and without hesitation, he led everyone through the archway and rushed towards Area B. At this time, the device at the church door had returned to the church. He took a position here and chose to go straight to the police house from inside the church. The place where he is located is a very common spot in the game. The main purpose is to observe whether there will be any enemies coming from the police house. If there are enemies coming from the police house, he can hide deep in the church as soon as possible. Under normal circumstances, there is no problem with device's position selection. Even if Simple and ZYWU come, they may not be able to kill him at this point. But unfortunately, his opponent was Han from the first game. Han took a quick step forward, and Device fired a shot according to the procedure, but the shot failed to kill Han instantly. He then wanted to retreat deeper into the church. But how could Han give him the chance to run back? Han Yi's original aiming site was not at the church, but at Area B. After being shot inexplicably, he noticed the device inside the church. So with the help of the director, the entire audience saw this shocking shot. Han quickly moved the mouse and completed an almost 90-degree pull of the gun, pulling the crosshairs from Area B to the inside of the church and aiming it right at the device that was about to escape. With a gunshot, the P250 bullet drew a straight line in the air killing Device instantly. Looking at his fallen figure, Device opened his mouth wide. He finally understood why the outside world was praising Han Yi's strength in the pistol game. The Device just clicked on Han Yi, and he saw Han Yi's character model turning towards him at a terrifying speed, and at the same time he could fire a shot, killing him instantly. He is often praised by the community as the limit of humanity, but the scene just now was seen by Device, and he had a feeling that, judging from that shot just now, Han Yi was far more like the limit of humanity than him. After being killed in seconds, helplessness filled his heart and finally turned into an unwilling sigh. Alas, they are all at the police's house. In fact, he didn't need to say much. After the smoke of a one's attack dissipated, a one's demon man didn't see anyone in the connection, and Team A realized that Dignitas had already left the police home. Otherwise, Device would not have changed position. When he said this, he was actually venting his emotions of being killed instantly. The two sides faced a 4-on-4 situation. The problem Dignitas faced now was how to avoid being pinched by Team A. Hani thought about it and gave the task of planting the bomb to two veterans, F-Zero Rest and Freeberg, and asked them to go to the church and plant a bomb in the police house. As for Halzerk, he stayed and helped him defend the police station and blocked Dupree and Magus from returning to defend Area A. Hearing Han Yi's assignment, Halzerk swallowed nervously. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. At this time, Dupree and Magus are not the combination of the old breakthrough player and a magic grandfather. Instead, they are the serious youth versions of Dupree and Magic Boy, one of whom just made it to the top 16 as a breakthrough player, and the other made it to the top 5 as a rifler. Now that Halzerk has been caught by Han, eager to stop these two people, it would be a lie to say that he has no psychological pressure. Even Han, he was in the same situation, but he knew that he had to hold on. Otherwise, under the attack for Banana Road and the police house, they would not be able to defend Area B due to the lack of props. Soon, the footsteps of Dupree and Magus were heard in the study one after another. Their formation was not a breakthrough formation, but the fastest support formation, so Magus walked in front. He saw the two Dignitas players who were intercepted at the police house at a glance. Magus took the lead and shot at the Halzerk, who was standing straight. Halzerk also pressed the left button of the mouse, but his reaction was a little slower than Magus, resulting in the bullet not being fired, and he was killed instantly by Magus. But Han E behind Halzerk did not show any mercy. While Magus was about to kill Halzerk, he fired another shot and took Magus away. But at the moment Magus fell, another shadow appeared behind him. Dupree, who had been prepared for a long time, looked at Han E standing in the police house, pressed the left button of the mouse, and a bullet shot straight at Han E. On the other side, Han E had just killed the Demon Man and had a ceasefire gesture in his hand, so when faced with the newly pulled out Dupree, he had no time to react and was shot dead. Because the Demon Man was already dead and Han E was unable to fire his gun to engage in a gunfight with Dupree, the second aiming was not triggered, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. The police family was successfully defeated by Magus and Dupree. On the other side, after the two old men Freeberg and F-Zero Rest planted the bomb, they were unable to win against the 2-on-2 attack of GLA 1VE and XYP9X. At this time, XYP9X had just won the top 14 last year and was also known as the endgame master. GLA 1VE only needed to do a 1-for-1 exchange, and the rest of the one-on-one endgame could be left to XYP9X. The result was as expected. XYP9X lived up to expectations and successfully defeated F-Zero Rest in a one-on-one endgame after GLA 1VE replaced Freeberg. As the bomb was defused, Han he looked at the score of 0-1. It was the first time he lost so badly in a pistol round. He couldn't even break Team A's default. It can be said that he was suppressed by Team A from beginning to end. The route he took might even have been preset by Team A. However, he had anticipated this scene. Team A now had a 4-top lineup, full of star players. In the pistol round, he killed 2 and only 2 were left. Apart from him, F-Zero Rest was the only one who killed 1. Simply put, the team was too weak. According to the normal timeline, if Han E had not joined, Dignitas would have been a second-tier team ranked at the bottom of the 30s or 40s, and it was only a few months before Get_Right was fired by the management. Han Yi's joining changed the timeline and successfully led Dignitas to become a first-tier team, which is already a remarkable achievement. With his personal abilities so far, he can only do this much. Team A is still too strong for them at this stage. It is like a mountain blocking their way forward, making them feel a little desperate. At the beginning of the second round, Dignitas had a lot of money because they had just placed a bomb, so Han E chose to force rush B. But XYP9X and GLA1V showed a tacit cooperation and replaced 3 people from Dignitas. After the 3-person team in Area A returned to defense, the only remaining High and Halzerk took advantage of the terrain advantage and played a 2-for-2 exchange, but finally lost. In the third round, Dignitas, with no economy, had no choice but to choose Eco. The result was pretty good. The old men burned out once, and they killed 2 of them with a few P250s. Then came another round of spear attacks. Han E chose the more conservative default, and then he heard GLA1V's unconventional move. He successfully used a small trick to ambush Team A, which saved the situation somewhat. But then, in the fourth round, GLA1V, who had suffered a loss last time, still used the default tactics and refused to make changes easily, forcing Han E to accept Team A's default. But the default is not so easy to crack, especially the default of Team A. As expected, when Han E attacked Area, even though there were only 2 people in Area A of Team A, Magisk and Dupree still completed a 2-for-3 exchange. As a result, when Dignitas entered the point, they were once again left with only 2 people facing 3 people's defense. This time the only ones left were the combination of Get_Right and Halzerk. The 2 of them faced 3 people from Team A, and they were eliminated by Team A just by replacing one of them. The score kept going back and forth, and finally got bigger and bigger. When Dignitas became CT, the situation got better, but only better. Facing Team A's heavy bombardment, Han E used many methods, but still couldn't stop Team A's prop attack. The final score between the 2 sides was 16-7. Dignitas suffered their first defeat at a major. This defeat does not mean that Dignitas was eliminated. They just fell into the loser group. As long as they win 3 games, they can still qualify. Han E also accepted all of this very calmly. He realized the gap between his team and the top teams. Their entire team's rating was negative, including Han E, who had the worst record of this major, April 16th, 20, with a rating of negative 0.89, which was already the best record of their entire team. The main reason for this is that the old men's condition was getting worse and worse, causing Han Yi's encouragement to be ineffective, forming a vicious circle, making the old men unable to withstand the guns and missing people everywhere. This eventually affected Han Yi's condition, causing his gun to become unstable. But he certainly couldn't bring himself to blame the old men. Han E has nothing but respect for veterans, as can be seen from his proactive handshakes with Kerrigan, Apex, GLA1VE, and others. After a friendly handshake with the 5 members of Team A, the Dignitas team packed up their peripherals and got on the car back to the hotel. Han Yi's phone kept ringing along the way. His mother, Chu Hao, and even friends he met during his professional career, such as ZYW and Rops, were all comforting him in their own way, hoping that he would be in better shape for the next game. Han Yi responded to all of these, saying that he was not as fragile as they thought, and that it was not the first time he lost a game. He also asked ZYW and Rops to train well so that they could avenge him. Moreover, this was the second time Han Yi encountered such a ruthless opponent since he was beaten by FNC right after his debut. He was even beaten down to a rating starting at 0.8. This also made him silently remember Team A in his heart. We had a long way to go. After returning to the hotel, Han Yi called the old men together for a post-war meeting to review the reasons for their failure. Afterwards, everyone sat in front of the computer and watched the games of other teams. The first day of competition was over quickly, and Dignitas also knew their opponent tomorrow, NIP. Han, he had no impression of this NIP team. In his memory, the other team didn't seem to have any particularly strong players. I have been playing Swedish CS for the past 20 years, but I haven't been able to achieve any results for a long time, and my strength has always been hovering below the first-tier level. He took a look at the opponent's starting lineup and became more convinced of this impression. Among the 5 players, only REZ was barely famous, but he was not at all like the star player that everyone traditionally thought of. In addition to REZ, there is also the player Lekr Zero, who once won the IEM Katowice Championship. As for the other 3, their IDs were so unfamiliar to Han that they were Twist, Knock, and Plopsky. After thinking about the deeds of the 3 people, he didn't have much impression. Finally, he turned his gaze to F0 Rest and Get In For I wanted to ask them what they thought. The 2 old men looked at each other and waved their hands at Han, indicating that they didn't know. When they were at NIP, except for REZ who arrived earlier and had a good relationship with the 2 veterans, the others either had just arrived recently or had not yet arrived, so they were completely unfamiliar with them. Regarding NIP's tactics, the 2 old men thought about it and simply summarized a set of tactics that NIP often used. But Han took a quick look at this thing and found that it was not of much help to him. The opponent's tactics were completely transparent to him and could not help him at all. The level of tactical advancement is just like that of an average first-tier team, which is not very interesting. If Team A's tactical book could be brought over, Han, you would be interested in reading it. After searching the old man's memory without any results, Han, he simply watched NIP's recent games to study their habits. Now that he was in the Legends group, especially at 0-1, he couldn't afford to be careless. Even if he felt that the other party had little strength, Han, he had to be careful to avoid any setbacks. After watching the game video, Han, he was completely relieved. This NIP team really did not pose any threat to them. The only thing worth mentioning about the opponent is his marksmanship, but his overall marksmanship is only at the top of the second tier and the bottom of the first tier. To put more intuitively, the strength of this NIP team is probably about the same as that of the Dignitas team with encouragement turned on. After completing the analysis, Han stretched and glanced at the time on his computer. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He opened the game status of each team again, wanting to take a look at who the opponents of each team were. He saw at a glance that the 2 teams with red labels collided with each other. This was probably the most exciting game in tomorrow's competition. FaZe versus Astralis. In the Legends group, FaZe points are in the middle, while Astralis' points are in the upper reaches. As many teams with low points have fallen into the loser group, it is not surprising that these 2 teams can meet. Han has played against both teams before, the former in the BLSD group stage and the latter just now. Therefore, Han still has a clear judgment on the strength of the 2 teams. It cannot be said that this FaZe has no possibility of defeating Astralis, but it seems unlikely to defeat Astralis with this FaZe. Then Han began his daily shooting practice. After the practice, it was already 11 o'clock. He turned off the computer and lay on the bed to rest. At this moment, his mobile phone suddenly received a message. When he clicked it, he saw that it was from Nico. The message was brief, but full of confidence. Nico, just wait, I will avenge you, da. Hi, line. Hi. I must watch your game tomorrow. Han naturally would not be weaker than Nico and gave him full encouragement. Soon it was the afternoon of the next day. Today, Dignita's competition venue was the secondary stage, and because they were in the loser group, the competition started relatively late. Han sat in the lounge with the old men and watched the game between FaZe and Astralis. The feeling of watching your friends compete on it is completely different from watching normal games. It has a sense of novelty. Of course, Han Yi's watching of the game did not help FaZe defeat Team A, and the 2 sides ended up with a score of 16-9. Han Yi, who watched the whole process, couldn't help but sigh that FaZe's shooting skills were still very strong, no worse than Team A. It was just that Nico's brain was not very good, and he was often played around by GLA-1VE. Sometimes his attacks were constipated, and he often suffocated himself to death. After FaZe's game was over, Han took a short nap, and then received a notice from the referee asking them to prepare for the game. The entire process was the same as before, with Dignitas and Nip appearing one after another. After the captains of both teams made their band picks, the final map was determined to be Purgatory Town. Apparently, Nip and his team watched Team A's match against Dignitas yesterday, and they felt they could also beat Dignitas on this map. But just 40 minutes later, he took off his headphones and smiled at the 16-to-6 ratio on the computer screen. With their strength, there was no surprise or thrill in defeating Nip. Everything went smoothly. The opponent had shooting skills, but not much. After he made a breakthrough in the pistol round. He won the game naturally. After that, it was a fight between long guns and short guns. With the encouragement, the old men's condition gradually improved, and they completed the one-click sweep of Nip. In fact, it was mainly Nip's bad luck. Among the 16 teams in the Legend group, Dignitas' strength was not the worst. The reason they fell into the loser group was mainly because their points were too low. If they had met Team A, Dignitas might not have lost if it had been any other team. Just like that, the next day's game came and went quickly. After shaking hands with Nip and the others, the Dignitas team returned to the hotel again. 2 hours later, all the games for the day were over. He watched the results of the competition first and checked their next round opponents. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that they had once again encountered the FaZe led by Nico. This is the second time that FaZe and Dignitas have faced off. The last time was in the Blast group stage. In the group stage, Dignitas failed to beat FaZe and was easily defeated by the opponent. In the end, they successfully advanced to the Blast Spring Finals by defeating Liquid. Meeting this galactic battleship in the 1-to-1 round of the Legend group was not good news for E. In the last match against FaZe, he had already realized that his style was more effective against a smart team like Muz. But for someone like Nico, it actually restrains him a bit, especially during the fight. This feeling is even more obvious. Sometimes, when Hani looked at Nico, a question or two would pop up in his mind. Does this person in front of him really have a brain? At this time, Hanyi's phone rang again. 2 people sent him messages. One was Nico, whom he had just criticized, and the other was ZYW. The content of the 2 messages was different, so he clicked on Nico's column first. Nico, I haven't played against them. Team A is still too strong. Nico, but beating you tomorrow will still be easy. I'm so sorry, I have to send you to 1-to-2. He didn't care about Nico's barking, but was seriously thinking about their possibility of defeating FaZe. After this period of improvement, he is no longer the Wu Xiaomon of the past. I have to say that Nico's style does restrain him somewhat, but it also proves that Nico himself really doesn't have much brains. So can E seize this feature, choose some maps that require more thinking, and take advantage of Nico's weakness to defeat FaZe? Then he looked at the current map pool. There was no doubt that there were 2 maps that required brain command, namely Death Amusement Park and Nuke. And Dignitas' strength in these 2 maps is not bad. Since there are 2, everything will be easy. Under Yi's deliberate control, the probability of winning these 2 maps can be said to be infinitely close to 100%. After all, FaZe only has 3 ban slots. In a BO1 situation, he doesn't think FaZe will play Dust 2 and Midgard against Dignitas, so FaZe will definitely ban these 2 maps. This has already consumed 2 of its ban slots. For the remaining ban slot, FaZe usually gives it to the building, but considering that Dignitas does not attack the building either, FaZe may release it. But it doesn't matter. After all, if you want to ban all of Nuke and Death Park, you need 2 ban slots, but there's only 1 left for FaZe, so it is obviously impossible to ban them all. Thinking of this, he became more confident. He typed a line of words on the screen of his mobile phone and replied confidently. Hi, are you so eager to go to 1-to-2? Hi, don't cry when the time comes. Let me comfort you. After responding to Nico, he opened Zywu's chat window again. But when he clicked in, he found that this was not a chat interface with ZYW, but a group. There were currently 3 people in this group, namely ZYW, Hai, and Nico. Zywu's words were brief, but revealed a sense of confidence. ZYW, just wait, I'll avenge you. Looking at these slightly familiar words, for some reason, a line suddenly popped up in Han Yi's mind. There was no time to feel sad for Nico, as the next to arrive on the battlefield was ZYW. However, he quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. As a friend, he certainly hoped that ZYW could defeat Team A and help him and Nico get revenge. He thought about it and replied in the group. Hi, Line. Hi. I must watch your game tomorrow. After dealing with Nico and Zywa's matters, Han lay down on the bed, preparing to recharge his energy for tomorrow's game. The next morning, Han gathered the old men together to discuss the details of the upcoming battle against FaZe, which was considered a combat meeting. They made a simple analysis of FaZe and found that the shooting skills of the 5 opponents were among the best among the first-line teams, but they did have internal and external troubles. Brokey has just debuted, and his performance with the sniper rifle is sometimes amazing and sometimes not. Olaf and Lingshan are already old. They were indeed very strong at their peak, but now they are just at the bottom of the first-class level. As for Yu Shun, he is still in a bad state and will not train if he can avoid it. After playing professionally for so many years, his game time is less than 7,000 hours. Donk, who is only 16 years old, plays games twice as much as Yu Shun. You can imagine what Yu Shun's daily state is like. He has been playing professionally for so many years, purely relying on his talent. As for the commander position, is Hai's old acquaintance Nico. At this time, Nico could be said to be at the lowest point in his career. He only ranked 11th in last year's top 20. The main reason was that he needed to be distracted when commanding, which caused Nico to no longer be able to concentrate on the gun, and his condition declined a lot. Simply put, FaZe was very strong at that time. Just showing his ID could scare many teams to death. However, this team is facing internal and external troubles. They want to compete for the championship, but the team is full of big-name players, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. This was also the reason why Kerrigan was sent away before. This team lacked a leader with enough weight who could bring everyone together. The weight of this must be so heavy that even Nico, the captain and a superstar who has won the top spot for 4 consecutive times, cannot play the leading role and lead everyone. The reason is very simple. None of the old guys in FaZe has not been top, and none of them has not been in the top 5 in the world. They all have their own pride in their bones. They will follow orders and general tactics, but not in some details. It has to be said here that the situations of FaZe and Dignitas are somewhat different. Although the 3 veterans of Dignitas are also veterans, have been the top 5 in the world, and have won major championships, the veterans of Dignitas are well aware that their strength has seriously declined, and are willing to play supporting roles for the newcomer Hani. But the veterans of FaZe are all in their prime. Who would want to be the star and steal the show, allowing them to be supporting roles for others? They probably just think there's nothing wrong with your brain, right? Why don't you take a look at my ID before you say these things to me? This problem has always plagued FaZe. It has never been improved since its establishment. Because of this, although their team is full of big names, they have never won a major championship. It even sparked further discussion in the community. If the players in the 5 strongest positions in the game CSGO were brought together, could they win the major championship? Judging from FaZe's original example, this is obviously not possible. On the contrary, a team like Team A, where everyone's strength is evenly matched and no one holds back, can go further. After a brief analysis of FaZe's current situation, it was already afternoon, and he had gained some confidence in defeating FaZe. He then led the Dignitas team into the car and headed to the venue. This time their match was scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. After arriving at the venue, he sat on a chair and played with his mobile phone, occasionally chatting with the old men around him. He felt quite comfortable. At 3:30, everyone from FaZe arrived. This time, Nico did not look for Hani. After all, they would be rivals next. If he wanted to talk to Hani now, it would be bad if someone saw him and caused unnecessary trouble. Both sides waited like this until 6 o'clock in the evening. He was even a little tired of waiting before it was finally their turn. The reason was naturally asked. 2 teams played 2 overtimes, which caused their games to be delayed continuously and started an hour late. This also made Han sigh that delaying the game is also a part of CS, and both spectators and players have to experience it. Led by the staff, FaZe and Dignitas came to the backstage passage and waited for the host call. This match is one of the more popular matches today. FaZe itself is very popular, and Dignitas left a deep impression on everyone in the challenger group. Especially when playing against Moose, many viewers became interested in Han, the darkest commander, and came to watch his game. Although Han was beaten up by Team A yesterday, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the audience at all. At this time, in 6657's live broadcast room, the person playing the machine looked at the 20,000 VIPs, silently turned on a setting that only those at level 20 and with a fan card could speak, and then began his own commentary. Today, FaZe plays against Dignitas. The two teams have played against each other before, and Dignitas lost to FaZe. But I feel that, judging by their performance in the challengers group of this major, Dignitas is not weak and has a chance to beat FaZe. I feel like the map we played today will determine which of the two teams will have the last laugh. Both teams are not attacking the building. Let's see if anyone bans the building. FaZe took the initiative and disabled Dust 2. Didn't the building get banned? Then let's see if Dignitas will ban the building. FaZe was so stubborn that they chose not to ban the building, and their hard-nosed performance really surprised Hani. After thinking about it, he also gave up the idea of disabling the building first, and instead disabled the train, which had performed well in the eyes of outsiders. Han did this for two main reasons. The first is that FaZe is not Moose, and he does not have that much information to obtain on the train map. Excluding this point, their train map is not as strong as it appears from the outside. The second point is that according to their normal ban pick order, the train map will also be banned, so Han proactively banned it first, which did not have much impact on the subsequent ban pick. In case FaZe really doesn't ban the building, he can still ban the building, so he has made preparations for both scenarios. Next, it was Han Yi's ban turn again. He looked at the remaining maps and pondered for a moment. Since he had decided to compete with FaZe in terms of brain power, definitely couldn't move Nuke and Death Amusement Park first. After thinking for a moment, Han put his hand on his chin with an expressionless face and disabled the map of Purgatory Town. There is still Nuke, Death Park, Building, and Me Trash left. Han once again gave Nico the choice of whether to ban the building. Nico was obviously very surprised that Han banned Purgatory Town and the train. He thought Han would ban the building. Then he stared at Han trying to see some information from Han Yi's face. He wanted to know whether Han really had something on the map of the building or was just bluffing. But after staring for a while, he saw that Han had a blank expression on his face, which made it difficult to see through him. Please disable the map. The referee's voice rang in Nico's ears. He looked up at the remaining four maps. First banned Dignitas' very strong Me Trash, then stopped what he was doing again, looked at Han and said something tentatively. How about playing a game of building? I remember you never played it when we were playing together. After hearing what Nico said, Han smiled and nodded and agreed very readily. Okay, let's just hit the building. Just don't ban it. Judging from Han Yi's performance, Nico felt that Han was bluffing. He was 60% sure that after he gave his last ban to Death Amusement Park, Han Yi's last ban would be given to the building. Afterwards, the two sides will compete in FaZe's signature map, Nuke. But when Nico put his hand on the Death Amusement Park and was about to disable it, he hesitated. He looked at Han Yi's confident smile, and an idea came to his mind. What if Han really has something on this map of the building? On such a big stage as a major, he has to be cautious in making any decision. As a commander, he knew that FaZe had no experience with the tower map and didn't even play in a ladder much. Thinking of this, Nico couldn't help but swallow his saliva, took his hand away from the map of Death Amusement Park, and finally clicked on the building, choosing to play it safe. Seeing this scene, Hani was, after all, just a teenager in his teens or 20s. It was completely unrealistic to say that he was scheming and cunning. He had already reached the limit of what he could do. Now, seeing Nico ban the building on his own initiative and fall into his trap, he couldn't help but couldn't control the corners of his mouth, which kept bending upwards. Then, Under Nico's somewhat regretful gaze, he banned FaZe's signature map Nuke and designated the map as Death Amusement Park. I thought you would really keep the building, but it turns out you don't dare to fight. Han, he was not so polite to Nico, and there was a hint of teasing in his tone as if he was talking to a good friend. Hearing this, Nico was not angry, but just scratched the back of his head, feeling a little helpless. I was fooled by you. I thought you really had something. Maybe there will be one next time. You can try it. Han smiled and threw another smoke bomb. Nico shook his head. He just felt that Han, he was full of bad intentions. This time he didn't believe anything he said. Afterwards, the two separated and returned to their respective teams. The match between FaZe and Dignitas officially begins. After the fight, Dignitas started as the defender. Pistol round. Han sensed Nico's thoughts and then showed a somewhat surprised expression, because Nico actually wanted to use a complicated tactic. We'll seize the middle section of the restroom in a moment. Brokey and Olafmeister, you two light up your cigarettes. When the 40-second countdown starts, throw them in and seal off the bank and the trash can. Then, depending on the situation, we'll attack Area A. If we can get in, we'll charge. If not, we'll wait. As for Coldzera, you touch Area B when we attack. If you get in, everyone in Area A will move to B immediately. The rotation points on this map are very fast. We have enough time. Before the official attack, let's see if we can trick the CTs into giving us some defensive items to facilitate our subsequent attack. Then keep an eye on High. Don't miss him. You've seen how good he is in his pistol rounds. After Nico finished arranging the tactics, a hint of surprise flashed across Han Yi's face. It seemed that Nico's command ability had indeed improved a lot during this period of time, and he could actually arrange such a decent-looking tactic. However, it only looks decent. If you think about it carefully, you can feel many loopholes. If you can't get in, just wait. Then who decides whether you can get in? Instructions like this can easily cause constipation in the team. I think this is why the current FaZe offense always makes people feel constipated. Nico was a good rifleman, but he wasn't a good commander. This is also Han Yi's consistent view. He suddenly thought of a very classic saying to describe the current Nico. A cook stopped reading recipes and started reading military tactics. Han thought for a moment and issued a corresponding tactic. This round were 3 A2B. Get underscore right, and F0 rest, stay in B. Be careful of the opponent's single attack. Even if the opponent attacks, say, as long as I don't call you back, you don't have to move. As for Freeberg and Halzerk, you guys go control. Place it near the middle of the restroom. I'll guard it, and you just keep an eye on A. If the opponent attacks, one of you goes around the restroom, and the other comes back to help me. Clear. The simple layout is completed. The round countdown ends, and both players disperse. During this period, the FaZe team rushed out of the bandits' entrance as planned, came all the way to the middle road, and occupied the middle section of the toilet. Halzerk and Freeberg heard the footsteps in the middle and did not rush to contact FaZe. Instead, they completed a double frame at the corner of A, holding A up from above and below. The two remembered the task Han gave them, which was to protect Area A at all costs, and only after FaZe started attacking Area A would they have the chance to show their skills. As for Han he was standing in an extremely rampant position at the very front of Area and right in the middle, with no cover around him. Normal professional players would never choose this position, but Han is not a normal professional player. He is very clear about FaZe attack timing. FaZe will not throw flash before the official attack is launched. As long as he doesn't get dodged, he will be invincible until his hot streak wears off. After all, with Han Yi's current reaction, unless he is distracted, no professional player can kill Han by both pulling and making Han unable to fire. And what about the situation where Han fired a gun? That's all over. On the other side, the FaZe team was still gloating over the smooth progress of all their plans, as if victory in the pistol round was just around the corner. But as the commander of FaZe, Nico frowned, and the reason he frowned was because everything was going too smoothly. Nico has been playing with Han for quite some time, and he has long been aware of how formidable Han is. He also admits that he is indeed not as good as Han in command ability, which leads to a problem. That means Nico is not stupid. When he can tell who is the better commander, his tactics can still be implemented so smoothly. There must be a problem. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. With Han Yi's command ability, it is impossible for him to achieve his tactical goals so easily. Thinking of this, Nico was obviously hesitant. Should he go and attack B? However, he quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. He had just been fooled once because of his suspicion, and there was no way he would be fooled again this time. What if Han Yi is really unwise and unresourceful, and set up a heavy B, allowing himself to take advantage of the loophole? While Nico was struggling, time was passing by little, Brokey reminded him. The countdown is almost 40 seconds. Do you want to explode the bomb? After hearing Brokey's reminder, Nico finally noticed the time. He no longer hesitated and gave the order to attack Area A. Explosive bomb, Coldzera, touch it depending on the situation. As two smoke bombs shot up into the sky, Han Yi quickly gave up his arrogant position and returned to the front of the car, which he was most familiar with. At the same time, he communicated with the other 4 people. They're going to attack A, B, don't move. A, you guys come back and one of you helps me, and the other one will cover us. After listening to Han Yi's command, Freeberg and Halzerk looked at each other and confirmed the direction of the other's movement. Then Halzerk turned around quietly and began to participate in the defense, while Freeberg went to the toilet alone to prepare to go around. During this process, Phase 2 offensive smokes had blocked the bank and the trash can, and all the preparations were in place. As a flash bomb was thrown from the middle of the toilet, Rain took the lead and followed by Nico. As for Brokey and Olafmeister, they stayed at the back to facilitate subsequent explosive bomb support. Han Yi successfully dodged the flash bomb, then stood near the front of the car, listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer and aiming with a focused expression. The next second, a bandit quickly emerged from the steps in front of Area A. Han Yi fired a shot. The bandit obviously did not expect Han Yi's reaction to be so quick. Even though he had aimed at Han Yi's position when he came out, he still could not fire. There was a rather harsh sound of a headshot, and Rain fell to the ground instantly. After Rain died, Han Yi did not stop his actions. He fired 2 more shots at the place where Rain fell. He just heard clearly that the footsteps were definitely from more than one person, but 2, so he fired those 2 shots to prevent Nico from rushing up behind him and shooting him again. But when Nico saw Rain dead, he remembered his previous instruction: if you can't get in, wait a while. When he should have gone forward to finish off the shot, he hesitated, not knowing whether he should do so or not. The opportunity was fleeting. Even if Nico hesitated for only a second, he had already missed the best time to shoot again. When he figured out and tried to pull out his shoot again, he only saw half of Han Yi's body hiding behind the front of the car. Nico's reaction and pre-aiming were already at the limit, but he only shot Han Yi in the body, reducing his health to about 80, but failed to kill him, allowing Han Yi to successfully escape behind the front of the car. In desperation, Nico could only hold the front of the car to see if Han Yi would pull it out on his own initiative. But how could Han Yi make such a mistake? Seeing that Halzerk had already walked out of university, he asked him to build steps on the side of a university. As for himself, he just hid behind the front of the car. Only when Halzerk fought with the enemy on the stairs would he consider coming out to fight a cross-attack. In this way, when Han Yi did not pull back, Nico did not dare to move forward rashly. This led to the most common scenario for most FaZe fans during this period, and the offense began to become constipated again. Coldzera in Area B found that his teammates in Area A had stalled an attack. After thinking for a moment, he began to move along the long tube towards Area B. However, just as he walked out of the long tube, he saw 2 strong men, one on his left and one on his right, who had been waiting for a long time. Coldzera fired the first shot, and a precise bullet hit Ginnerskorite's head, but he didn't have the chance to fire a second shot. Ginnerskorite, an F0 rest, quickly shot and killed him. Once the B area fulcrum died, FaZe's situation became even more difficult. At this time, Freeberg had quietly circled behind the FaZe people. Following Han Yi's instructions, he stood behind them to prevent the FaZe people from escaping. The FaZe team is now like a trapped beast, locked in the middle of the toilet by Dignitas. Seeing this scene, Wanjua recalled the match between Team A and Dignitas a few days ago, which made him open his mouth wide in disbelief. Why does this scene feel like when Team A surrounded Dignitas? Back then, Dignitas was locked in the connection and couldn't move. Isn't FaZe the same now? Freeberg really doesn't plan to move. FaZe hasn't realized yet. They can't leave. Nico is about to retreat in the front. Apparently, FaZe wants to reorganize the formation. Let's do it. Brokey at the back got robbed first. He didn't even realize Freeberg was behind him. High is chasing him from the front too. Can Nico hold on? He made a preemptive move, as if he was certain that Nico was here. Nico is down too. He can't beat High at all. It's really unbelievable. What kind of commanding talent is this? I've been commentating for 4 years, and I've never seen anyone with such terrifying talent. You know, High only played 1 game against Team A, and he was able to achieve this level. If he played a few more games, would he be able to imitate the style and tactics of the entire Team A? After Nico and Brokey fell, the only remaining Olafmeister was attacked from the front and back by High and Freeberg and was killed in the middle of the toilet. Han E breathed a sigh of relief after winning the pistol round. While feeling happy, he also sighed that Nico was indeed very strong. As expected, he failed to beat Nico during his active pursuit, but this triggered the second aiming. This is why we see the scene where the player who plays the machine shoots Nico to death in an instant. As for what the machine said about learning Team A's map control, if Hani knew this, he could only say that the machine guessed half right. The match against Team A did give him some inspiration, but it is not correct to say that he learned how to control the map from Team A. First, the Dignitas players do not have as strong individual abilities as Team A to cover their own positions. Second, Han E himself couldn't make as detailed assumptions as GLA 1v, so he just took advantage of the information gap of mind reading and played a map control tactic similar to Team A's, but he didn't really learn Team A's map control. Of course, the above is just the real situation, but when applied in competitions or to people who are not aware of the situation, there is absolutely no difference between the two and the effect is the same. This is also the terrifying part of Han E. As long as he figures out the key, whether it's Team A's map control or Team X's dynamic defense, he can use the information gap brought by his mind reading to use it. The tactical confrontation just now was not only noticed by the machine players, but also by some spectators who often watch the game. This Dignitas pistol round really looked like Team A. I don't think he'll really learn it. FaZe's old problem has come back. He doesn't want to fight or enter. The main reason was that Han Yi's single shot to kill Rain God was quite scary, interrupting FaZe's offensive rhythm. It's normal to lose in the pistol round. Let's look at the rifle round. This map is quite demanding on the leaderboard, so Nico shouldn't have picked it. If this map is banned, what are you going to do against Dignitas? Is it because mid is rubbish? Or Dust 2? Are you complaining that FaZe isn't dying fast enough? While the audience was discussing, Nico issued an eco command, letting the FaZe members play by themselves. He took this time to think about the tactics for the next round. Knowing that the opponent was in an eco situation, Hani was not polite and asked everyone to use MP9 to move closer, waiting for the FaZe players to come to him. Of course, after killing people, Han E did not forget to encourage the old men, so that they could get better and achieve a virtuous cycle in utilization of buff. There are naturally no accidents when fighting with a submachine gun against a pistol. Except for Freeberg, who was accidentally replaced by Nico with a pistol, Dignitas won the rest of the gun battles without any danger. Then came the third round, and FaZe finally had enough money to start shooting. But Nico unexpectedly did not start the fight, but asked everyone to do a half start. His idea was very simple. If they could turn the tables in this half start, they would win. If they could not turn the tables, they could start 2 rounds in a row, and in one of them, they could even use the full complement of projectiles. Afterwards, Nico explained the tactics he had just thought of exactly as they were. Let's explode the bomb first, pretend to attack B, and send Rain in to break through. Rain, your task is very simple, after you go in. Kill if you can. If not, just don't die. As for Brokey and Coldzera, you two should start by attacking the middle lane. Don't go too deep. Just control the area around the sewers. Once our feint attack on Area B is over, everyone will go through the sewers and attack Area A. Then the four of us will fight in a wave. We must charge in. We hesitated too much last time. This time, we must not hesitate. Even if there are many people in Area, we must charge in. FaZe and the others looked at each other, then nodded, agreeing with Nico's tactic. He had already figured out FaZe's tactics for this round when Nico was thinking about it in the previous round, so he was also planning his own tactics in the same round. The tactics he arranged in this round were very simple. He pushed forward to the construction site and left Halzerk alone to defend Area A. FaZe used pistols in this round. Some were Desert Eagles and some were Tech 9s. Although the price of submachine guns is more expensive than Desert Eagles, they do not have an advantage in long-range confrontations. However, in close-range confrontations, the advantages of submachine guns are infinite, which is why he wants to push forward. After the tactics were discussed, the round officially began. He turned around and jumped from the trash can, came to the second floor of B, then walked straight all the way and jumped from the second floor of B, and came underwater. After that, he stood there motionless, holding a flash grenade in his hand, constantly measuring something up and down with the crosshairs, then stopped at an angle and nodded with satisfaction. As for the other three people in Area B, Get_right gave them a long tube cigarette, and then came to guard behind the cigarette. Freeberg and F0 Rest rushed out of the construction site, one in front and one behind, holding submachine guns, while FaZe was also quickly passing through the short pipe. The people playing the machines in front of the screen stare at the screen intently, looking forward to the battle that would take place soon. As Nico and Rain rushed out of the short pipe, the two teams were about to meet. At this moment, the sound of a flash bomb rang out above the construction site. The battle that the players had imagined did not happen. Rain and Nico covered their eyes and began to retreat as the flash bomb exploded. Because the director's camera was on Nico, the player was stunned at first when he saw the all-white screen, but he immediately analyzed the reason based on the Dignitas positions he had observed previously. This flash was given by High. He completely blinded Nico and Rain. They're both in danger now. F0 Rest and Freeberg are already approaching. Can Olafmeister, who's on a long tube, save them? It's too late. They both covered their eyes. They can't run away. With the commentary of the player playing the game, F0 Rest and Freeberg caught up with the two people in the short pipe, one in front and one behind. Countless bullets were fired at Nico and Rain at once. They had no power to fight back and were killed in an instant. Olafmeister, who was originally watching the long pipe, heard from the team voice that Nico and Rain were being bullied. He immediately began to retreat, intending to move to the short pipe to cover the two of them. But just as he turned his head and tried to help the two people in the short tube, Get_right in a long tube suddenly rushed out. Olafmeister reacted quickly, turned around, and shot Get_right. The Tech 9 bullet hit Get_right, but the hasty shot failed to kill him instantly. The dog-headed man came to his senses and quickly pressed the left button of the mouse, fired a volley of bullets, and killed Olafmeister. It happened in just 5 seconds. It was only 20 seconds until the game started. FaZe's early game was completely destroyed by High's counter-clear, and they didn't even have time to execute their subsequent plans. Brokey and Coldzera in Area A were completely dumbfounded when their teammates in Area B were suddenly wiped out. Where's the feint attack they had promised? How come you guys were wiped out? Now the two of them were standing near the sewer entrance, with only confusion on their faces. Their intuition told them to act quickly, but they really couldn't think of what else they could do. After all, the bomb was not with them, but with the three people who died in Area B. As a professional team, FaZe strictly adheres to the rule that the bag should be carried on the side with more people. Unexpectedly, this actually limited the performance of the two, preventing them from directly attacking Area A and laying down bombs. After discussing for a while, the two decided to go along the sewer to Area B to see if they could pick up a bomb pack and make a long-term plan. But as soon as the two opened the sewer door, Dignita's MP9 was stuffed into their mouths. As the two fell, the score between the two sides officially reached 3 o'clock. In the fourth round, FaZe finally had all its guns and bullets, while Dignita's still had all its MP9s. It can be said that from the perspective of firearms, Dignita's is already at a great disadvantage. Nico was obviously aware of Dignita's situation. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. He planned to rely on the advantage of guns to launch a pure muscle CS. Play a three-way attack of a big, toilet, and a small, use long-range engagements to directly defeat Dignita's defense in one fell swoop. As for Coldzera, Nico still let him go to the B area alone. Hani responded calmly to Nico's tactics. He first asked Get_Right to go to the B area to defend Coldzera alone. Then let the remaining 3 people follow him to set up a police station in area, waiting for the FaZe people to come to them. The turtle shell tactic is one of Han Yi's signature tactics for playing this map. Under his arrangement, several Dignita's players scattered and stood at 4 locations: the police house, the bank, the trash can, and the front of the car. Wherever there was a place in Baodian A where someone could hide, Han Yi would arrange for someone to hide there. FaZe obviously didn't know this, but this time their determination to attack was unusually resolute. Everyone tried to shoot from a distance, communicating with each other throughout the process, and some even dodged with their backs, turned to prevent a repeat of the previous mistakes. With all Dignita's members hiding inside the A site, all map control near point A was in the hands of FaZe. As the countdown reached 40 seconds, FaZe launched an attack on Area A. 2 smoke bombs landed accurately on the bank and the trash can. Freeberg and the bank rushed out immediately and hid behind the armored car at the bank door, but it was not so easy for F0 Rest, who was behind the trash can, to get out. Because almost at the same time as he threw away the cigarette, he heard the sound of someone rushing out of the toilet. The enemy rushing out from this position cannot see the bank, but can clearly see the situation near the trash can. If F0 Rest comes out at this time, he will definitely be beaten. So he simply asked F0 Rest to hide and just assisted everyone with flash explosions from behind. As the FaZe team got closer, he took the lead and quickly used the counterflash that he had prepared long ago. Just because of the position and angle, even with perfect props, the effect of the flash bomb was not ideal. After bouncing off the front of the car, it exploded above the front of the car. Maybe this flash bomb is very useful in a casual game, but in a professional arena where everyone is a top professional player, the effect of this flash bomb is limited. Almost as soon as they heard the sound of the flash bomb rebounding, the FaZe members quickly turned around and dodged. At the same time, some FaZe team members who were behind in the middle section of the toilet immediately followed with a flash at the A bomb site to cover the FaZe team in front. This made Han Yi, who wanted to rush out, suffer a complete defeat. Helplessly, he retreated back into the front of the car. I have to say that the cooperation among the FaZe members was pretty good this time, and they finally had the feeling of being a top-tier team. But Dignita's backhand was not over yet. F0 Rest stood at the bottom of the police stairs and fired 2 flashes in a row. This time, the FaZe team's progress was finally disrupted, and they had to slow down and start looking for cover to hide. There was no gunfight between the two sides in the first round of confrontation, but both sides achieved their respective goals. FaZe consumed Dignita's props and paved the way for the next attack. Dignita's delayed FaZe offensive and barely stabilized the situation. At this time, 7 or 8 seconds had passed, and the duration of the smoke bomb was only half left. Geo's smoke bomb starts to dissipate after 15 seconds. The FaZe team did not rush to attack, but threw 2 more cigarettes to replenish the 2 cigarettes before starting the second attack. At this point, F0 Rest no longer had any flash left and could only rely on Dignita's zone trio themselves. He heard the footsteps getting closer, so he pulled out first, intending to catch the FaZe people off guard. But it's just like Brother Electronic is in the big pit and Fatball is behind the stone slab. Dignita's played so many games of Death Amusement Park that basically all the audience and players watching the game around the world knew that he was hiding in the front of the car. So how could FaZe not be on guard? Nico's crosshairs never left the front of the car from beginning to end. The moment Han Yi was pulled out, Nico clicked the left button of the mouse, and a precise bullet took Han Yi's life. Seeing Han Yi's death, the FaZe members were like chickens with their blood pumped up and started rushing towards the A-bomb site. Dignita's next line of defense was Halzerk, who was standing inside the A site. He had been hiding behind the box at the A site and never showed his head. As the FaZe group approached, he looked at Freeberg not far away and communicated. Freeberg, sell it for a bit. I'm confident I can beat two. After hearing this, Freeberg pulled out from behind the armored car without saying a word. This action made him bump into Rain, who was walking in front on FaZe's side. He reacted quickly and opened fire immediately. The bullets went straight to Rain and hit him 4 times in a short period of time. But Rain also reacted and shot Freeberg and killed him with the advantage of the gun. Just when Rain thought that this was the last person on the Dignita's bomb site, Halzerk suddenly rushed out from the box behind the bomb site and shot Rain. At such a close distance, a crisp headshot sound was heard, and Rain fell down instantly. But Halzerk failed to fulfill his promise and successfully achieved a double kill. Nico, who was behind Rain, fired another shot and killed Halzerk again, successfully breaking through Dignita's last line of defense. F-Zero Rest, who was behind the trash can, could only watch and sigh. He couldn't get out from his position at all, and he wanted to help but was powerless. Just because F-Zero Rest can't get out doesn't mean FaZe intends to let him go. As a hidden smoke suddenly exploded, F-Zero Rest was instantly turned white, and then Olafmeister rushed out of the smoke and killed F-Zero Rest. When the battle in Area A ended, the 1v1 in Area B also came to an end. Although Get_Right has the advantage of terrain, coldzera has the advantage of firearms. Knowing that there are people in Area B, coldzera slowly searches the area. Finally, they successfully discovered Get_Right's location, found him out, and killed him in the B site. As this round ended, a trace of helplessness flashed across Han Yi's face. The type of people he hated most in his life were those who used their muscles instead of their brains to play with him. However, Dignitas still has the advantage now, so Han Yi is not panicking. Then he once again sensed Nico's thoughts and found that the opponent's previous tactics were so successful that he actually wanted to launch another 3-way attack from a small, toilet, and a big. This left Han Yi speechless, and he had no choice but to think about how to crack this simple muscle CS. After all, Nico can choose not to use his brain, but that doesn't mean he can also choose not to use his brain. If he doesn't use his brain, Dignitas will be finished. After a brief thought, Han Yi came up with a tactic that he didn't know whether it would be useful. That is a double rack, but this double rack is not for one person, but for 2 people at the same time, and the positions and directions guarded by these 2 people are completely different. Han Yi arranged the first double stand behind the armored car. This position allows him to stand straight and attack with only his head exposed. He can also dodge by crouching and avoid being seen by enemies coming out from the middle. After thinking about it, Han Yi arranged Halzerk in this position. The second position is on the wall behind the trash can. It can also be double-mounted, and only one head is exposed. Here, a small and the toilet can be directly mounted without being exposed to a big. This position was reserved by Han Yi for himself. He did not suffer a losing streak in this round, but he had used the attributes given daily to improve the various values of the sniper rifle, just for today's situation. Even when he did not suffer a losing streak, he could still have a relatively good sniper rifle value to use for double sniper tactics. Of course, there's another reason. That is, the sniper rifle has low attribute values, and adding points is cheaper than the rifle, so Hani thinks it is more cost-effective to add them together. Currently, his sniper rifle has a reaction rate of 95, and his pre-aiming and positioning rates are 71 and 72 respectively, which have reached the level of a third-tier professional player. If he were really asked to be the main sniper in a team, Han Yi would definitely not be able to do it. But in this situation, Han Yi still has some confidence in using a sniper to shoot an unconventional shot. He had never seen this style of play in any team before, and Han Yi was forced into a corner, so he had to give it a try to see if it worked. According to his expectations, as long as he and Halzer can open up, then after FaZe occupies area, they will face a 5-on-3 endgame. The chances of winning this endgame are very high for Dignitas, but whether it could develop as Hani expected is still a question mark. Because of the economic accumulation in the previous few games, their economy was enough for Han to complete this strategy. But after much deliberation, Han called a tactical timeout and asked the old men about the feasibility of this tactic. After all, this tactic was his original creation, and he was not sure about it. But what Hani did not expect was that thanks to their trust in him, after he proposed this tactic, the old men agreed without hesitation. To sum it up in one sentence, you are the commander, and we are all willing to listen to you. At this point, Han no longer hesitated. He asked Halzer to use a sniper rifle, while he also used one himself. As for the other 3 old men, Get_right continued to defend area B alone and guard Lingshan. Han had only one request for Get_right. It was not for him to defeat Long Shun, but just to ensure that Long Shun did not get around to them. After hearing Han Yi's request, Get_right immediately promised to complete the task. After that, it was F0 Rest and Freeberg's turn. Both old men were holding A4S. Their task was to let Hai and Halzer step on them respectively to complete this double-frame tactic. As the countdown ended, the 4 Dignitas players immediately formed this strange formation. Watching this scene, the people playing the machine in front of the computer screen were once again amazed at Han Yi's creativity. Brothers this big, I can't defend FaZe. And then Hai did something fancy, setting up 2 double-frame Dragon Gate formations. However, these 2 positions are indeed difficult to pre-aim. Generally, no one would pre-aim at these 2 positions, and FaZe's favorite trash, can and bank cigarettes, can interfere with them. Perhaps it really has miraculous effects. The player made a few simple comments on the machine, but did not draw a conclusion about what Dignitas formation was like, whether it was good or bad. The main reason was that Dignitas formation was too weird. There was no one guarding the minefield. No one stood in front of the minefield. Instead, everyone stood at the back, putting all the fall tolerance on the 2 snipers. It can be said that in this formation, Dignitas will be in trouble if they miss one shot. If both Han and Halzer miss, Dignitas might as well just keep their guns. Whether this tactic is good or not depends entirely on the performance of these 2 sniper rifles. While the Dignitas team was waiting for FaZe to launch an offensive, the FaZe team was advancing towards Area A in an orderly manner. Just like the previous few games, they encountered no resistance from Dignitas along the way. They easily reached the middle of the toilet and lined up in a row, waiting for Nico to give the final attack order. After several previous encounters, Nico had already figured out Dignitas' defensive habits. He knew that everyone should stay at the back point, and that Dignitas would not throw any items around before they officially launched an attack. So Nico gave up the idea of a 40-second attack and instead ordered a quick battle and the use of guns to deal with the opponent. As 2 cigarettes fell on the trash, can, and the bank, FaZe's offensive attack began. But this time, unlike before, the smoke bomb from the trash can had no effect on Hani. He opened the crosshairs and waited for the person in the toilet to come out. But FaZe naturally couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Soon he saw a flash bomb flying high in the middle of A. He was calm, squatted down, and turned back to avoid the flash, then stood up again and aimed the crosshairs at the toilet. This time he got what he wanted. Rain just came out of the toilet, and he saw Han on the double rack at a glance. But there was bad news. That is, he had already aimed at him. There was a gunshot, and a bullet instantly pierced Rain, killing him at the toilet exit. After killing Rain, Han and F0 Rest quickly left their positions, not giving FaZe a chance to get back and kill them. After Han was safe, he heard another sniper shot. Then he immediately looked to the upper right corner, but only saw a kill prompt. Hai used AWP to kill Rain. What this meant was self-evident. Halzer's gun was empty, and things took the worst possible course. Olaf Meister from university looked at the bullet that passed by his shoulder and was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that Rain was killed by a sniper just now, But he didn't expect that Dignitas actually had two sniper rifles, and the second sniper rifle was waiting for him at A. Fortunately, the opponent missed. Then Olaf Meister aimed the crosshairs at the head of the CT above the armored car, and countless bullets were fired the next second. Fortunately, Halzerk dodged quickly and squatted down immediately when he saw that his shot missed, thus avoiding being killed. Afterwards, he and Freeberg hid in the smoke of the bank's attack, thus avoiding the fate of being wiped out by the bandits. However, just as Wanjizi had thought before, this formation was high risk and high reward. After Halzerk's shot missed, it could be said that Dignitas had already suffered a small setback. Now they are facing a 4-on-3 defense. Although they have the advantage in numbers, there are two sniper rifles among the 4 people returning to defend, which makes it very difficult. More importantly, at their current position, 2 people were under the police stairs, 2 were under the bank, and all of them were forced to a safe position at the back by FaZe. This created another problem, which was that if Dignitas wanted to defend, they could only attack from the trash can and the bank. But in the Death Amusement Park map, relying solely on the trash cans and bank for defense is quite difficult. Generally speaking, professional teams will return to defend from these 2 points while arranging people to go through the sewers to attack the bandits at Site A from the front and back. But the current situation is that Coldzera and Get_Right are confronting each other in Area B. It is not impossible for Get_Right to break through Coldzera and return to defense through the sewer, but there is a high probability that Get_Right will be killed by Coldzera. As a result, Han E and his team have to guard against enemies that may sneak up from Area B at any time, which makes the situation even more dangerous. So Han E thought for a moment and felt that everything depended on themselves. He thought about it and asked F0 Rest and Freeberg, 2 veterans holding rifles, to get close to the attack smoke. Then he took out the flash bomb, compared it with the sky, and finally chose 2 satisfactory positions. The first one is a little above the police stairs. Flash here and get the feedback from the perfect item to Han E, and you can white arm the enemy holding the trash can. The other is the position right above the bank entrance. However, due to the obstruction of the bank building, the effect of his flash can only hit the enemies at the bomb site and the A-shaped bank. But if the enemies are hiding in the attack smoke or near the bank exit or armored car, they will not be able to be hit. After Han E confirmed the defensive props, he began to instruct the 2 on what to do next. I'll throw 2 flashes without even having to back up. After the first flash goes off, F0 Rest will pull out of the trash can and quickly clear the area around the truck. Then Freeberg, wait a moment. After my second flash explodes, you can rush out from the bank. But be careful near the bank, as this is a position that is not susceptible to flash. Hearing Han Yi's words, the 2 veterans said, "Okay, go ahead and throw it. After all communications are completed, wait until the attack smoke clears." A flash bomb was thrown from Han Yi's hand. It drew a perfect parabola and exploded just above the trash can. The flash of light made it impossible for Brokey to dodge and instantly blinded him. Covering his eyes, Brokey had to hide behind the front of the car to avoid being killed by F0 Rest. By the way, he communicated his situation with his teammates to see if anyone could rescue him. Upon hearing this, Olaf Meister from University took the initiative to attack and pulled out from a university to stop F0 Rest. At this moment, he noticed another flash bomb flying out from the baffle behind a trash can. In order to avoid being flashed, Olaf Meister had to turn around and dodge the flash. But at this moment, footsteps were heard again at the bank door, and under the cover of the newly appeared flash bomb, Freeberg rushed out of the bank. Because Olaf Meister was trying to help Brokey, his position naturally had to be forward. However, because the incident happened suddenly, he was in a position where he had no place to hide and could only fight hastily in the middle of the road. In this situation, he was no match for Freeberg. Both of them fired at the same time, but Freeberg was slightly better, killing him with 1 shot to the head and 1 to the body. Olaf Meister only shot Freeberg twice in the body, crippling him but failing to kill him. Without Olaf Meister's obstruction, F0 Rest strode forward and was about to cause trouble for Brokey on the side of the car, near the middle lane. The audience was so stunned by this scene that they could not even breathe. All they could hear was Miss Cece's commentary, which was filled with disbelief and surprise. We really need him a breakout. 2 flashes, and you can still defend like this? If Nico doesn't take action behind the police box, FaZe will be unable to defend himself. As Miss Cece finished speaking, FaZe was in a critical moment, and Nico, who had been inactive, finally chose to act at this moment. But he did not choose to help Brokey. After all, no one could tell what the current situation of F-Zero Rest was. The person he chose to attack was Freeberg, who had just had a gunfight with Olaf Meister. He rushed out of the bomb site with a big pull. Freeberg had just killed Olaf, and his crosshairs had not yet adjusted. Faced with Nico's sudden attack, he had no power to resist and was shot in the head. When Halzerk saw Freeberg dying in front of him, he wanted to go forward and shoot him again, but Nico was not a fool. He had known that there were 2 people on the armored car before, and now he only saw one, so he naturally would not let his guard down. At the moment when Halzerk appeared, Nico fired another shot, completing the double kill this time and showing his terrifying strength. This is why some people in the community call him the world's best rifleman. The news from Dignitas was not all bad. At the moment when Nico completed the double kill, F-Zero Rest had also completed the arrest of Brokey, which was a 2-for-2 exchange. Currently, F-Zero Rest is at the front of the car, Nico is near the A site, and Han E is at the AB connection under the police stairs. None of the 3 can see each other, but they all know each other's position very well. In order to avoid falling into a passive situation of 1 against 2, Nico chose to take the initiative. His goal was clear, which was to kill F-Zero Rest at the front of the car. As a fire was thrown into the front of the car, F-Zero Rest called for support, and Han E also hurried up the stairs to help F-Zero Rest. But when Hani came to the trash can, he found that Nico's position was very good. From his perspective, he couldn't see Nico's position at all because of the box. However, F-Zero Rest, who was at the front of the car, could no longer wait for Han E to change positions. The damage from the flames was getting higher and higher, so he could only pull out to fight Nico. Needless to say, the result was that Nico had the advantage of time, place, and people. The F-Zero Rest he pulled out only shot Nico once and fell under Nico's gun. In the blink of an eye, the good situation created by Han E with the perfect props disappeared in an instant because of Nico's personal ability. The moment F-Zero Rest fell, Han E stopped. In this situation, it would be unwise for him to go up. Nico has the advantage of cover inside the bomb site. He would have nothing to hide if he just walked over, which would put him at a disadvantage in the fight. Besides, Nico could use the cover to peek. If it were a rifle, it would be able to offer some resistance to this kind of peek. But if you have a sniper rifle, your chances of winning against this kind of peek are probably only 10% to 20%. As for letting Han E shoot Nico directly based on his reaction, facing other professional players, Han E may be confident and feel that he can do it. But considering that the opponent was Nico, Han E lost all confidence in an instant. He thought about it, found a good angle, threw a grenade at Nico's position, and then retreated. On the other hand, Nico, with the help of perfect props, lost nearly 30 drops of blood by the grenade. Combined with the shot that F-Zero Rest hit him before, he only had 48 points of blood left. After the grenade exploded, Nico stood at the site and listened for footsteps. He then peeked at the exit of the trash can and made sure that Han E was not coming. Only then did he feel relieved, took out the bomb from his body, and buried a toilet in A's bag. Although FaZe had already entered the bomb site a long time ago, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In addition, the attack smoke was about to dissipate, so Nico did not rush to leave the bomb site, and this lack of anxiety has lasted until now. But there is no better time to place the order than now. The only Dignitas defender guarding area, A, was high, and he had thrown away most of his props, so he naturally couldn't interfere with Nico's bomb placement. With the sound of a bomb being placed, Nico began to retreat towards the toilet. At the same time, he started calling Koldzera, another surviving FaZe player on the field, in the team voice. "Stop touching the area and help me." After hearing Nico's command, Koldzera hesitated and expressed his thoughts. "I'm close to B1 now. Why not let me get to the bottom? After ththese words were spoken, Nico noticed Lung Shun's position. He found that the other party had already penetrated Area B and was now walking towards B1. Because of the fast-rotating nature of the Death Amusement Park map, it can be said that if Coldzera runs now, he can reach Area A in less than 10 seconds. This surprised Nico a little, and he asked with a little confusion, "You didn't see Get it?" "I saw him. He was peeked in B1 before. After I beat him up, he threw a cigarette and ran away. He's probably in B1 now. Once I kill him, I'll come help you." Nico thought about it and found that this was a solution, so he agreed to the plan. Yayuki. While the two were talking, he had already taken a detour to the bank. He picked up the M4A4 dropped by Freeberg from the ground, then took a deep breath, activated the talent of inheritance, and selected the peak F0 rest as the target of inheritance. Suddenly, Han Yi's perspective changed. It was a very strange feeling, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had become a different person. To put it more simply, it means that you suddenly find that the last one in your family no longer looks at the ground when walking, can also preview, and can make emergency stops more steadily. At this point, you will realize one thing, that is, the person who is ranked last has definitely been replaced, and it is most likely your roommate. This is the feeling Han Yi gives to all the audience now. His first-person perspective is full of power. At first glance, people feel that he is a very strong person. He is definitely a master who can kill people. At the same time, Han Yi's mind also contained a lot of experience and knowledge that did not belong to him. Until this moment, the power of peak F0 rest reappeared in Han Yi. A hint of confidence flashed in Han Yi's eyes. Nico had been beaten to a low health by him just now. In his current state, unless Nico could kill him instantly, the probability of him winning was still very high. While Han Yi was preparing to find Nico for a decisive battle, Get_Right was also having a final duel with Coldzera in Area B. After the previous rounds of confrontation, Get_Right has retreated to B1 for defense. The current situation is that there is no place to retreat. If it retreats further, it will have to retreat to Area A. Therefore, he clenched his hand, holding the mouse again and again, his eyes fixed on the entrance of B1, intending to make a final break with Coldzera here. The two different endgames represent the confrontation between the older and middle generations, and even more so the contest between two eras. On one side is the duel between Get_Right, who is regarded by the community as the world's best free agent, and Coldzera. On the other side was the contest between F0 Rest, Han, who was also rated as the world's best rifler by the community, and Nico. Han Yi quickly came to the A site, and then deliberately fired a pre-shot at the location where Nico was previously, but after he fired the shot, he found that Nico was no longer there. He looked around, but couldn't see Nico. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the bomb under his feet and had a rough guess about Nico's location. Then Han Yi lowered his head to open the package, but immediately let go. He placed the crosshairs on the side of the toilet and waited for Nico to appear. But Nico was reluctant to move. Han Yi didn't hesitate and strode straight to the toilet and told Nico that he was coming. Nico listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer and realized that his location had been guessed by Hai. He simply stopped hiding and took the initiative to reveal his location. At the same time, he kept moving small to peek at Han Yi's position, intending to win with one strike. Facing the upcoming showdown, Han Yi and Nico both unconsciously smiled. They have been teammates these days, but this is the first time in their memory that they have had such a crucial one-on-one confrontation. Knowing Nico's location, Han Yi pulled him out of the toilet and tried to catch Nico. The moment Nico heard Han Yi's footsteps at the toilet door, he stopped peeking and instead squatted down with a big pull and took the initiative to shoot. Based on Nico's understanding of Han Yi's shooting skills, it is extremely unlikely that Han Yi will be able to hold him back like this. Even if he was caught, it would be difficult to kill him instantly. As long as Han Yi couldn't kill him instantly, Nico would be sure to kill Han Yi instantly. After figuring this out, Nico pulled out and squatted down, completing the whole set of movements in one go, without any drag, as gracefully as a textbook. At this time, Hanyi's crosshairs also moved, and his crosshairs were firmly on Nico's head. This kind of gun setting without the interference of flash grenades and the obstruction of other people is too easy for Hanyi now. Then a shot was fired, and the M4A4 bullet hit Nico's head accurately, and Nico fell down. The whole audience erupted in a unified "huh." The sound of this exclamation, or perhaps a sigh, was so loud that, although it wasn't harsh, it was clearly heard by every professional player. However, Hanyi heard one more sentence than the FaZe people on the opposite side. Get_right, said it casually in his headphones. Win. As the bomb was dismantled, Masisi, who had watched the entire scene, expressed his feelings. Nico tried his best in this situation, but Hai still won. In the end, he failed. I'm still a little anxious and look down on Hai as the commander. To be honest, there are very few leaders in the current top teams who can play better than him. Hai, the commander, is now fully capable of joining some top-tier teams, both in terms of commanding ability and personal ability. I just don't know if Dignitas will sell him. If not, I don't know how long their contract will last. When the contract expires, I don't know if Hai will continue to renew his contract with Dignitas. I heard through the grapevine that Hai's salary isn't very high. If Dignitas can offer him a higher salary, I suspect he won't renew his contract. After all, you can't let a young person take care of 3 old people all the time. Wouldn't that make him a caregiver? As for where he'll transfer to, I have 2 guesses. People like Zuadavu and Nico have a good relationship with him, so it's very likely that they will go to Little B and FaZe after the major. Yes, he also has good relationships with Rops and Han Wong, but it's unlikely that Muz will spend a lot of money to buy Hai. First of all, Kerrigan's command is pretty good, and secondly, the Muz organization doesn't have that much money, so the most likely candidates are still Xiaofeng and FaZe. FaZe lacks a leader, and Little B lacks a flex player. I feel like Han, he would be pretty good no matter what position he plays. After Masisi finished his brief analysis and explanation, Mo took over and talked about some things that Masisi had not mentioned just now, such as deeper tactics. Hai's attention to detail, just now, was excellent, and those 2 flashes he used were clearly well-researched. He knew exactly how to cast the flashes when retreating to the trash bin and the bank to ensure that the CTs returning to defense at those 2 positions could come out. And the strategy in this round was truly imaginative. If the caregiver hadn't missed a kill, the fight wouldn't have been so thrilling. With Coldzera in the B zone, if FaZe had been robbed of 2 of their frontal kills, it would have been basically over. Even if the remaining 2 people get into sight, you won't be able to plant the bomb. If you really plant the bomb, the remaining 1 person won't be able to set up 2 exits. If people come out of the bank and the trash can at the same time, FaZe will still lose. According to their analysis, the game on the field had already gone on for several rounds. With a victory in the previous round, Dignitas was full of momentum and successfully took the lead in the first half, but FaZe's muscular CS caught Hanyi off guard several times. By the end of the first half, the score between the 2 sides had reached a very classic 9-6. This score shocked the commentators who were optimistic about FaZe before the game. They originally thought that FaZe would have another big victory, but they didn't expect the score to be like this. Not only did Dignitas not fall behind, they were even slightly ahead. In fact, it was not just them. Even Han, and Nico did not expect that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. Hanyi thought that with FaZe's current state, it should be easy for them to defeat the opponent on this map that requires so much coordination and command. However, he didn't expect that Nico would use his muscle CS to carve out a niche for himself. On the other side, Nico's idea was also very simple. He just wanted to crush the old, weak, and sick Dignitas team with the help of FaZe shooting skills. There was no need for any calculation, but in the end, Hanyi brought 3 old men and blocked their attack despite being seriously short of firepower. All I can say is that this score is acceptable to both sides, but also not quite acceptable to both sides. Even though the current score is 9-6 and Dignitas is temporarily leading, if you consider that Death Amusement Park is a CT map, Dignitas' lead can be said to be minimal. To be more precise, They are currently only leading by 1 pistol round. If Dignitas lost the pistol round, the score between the two sides would be 9-8 or 9-9. At this time, Dignitas' lead was gone. If FaZe loses this pistol round, Dignitas will continue to expand the score and win the game. This is why 9-6 can be called the most classic score in CSGO history, because this score has infinite possibilities. As commanders, Han, E, and Nico were of course aware of this, so they were extremely cautious in this game. At the beginning of the game, Han E used mind reading to sense that Nico was using a regular 3A, 2B tactic to seize the middle lane. He already had his own judgment on how to win this game. He first called another tactical timeout, and then used his talent of careful preparation. The tactic Han is going to use this time is very simple. Even if someone with a perfect D segment comes, he can still execute it well. That is rush B. But Han E also understood one thing. The simpler the tactics, the more fatal they would be if a mistake occurred, especially in such a crucial game. So Han, he did not save his talents and used the only talent he could still use in the talent column so far. Then Hani spoke. Rush B in a moment. Get underscore right, you fire flash. When we enter the long tube, flash it. After we get in, you fire another smoke on the second floor of B. After you've done all this, you can go to the construction site and cut off the sewer. There's a good chance someone will be in the sewer. As the words fell, Han Yi's words seemed to have some kind of magic, making Ginverite remember them firmly in his mind, and the scene of when he dodged appeared in his mind, as if he had practiced this scene many times. After arranging the tactics, the timeout ended and the game officially began. The Dignitas team went straight to Area B. Han, he took the lead this time and walked in front. As he entered the long tube, Get underscore right threw the flash grenade in his hand high up according to the pre-planned plan. The timing of this flash was just right. The moment Han, he walked out of the long tube, the flash bomb exploded. He and Get underscore right had a perfect coordination. In this map, FaZe is guarding the duo in the B zone. One is coldzera and the other is Brokey. The two of them originally planned to have coldzera get close to the long tube, with Brokey providing cover from a slightly later position, using a standard one-hook, one-dodge tactic. After the Dignitas team rushed out of the long tube, coldzera rushed out again and caught the Dignitas team off guard. But when they approached the long tube, coldzera heard footsteps inside the long tube. He suddenly changed his mind and did not get close, but chose to stand straight. Seeing coldzera's position, Brokey, as a young player, didn't say much, so he had to stand forward to help coldzera take on more enemies and cover him at the same time. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer, coldzera even felt that he would see the edge of the bandits' clothes in the next second, when his screen suddenly turned white. Then there was a gunshot, and coldzera was shot to the ground by Hani. After killing coldzera, Han, he looked at Brokey, who was trying to escape, and quickly turned his aim and shot him again, killing him instantly as well. There was no particularly exciting gunfighting during the entire process. Han, he simply rushed out from the long tube and faced the FaZe duo, who made a wrong decision. He shot through FaZe B zone defense with 2 consecutive shots. Seeing Hai kill 2 enemies with 2 consecutive shots, the person playing the machine exclaimed in surprise, "I completed this double kill." Sean is a good Sean, and he is a good person. He did not let this opportunity slip away from him. FaZe laid the groundwork for their own carelessness. Before the FaZe trio in Area A could even begin to acquiesce, their Area B had already been breached. Hai continued to show amazing dominance in the pistol round in the second half. He's really crucial. Not only did he win the endgame against Nico, but he also stood out again in this crucial pistol round, instantly destroying FaZe Clan's defense. It can be seen that he really wants to lead the old men to continue on their journey. 2 consecutive shots killed 2 people, one of whom was Lung Shun, too strong. Nico, I haven't even reached the default location yet, and you're telling me everyone in Zone B is dead? This B is so easy to break, I even feel like I could do it. 2 consecutive shots, 2 heads, it's really not possible to just pick a random barrage. Could this Hai really be able to lead the old men on forever? If they can make it to the championship bracket, Dignitas will be the biggest dark horse. It seems unlikely that they will win the championship group. At most, they just manage to win against FaZe. Who can they beat in a 2-1 group? I feel like Hai is like a caregiver right now, constantly cleaning up the old guys' butts. If he does a good job, Dignitas can move forward, but if he doesn't, they'll stumble. That makes sense. I suggest you just call a Hai nurse. After the fall of Area B, the FaZe team gave up the idea of returning to defense and decisively chose to maintain the upper division. He won the pistol round, but he didn't know that the audience was about to give him the nickname Nursing Worker. If he knew about this, he would definitely refuse it with righteous indignation. First of all, this word is not very elegant. Others are emperors, gods, etc., but he is just a nurse. Isn't he a joke? Besides, what if the problem is not Halzerk the person, but the nickname of the caregiver? He also has a dream of being a secondary sniper. If he is infected with the nurse virus because of his nickname, he will be finished. He might have to do something like shooting 5 bullets and missing 5 and be laughed at by the barrage for the rest of his life. Back to the topic, there were no surprises in the next 2 rounds. Led by Dignitas won consecutive victories, scoring 2 more points in one go, pushing the score to 12-6. But with the arrival of the spear round, after the FaZe players got the spear, Dignitas' attack became less easy. Although he can always find the enemy's weak areas to attack, FaZe shooting skills are not to be underestimated. Often, someone would burst into shooting for no apparent reason and unreasonably kill 1 or 2 people on their side, causing Dignitas to suffer heavy casualties and be at numerical disadvantage. They would then be unable to defend the bomb site, and were completely wiped out by the FaZe members who came back to defend. Although such scenes do not happen often, once or twice, it is enough to destroy the economy of Dignitas. After that, Hai had no choice but to choose Eco, and then FaZe started to catch up with him. After a few rounds of fighting, the scores of both sides were close again. 1-4-1-1. As the game time increased, FaZe star players began to show their resilience and gradually got into shape. He could clearly feel that FaZe big-name players were getting more and more accurate, especially Rain, who had a mediocre performance in the first half. In the second half, as the game became more and more tense, Rain's shooting accuracy also improved rapidly. Even felt that the rain might burst out at any time, and it might even pour downpour for him. Amid such concerns, a new round of rifle games has arrived. This time, Dignitas picked up 5 AKs and full items, while Brokey from FaZe picked up a sniper, eliminating the gun disadvantage of FaZe. Apart from that, the other 4 people all picked up M4A4. Both sides were in high spirits. In this kind of game, anyone could win, so everyone was naturally holding their breath and planning to fight with all their might. Looked at the score and called another tactical timeout. However, this pause was not for to think, but was specifically called for Nico, because no matter whether Nico called the pause or not, Nico would take advantage of this time to carefully think about the tactics for this round. In this way, Hanyi's tactical goal was achieved. As long as Nico is still using his brain, the situation for Dignitas will not be too bad. Then Hani once again sensed Nico's psychology and explored his defensive tactics in this round. On the other side, Nico began to fall into deep thought, just as Hani expected, or perhaps he had to think. In his opinion, the current score is indeed a bit delicate, and every point that follows is crucial. Now he called a tactical timeout at this time. He must have some ulterior motive. But Nico was not quite sure what he was planning. Nico thought about it and decided to strike first. In recent times, Dignitas has been focusing on Coldzera and Brokey's speed zone attacks. In this case, why doesn't he take the initiative and launch an anti-cheating movement against the construction site in advance? If there is no one at the construction site, they will return to Area A immediately. Of course, this tactic has a hidden danger. When clearing the construction site, there are only 2 people in Area A, and the CT in Area B is far away, so the defense of Area A is relatively weak. So Nico came up with an idea. He stayed in Area A himself and let Rain go to Area B to carry out the anti-cheating operation on his behalf. When he had thought of all the details, Nico slapped his thigh and laughed so hard that his teeth showed. If he wasn't still in the game, He would even want to stand up and shout, "I'm such a genius!" After learning phase tactics from Nico's mind, Han Yi's combat goal in this round became very clear, which was to attack Area A. But it is easier said than done. Nico's terrifying personal ability made Han Yi suffer a lot. So after much thought, Han Yi set his sights on University A. Compared to Nico, Olafmeister was undoubtedly the one who would be easier to break through. Olafmeister is a legendary veteran who is no less powerful than Get_Right and F0 Rest. It is no exaggeration to say that his strength during his peak period was the best in the universe. In the train map, there's a point named after his ID, which is the groove after coming out of the bandit's mouth. As for why the groove is called Olafmeister, the reason is simple. Everyone knows it is there. But then a new problem arises. Everyone knows he is there, so it should be easy to target him. But the result is just the opposite. You know he is there, but you just can't beat him. Everyone who tried to kill Olafmeister was eventually killed by him. And over time, everyone began to avoid confronting him in this area. It was precisely because of this terrifying strength that FNC at that time was called the Universe Team. At that time, no CS player knew how long Olafmeister's glory would last. It can be said that if it weren't for the hand injury, the battle for who is the strongest CS player might have ended in Olafmeister's era. He has 2 major championships, a major MVP, and even a spray that is rarer than a major championship. Olafmeister has 2 of them. One of the spray paints has reached the point where every CSGO player has heard of it, and Valve even made it into a gun skin. This spray paint is the famous Flame Angel. Another spray paint, also in the Death Amusement Park map, but its location is on the front of the car in Area A, and it is called No Climbing Over the Railing. It can be said that there are many players who have won major championships, and there are also a few players who have received commemorative spray paints, but the only player who can have 2 spray paints is Olafmeister. But like all legendary veterans, this veteran is currently suffering from injuries. Since his hand injury, his strength has been declining. Among the current 5 members of FaZe, he can even be said to be the weakest one. Because of this, Han Yi set his sights on the A area defended by the veteran. He planned to break through from A area, avoiding the toilet and A area defended by Nico, and directly enter the A area. After thinking of the plan in his mind, Han Yi told his plan to everyone in Dignitas. We're mainly targeting the A site this round. Get_Right, you go to the B area and explore it alone. Halzerk, you stay near the sewer entrance. Once we get to the A site, you can explore it from the front. If we only kill one Olafmeister by then, you'll be responsible for clearing the middle section of the toilet. Everyone, follow me to attack A squad. I'll be in charge of flashing for you. Freeberg and F0 Rest, you 2 will just be in charge of breaking through. Okay, with just a few words, Han Yi clearly divided each person's responsibilities, and the countdown entered its final stage. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, the 5 players from Dignitas and FaZe dispersed. Soon everyone rushed out of the bandits' entrance, and Han Yi followed Freeberg and F0 Rest all the way through the amusement park and arrived at a university. Halzerk stayed near the fountain and did not rush forward. On the FaZe side, Nico decisively went to the middle of the toilet, trying to observe the information in front. Olafmeister's position selection was very conservative. He stood at the end of A and kept moving around to observe. He also holds a cigarette in his hand. Once he sees the enemy, Olafmeister will throw the cigarette without hesitation and call Nico back for help. Time passed bit by bit, and the Dignitas trio from University also came behind the stone slab, waiting for Han Yi's order to attack directly. Han Yi did not rush to issue the order to attack. Instead, he aimed and made some fine adjustments from time to time. Soon, with the feedback of the perfect props, he got a satisfactory flash. With the throwing of a flash bomb, Dignitas' attack officially began. Olafmeister was instantly hit by a complete wipe, but he did not panic at all. He decisively threw the smoke bomb in his hand at the intersection of A, completely blocking one side of A, and communicated with Nico. They're attacking Big A. Hearing Olafmeister's words, Nico immediately turned around and was about to help Olaf, but at this moment, Another flash came from completely whitening the bunk site and the toilet. Nico was so shocked by this that he didn't dare to act rashly. He had to hide in the toilet and began to command the FaZe members. They're attacking A. One of you goes to the sewer to fight back, and the rest of you go to B2 to defend. Olafmeister, you hide in the bomb site. I'll be in the bathroom. We can fight. He hadn't even finished saying the word cross before he swallowed it back. Because in front of him, a cigarette that came from nowhere hit Nico's face, destroying the cross he had not yet had time to make. It was precisely because of this scene that Nico was completely speechless. He just wanted to grab Han E and ask him something. What do you usually practice? I won't say anything about the flash, but you even have this kind of cigarette that just happened to seal the bathroom door from University A? As this smoke bomb fell, the entire battlefield situation was completely changed. After confirming that Nico could not help Olafmeister, Freeberg and F0 Rest directly used a smoke flash and rushed out of the smoke with force. Olafmeister gritted his teeth and fought hard to take on only one Freeberg. By the time he met the second F0 Rest, his killing streak was not enough, and he was shot in the head by F0 Rest and killed inside the bomb site. The moment Olafmeister fell, FaZe area was declared broken. To be on the safe side, Han E did not rush into the bomb site to plant the bomb, but instead cast a bank fire. Then, under the cover of F0 Rest, he went into the bun shop and placed a big, eye-catching bun. With the bomb planted, the offense and defense officially changed. Currently on FaZe side, except for Nico, who is in the bathroom, Brokey and Rain are all at the bottom of the stairs in the police house. After seizing the construction site, Koldzera came into the sewer and is now planning to return from the sewer to ensure the safety of Nico. But Halzerk had already started to move into the toilet according to the previous plan. When he went a distance ahead, he could see Nico. The three of them formed a posture of a mantis stalking a cicada with the Oriole behind. In addition to these three people, there's also Get_Right, who has already reached the B site. He had been wandering around the long pipe before, and the CT's anti-clearing of the construction site did not affect him. Now, Get_Right is trying to move towards the A site along B1. The current situation can be described as the entire northwest of Shaanxi being in chaos. Both sides are interdependent. Hani arranged F0 Rest to the front of the car, while he hid inside, waiting for the most appropriate time to come out and help F0 Rest. As the offensive props gradually disperse, the battle between the two sides is about to break out. The first one to take action was Halzerk, who had already moved behind Nico. Nico was completely unaware of this. His attention was all on High and F0 Rest at the A site. Facing Nico's back, Halzerk showed no mercy. He pushed the AK in his hand to the bottom and directly executed Nico near the toilet door near the A site. But then he heard footsteps behind him. Halzerk turned around and saw Koldzera, who had just been pulled out. Logically speaking, Halzerk had just killed Nico, and it would be difficult for him to display his full strength if he fought in such a hurry. Koldzera was well prepared, so he should have won. But whether it was a mistake by Koldzera or a burst of Halzerk's shooting skills, after the two sides exchanged several shots in a row, Halzerk miraculously completed the double kill. With the successive fall of Koldzera and Nico, the direction of the toilet was completely controlled by Dignitas. Next, Dignitas only needs to face the enemies in the trash can and the bank. It can be said that at this point in the round, Dignitas has a 90% chance of winning. But FaZe has no intention of giving up. As a high flash was fired, Han E and F0 Rest dodged one after another, and Brokey took the opportunity to rush out from the trash can. He moved sideways and soon came near the truck, then jumped onto the truck, trying to find F0 Rest at the A site to fight. When F0 Rest heard Brokey coming out, he decisively went around and stood on the side closer to A. Brokey couldn't see him at all from his position. As long as Brokey dared to get close, he would complete a double pull with High. And while he was moving, he did not forget to call Halzerk, asking him to come to the toilet quickly and help them set up the gun. Once the three gun lines are formed, even if Brokey is made of steel, he will be penetrated by the three of them in an instant. Brokey obviously realized this, and he did not rush to attack blindly, but was waiting for something. The Dignitas team also realized something, but it was too late to stop it. Rain had already walked up the police stairs, came to the side of the trash can, and crossed with Brokey. The two FaZe players were on the side of the truck and the trash can, while the Dignitas players were on the side of A and the toilet. It seemed like the two sides are dividing the river and ruling it separately. But this is certainly not enough to win this game. FaZe and his duo did not hesitate and began to attack Area A. Because of the previous anti-cheat construction site, Rain and Brokey did not have all the props on them, only a cigarette and a fire. But these two things are enough for the two of them. Then a smoke bomb blocked the A where High was, and then another fire was thrown at the bomb site where F0 Rest was. Facing the flames rising from his feet, F0 Rest knew that he would die if he went out now. So he had no choice but to retreat backwards, but as he did so, he was far away from the shelter. In the situation where the closer you are, the smaller you are. He actually inadvertently exposed himself to the Rain god who was still in the trash can. Rain immediately shot at F0 Rest. F0 Rest was not very clear about Rain's specific location before, so his reaction was a step slow. By the time he reacted, Rain's bullet had knocked him down. Dumpsters and trucks. There was some frustration in F0 Rest's tone. As a veteran, he knew how serious his mistake was. At the moment of his death, the only remaining intersection of the toilet and a university was the three original intersecting firing points. But now he was trapped inside A by the smoke bomb. So it is not an exaggeration to say that only Halzerk is left with a gun line. FaZe obviously noticed this as well, and Brokey and Rain acted quickly, one actually unpacking the package while the other used the toilet to cover the unpacking. As the sound of bomb disposal rang out, everyone in Dignitas became a little anxious. Halzerk immediately pulled out of the toilet and tried to kill Brokey, who was unpacking the package, but his health was low and his position had been exposed long ago. In addition, the CSGO era did not have fast character movement speed like CS2. Almost as soon as he pulled out and before he could even shoot, he was killed by Rain's gunfire. But he gave a very crucial message. Both of them are making dumplings. He decisively pulled himself into the cigarette after hearing this, and relying on his memory, he swept towards the location of the buns. Faced with the bullets shot out from the smoke, Rain and Brokey did not dare to continue unpacking. Brokey took out his pistol, and Rain used his AK, and they immediately fired back. Two of the bullets hit E squarely, reducing his health to half. E, who luckily survived, didn't dare to continue mixing with the smoke and had to hide back inside a university. His efforts were not in vain, because the unpacking was interrupted, which bought time for Ginter to successfully return with support, and the situation became a 2-on-2 situation again. At the same time, the beeping sound of the bomb gradually became faster and faster, and FaZe didn't have much time left. With Brokey crouching down to pick the pack again, someone from Dignitas had to step up to stop him. This time it was not E who took action, but Ginter. He chose the same route as Brokey, rushed out of the trash can, came to the parking space, and looked for an opportunity to fight with FaZe and the other two. But when he did this, Rain naturally heard the footsteps. Rain immediately moved toward the toilet to make sure that he would see Get_right first, rather than Get_right seeing Brokey unpacking the package first. In fact, just as Rain expected, as he continued to move towards the toilet, when Get_right pulled into the parking space, he had already seen Get_right, and Get_right also saw him. But Rain was too fast. With a sudden gunshot, Get_right was shot dead near the front of the car before he could even make a move to shoot. In the blink of an eye, Dignitas' good situation was taken away by FaZe's shooting skills. What he was most worried about happened. As a big game player, Rain's condition improved. Seeing this scene, all Dignitas fans regretted the loss of this game. In their opinion, it is basically impossible to win in this situation, and the same view is held by those who play machines. There's been some heavy rain in area. Rain has killed 3 people in a row since he came out of the dumpster. This is a star player, guys. If you give him a chance, he'll kill everyone on your side. The reason why Dignitas lost is because they lacked this kind of star player. Of course, F0 Rest, Get_right, and Freeberg are definitely star players, but they don't have the strength to be stars anymore. Even 5 years ago, these three guys wouldn't have been slaughtered like this. Heine is still at low health, and Brokey is starting to pick his pieces again. There's still smoke in front of High. Although the smoke is about to dissipate, it's basically impossible to win this game. After this round, Dignitas' economy will be back to 0. If they lose 1 point, the score will be 14-14. Even though it's a draw, the two teams' players are in completely different states. Rain is getting better and better. If you let Rain God get his touch up, he can suddenly unleash a torrential downpour and drown you without any reason. 6666666. Can this be turned over? No, if I had known this would happen, I would have pulled them out together and killed Brokey the moment he appeared. I stayed up late at night just to watch this. Come on, Hi. TYLO has all gone home, and you're the only one left. It feels like we're going to be 1-2. There's nothing we can do about it. Nico doesn't have much strategy, but FaZe is all about numbers. F0 Rest and Get_right are still old, and the former king of Banana Road is gone. Not only did the audience think that he could not win this endgame, but he himself thought so too. He came into the smoke bomb and, relying on his previous memory, fired again at the location of the bomb. The AK in Han Yi's hand kept firing bullets, and the smoke on his face gradually dissipated. This also allowed Han Yi to see area clearly after the smoke bomb dissipated, and his face became even more desperate. He had guessed Brokey's location wrong. Brokey was a little further to the right than he had guessed, and he saw Rain had turned around and pointed the gun at him. As Rain's bullets were fired, Han Yi, who was just in the smoke, had almost no resistance and was knocked down by Rain. At the same time, he heard the sound of Brokey successfully dismantling the bomb. With a victory in this round, the excited cheers of FaZe fans made the stage tremble slightly again. It was as if Hai saw the scene when his team was defeated. He looked up and saw a red ocean, surging up and down in the most conspicuous position among the crowd. After watching the games for many years, Hani understood that this was where FaZe fans gathered. But as Hani blinked, everything that had just happened disappeared, and he was standing in the smoke again. At this critical moment of life and death, the CD of Second Aim was ready, saving him again. Without hesitation, he moved the crosshairs slightly to the right, and then fired the bullet again. Just like before, as he fired the bullets, the smoke bomb gradually dissipated. But this time, countless bullets knocked Brokey to the ground. Then he quickly moved the crosshairs again and aimed it at Rain, then pressed the mouse again without hesitation. Rain never expected that Hai's reaction would be so quick, as if he knew he was here. He was shot before he could even fire. After he made this move, the commentator on the scene explained everything that had just happened at an astonishing speed. His voice was trembling a little, and he was trying his best to suppress his emotions. But in the end, his voice kept getting louder and louder, and he couldn't help but shout out. He pulled off an impossible endgame. He seemed to have a pair of eyes given by God, which allowed him to clearly see the positions of Brokey and Rain in the smoke. Nothing can be hidden from him. OMG. He won the game with an inexplicable move. This double kill with a sweep and a transfer was like Hai saying goodbye to FaZe himself. With FaZe defeat in this round, their economy has hit rock bottom. Facing a 15-point Dignitas team, with only a small gun, FaZe's hope of winning will be very slim. After completing the double kill, He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he seemed to feel something. He raised his head and looked toward the audience. He could hear what the audience seemed to be saying, but he couldn't hear it clearly because of the noise-isolating headphones. But it didn't matter, because the audience's voices became louder and louder, and more people spontaneously participated. Finally, these sounds came together, breaking through the barrier of the noise-isolating headphones, allowing Han-E to hear clearly what the audience was shouting. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sound in my ears became louder and clearer each time. Finally, this sound completely broke through the limitations of the venue, allowing the audience on the main stage next door to clearly hear the ID high. They couldn't help but look sideways, curious about what was happening on the next stage. At this time, a smile appeared on Han Yi's face. The major schedule was already halfway through, and he finally got what he wanted. For the first time, he heard the scene of thousands of people shouting his ID in unison. Han knew that this scene would probably become more and more frequent as his strength improved, but he would never forget this moment. After the shouting ended, both sides entered the final round. The ending was naturally not unexpected. Han chose a tactic of attacking Area A with explosive bombs. No matter how strong Nico was, facing the disadvantages of Dignita's props and firearms, he still fell down unwillingly. With the death of the last phase, the game officially ended. Dignitas successfully defeated FaZe and came to 2-1, bringing them one step closer to the championship group. Han took off his headphones and looked at the spotlights shining on him, but he was thinking about something in his mind. Since they entered the legendary group, they have encountered many strong enemies. One slight mistake will lead to failure. Even though they have defeated FaZe now, 90% of it is due to their map selection. If it were a different map, Han didn't think they would win. But even so, FaZe, who was extremely difficult for them to play against, could only rank in the middle in the Legend group. This is also what caused Han to think. As the competition progressed, his ambition was also growing, especially when he thought of the major trophy. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of himself and the Dignitas team holding it together. He opened his mouth, as if talking to himself, or as if asking the old man, "Do you think we can reach the other side?" The old man obviously didn't hear clearly what Han said and cast a curious look at him. Han grinned. "Just enjoy your victory now. Why think so much?" The old man nodded and agreed with it. No matter what happens in the future, or whether we can win the championship, the joy of defeating FaZe this time is real. Han stood up and looked at the audience. Many of the audience were still excited about the scene he had just performed. Their necks were red as they greeted him. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Han Yi's face. He once again raised his hand with his palms facing each other, making this iconic interactive gesture. As he raised his hand, this time the entire audience also spontaneously raised their hands, and then twice, the speed of clapping became faster and faster, and finally turned into applause from the entire audience. After doing all this, Han led the Dignitas team towards FaZe. Over there, the FaZe people had been waiting for a long time. The first person on FaZe to shake hands with Han was the veteran Olafmeister. He was quite familiar with Han and at the moment the two shook hands, he praised Han "That's amazing." Han looked at Olafmeister. He had never expected that he would praise him at this time. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, so he just smiled. Then it was Rain, and then it was Nico. Nico's expression was more complicated. He never expected that he would lose to Hai, so he felt a little annoyed and regretful. "I shouldn't have banned the building earlier." Han did not continue to mock Nico at this time, but instead wished him well. Good luck. After shaking hands with everyone, Han returned to his seat and began to pack up his peripherals. There aren't many peripherals, just a keyboard, mouse, headphones, and a cup for drinking water. Han took these in his hands. It was getting late, so he did not stay in the venue, but went straight back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Han took a shower to get rid of his fatigue. Today's battle is full of dangers. If either side makes a mistake, they will end up losing everything. But fortunately, the ending is good. After taking a shower, the last game of the day had just begun. Vitality versus Astrolise. Han sat in front of the computer as agreed, watching the game and cheering for ZYW. At first, the two teams were able to fight back and forth, but as time went on, the Little Bees gradually exposed some problems. That is, their numbers were still insufficient in front of Team A. In addition to ZYW, this Little Bees team does have another star player, that is Shokes, who serves as the team's free man. As a good partner of God K, Shokes left G2 last year and joined this Little Bee. But it has been 4 years since Shokes was in the top 6 in 2016. His strength has already declined seriously, and he no longer has the strength of a star player. As for the others, whether it is Apex, MBK, or Miss Yuta, it is difficult for them to compete with the current Team A. In other words, although ZYWU is strong, a good tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. Not to mention that there is someone in team who is not inferior to him. That person is Device. Although Device's strength declined seriously later, and he was often ridiculed by CS players, now is his real peak period, and he's recognized by everyone as the strongest sniper after Morizai. With such a huge gap in overall strength, ZYW was alone and could not make a difference. As time went on, the score between the two sides gradually widened. In the end, the scores of the two maps were fixed at 16-8 and 16-11 respectively. Seeing the Little B fail, Han E-side slightly. In the end, they still failed to defeat Team A and advance to the Legend Group. Then he opened the Perfect World app to check his next opponent, hoping it would be a weaker team. With his persistent refreshing, about 10 minutes later, tomorrow's schedule was freshly released. Han E met an opponent who was familiar to him, but also unfamiliar to him. G2. The reason why I say familiar is because Han E watched a lot of G2 games before traveling through time, especially during the Shanghai Major. He played every game without missing a single one. He really wanted to see the veteran Nico win a major championship and not leave any regrets in his career. The reason why he said he was unfamiliar with the team was very simple. He had not watched many games of the current G2 team. It can even be said that if Kenny's was not here, he would not even be able to open the game of G2. At that time, there was no such thing as the 4 major traffic teams, and G2 did not have many fans. There are only 2 teams with the highest popularity. One is the natural winner Na'Vi, and the other is the Galaxy Battleship phase. As for Team A, because their playing style is not pleasing and their wins are too easy, although they have won a lot of games, they don't actually have many fans, not even many championship fans. As to why this happened, Hani guessed that it might be because they were too strong, causing everyone to become indifferent to Team A's victory, as if their victory was a matter of course. If a team suddenly explodes, many fans will like it, but if it can easily win the game every time, everyone's mentality will change, and they will start to look forward to when a team can defeat it. After watching the game, he started practicing shooting today. Halfway through the practice, his cell phone rang. He opened his phone and found that it was a message from the group ZYWU had created earlier. He clicked it and found that ZYWU and Nico were chatting enthusiastically. ZYWU, I tried my best, but still didn't perform well. ZYWU, if that shot hadn't missed, I think I could have gotten another 1 or 2 points. Nico, I feel like your tactics are significantly worse than Team A's, and your individual abilities are also lacking. I suggest you study High's demo. Nico, putting aside the fact that he attacked me today, he used all sorts of dirty tricks on me. I thought he was really good at building a building. He didn't feel embarrassed when he saw the message sent by Nico. He wanted to send a message saying, "Can you blame me for your own stupidity?" But considering that Nico had just lost the game today, I put myself in his shoes and finally changed my words to comfort him. Hi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You see, we on the Dignitas team never think about these things. We all just take it one day at a time and enjoy the competition. That's how we got this far. Hi, Nico. As for the fact that I lied to you, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Nico, forget about treating me to a meal, but I'd better not see you blasting. After a few more brief conversations, he put down his phone and finished the remaining bots, then opened the Perfect app again to check his data. His performance today was pretty good, with 27 kills, 7 assists, and 20 deaths, and a rating of 1.14, second only to Nico's 1.21 among the 10 people. Apart from him, only Halzerk on the Dignitas side had a rating of 1.03, while the other 3 old guys all had negative ratings. It was a typical 2 greens and 3 reds, and we won the game. Then, Hani looked at the player comments on the Perfect World app. There are a total of 953 comments with a score of 9.9. It seems that because of the major, many people are paying attention to this game, and there are more comments than at any other time. Then he scrolled down and checked the comments with the highest likes one by one. As a newbie who just watched the game, the one with the most kills is definitely not the commander you're talking about, right? Dignitas has found a treasure. The old guys are in such bad shape, but they can still survive in the Legends group. It's all thanks to High. Too strong. This smoke-piercing one can fight too. I thought I was going to lose, brother. You're really killing me. Huaxia also has core technology. I thought this was Denmark's strength. Although you're not a Huaxia team, you're the only Huaxia player here. I'll give you a perfect score and keep cheering. See if you can break TYLO's best major result and make it into the championship bracket. Soon he had turned over almost all the comments. Basically, everyone was encouraging him, which was also an advantage of him teaming up with the old man. Because of Dignita's lineup, no one had any expectations for them, so every time they won a game, it was a surprise to all the fans. It also corresponds to the saying that the lower the expectations, the greater the surprise. After doing all this, Hani put his phone down and realized one thing. He hadn't seen F-Zero rest since he came out of the shower. He thought about it, walked out of the house, and headed next door. He was very thick-skinned. Facing the puzzled looks of the four people, his expression remained unchanged, and he spread his hands. No way, I tried my best. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. And then listen to Hani. You guys play a mid laner and pinch B. Everyone felt helpless after hearing this, but they had no choice but to do so. After giving the police a cigarette, they launched a 22-way pincer attack on the middle door and B channel. But on Muza's side, the ones guarding Area B are Rops and Chris J, one of whom is experienced and the other has excellent marksmanship. Especially when Rops saw Han eat dead from the upper right corner, he became even more energized. Even after being hit by a high flash, he still managed to withstand the attacks of Halzerk and get _right in the B channel, and also helped Chris J outside the B channel. A 4-on-2 pincer attack ultimately only killed Chris J, and Rops completed a triple kill. With Dignita's current strength, it is still difficult to win the game with 3 old men and 1 nurse without Han killing anyone. After losing the pistol round, he was not in a hurry. The most taboo thing when getting the losing streak bonus is to be impatient and lose patience, which will end your losing streak bonus. As long as the losing streak continues, the rounds lost in the early stages will eventually become part of the victory. After losing the pistol round, he chose Eco. This time he issued a default slow play command, then sneaked into the B channel and died quietly. This kind of situation happened one after another afterwards. Except for one time when the caregiver died first. He was the first to kill the team at other times. Before we knew it, the score had reached 0-6. Moose took a huge lead at the start, and just when everyone in Moose thought there was hope and they could defeat Dignitas in this game, he looked at his attributes and grinned. It was finally time to reap the harvest. Hostname, E. Age, 18. Rifle. Preview, 87. Positioning, 76. Reaction, 94. Follow gun, 75. Sniper rifle. Preview, 75. Positioning, 75. Reaction, 100. Follow gun, 65. Never give for free. Temporary +5 to all attributes. The game came to the 7th round, and under Han Yi's deliberate control, this round was another long gun round. He looked at his teammates who were already somewhat demoralized, called the first tactical timeout, and started to twist the rope for everyone. I didn't play well in the early rounds, so I need to slow down and start a fight back from this round. Everyone in Dignitas answered weakly, responding casually. Several consecutive failures in battles had already worn away a lot of their morale. Faced with this situation, Hani knew that it was no longer possible to cheer them up by just shouting a few slogans. However, all this was within his plan. He first calmly sensed Kerrigan's tactics for this round. We'll set up a 113 formation and try to seize A. If we can't get it, we'll come back. Have Waxic snipe from the platform, while frozen, and I will immediately clear A. Then, have Chris J at the middle gate provide intelligence. We'll be prepared for both scenarios. After learning about Muza's tactics for this round, he looked at the careful preparation that had lit up in the talent column and issued the instructions for this round. We're going to take this round. Freeberg and F-Zero Rest, who are closest to the spawn point, should go there. G_right goes to B to block A and prevent the CTs and B and the middle from returning to defend easily. After we take over A, we'll do a 4-man run boost. Someone stand in front and help me line up the platform. I'll snipe. Let me snipe. After the opposing defensive sniper dies, immediately smoke the CT and we'll go up to the platform. Han, he spoke for more than 10 seconds in one breath. Under normal circumstances, the Dignitas team would have been dizzy and couldn't remember what he was saying, but this time, everyone remembered all his instructions clearly. As this round officially began, the 5 Dignitas players dispersed and performed the standard A-large near-point flash and A-large far-point flash at the same time. For a moment, the sound of A's flash exploding was endless. On Moose's side, Frozen, who was sent to seize A gate, was given an A gate fire and tried to snatch it out from A gate. But he tried twice but failed to pull out successfully and was persuaded to retreat by flash. He had no choice but to retreat to A according to Kerrigan's plan. At this time, the police cannot directly step on the boxes to get to A on the slope of the police house, so if they want to get to A, they must go to a platform. As a result, all the pressure fell on the main sniper of his sight, Waksik. He opened the 2x scope and aimed at his sight motionlessly to prevent Dignitas players from taking this opportunity to rush out and steal the back of Frozen and Kerrigan. Unconsciously, sweat seeped out of Waksik's palms. As one of the founding members of Eternal Flame, Waksik had already earned the reputation of a left-handed sniper last year. But this reputation did not last long. This year, his condition began to become unstable, and he was even rated by the community as the second-to-last sniper in the first-line team. Therefore, he regarded the Major as an opportunity to prove himself and to prove to all the audience that he could be called a well-deserved first-line sniper. As Frozen and Kerrigan walked past his camera, Waksik's attention became more focused. He stared at the crosshairs silently, waiting for the enemy to appear. 1 second, 2 seconds. Dignitas' offensive suddenly quieted down, and a hint of doubt arose in Waksik's heart. Could it be that the opponent was not coming? Just as this thought arose, a big flash of A was thrown out from above. But the angle of the flash was not very good. Waksik on the platform just saw a white spot before his eyes and recovered immediately. Then Waksik saw a bandit flying out from behind the cover of A at an extremely fast speed and moving in an S shape, floating up and down. Regarding this kind of run-boosted enemy, Waksik was very calm and chose not to shoot immediately. Instead, he simply moved the crosshairs to keep up with the bandit, intending to wait until the bandit landed before shooting him again to ensure that there would be no mistakes. But just when Waksik was thinking this, he saw another bandit flying out from behind the bunker. Unlike the previous bandit, this bandit flew slower and had a sniper in his hand. Seeing this, Waksik immediately shifted his target and aimed at the more threatening bandit. This kind of judgment ability is worthy of the strength of a frontline sniper. It's a pity that the ID of this bandit who appeared later is called High. When Hani saw that Waksik did not shoot and pointed the crosshairs at himself, he realized that if he did not do something, it would be too late. He simply gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try, not caring about anything else. He decisively pressed the left button of the mouse, and a gunshot rang out. Waksik looked at himself, who suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This guy can fly in the air with run boost and shoot himself accurately? At the same time, the moment Waksik fell, the words of playing the machine rang in the ears of all the audience. Hai completed an unprecedented kill. He killed Waksik while flying in the air. Looking at the talent in front of him, Han Yi's eyes flashed with joy. This was another skill similar to an overall buff, and the effect of this buff looked very powerful. It was not like inheritance that could only affect oneself. Instead, it can be applied to the entire Dignitas team. Han Yi has previously used inheritance to test the peak period of the 3 old men, and each of them has top-level strength. If the 3 old men were in their prime, Han Yi was confident that he could beat even the world's strongest team, Team A. Han Yi also discovered that this talent can be linked with his other talent. The talent that can be linked is encouragement. Previously, encouragement could not be triggered stably because the old men did not perform well. Now, with the help of all members at their peak, Han Yi's chances of triggering encouragement will be greatly increased. There have been 3 full rounds. Are you still afraid that these old men at the peak of their powers cannot kill people? Han Yi had already discovered the connection between talents a long time ago, so he was not surprised. He even had a vague guess that in the end, all his talents would be connected together to completely transform him into a humanoid monster. Han Yi couldn't even imagine how powerful he would be when his attributes and talents were maxed out. At this moment, a rapid knock on the door interrupted Han Yi's thoughts. He opened his mouth and asked loudly, "Who is it?" "I." The manager's voice came from outside the door. Han Yi glanced at F-Zero Rest and thought the manager was looking for the old man. Apparently, F-Zero Rest thought so too, and naturally got up from the bed and opened the door. But when the door was opened, the manager didn't look at F-Zero Rest, but went straight to Han Yi. "I need to talk to you alone." After he said this, he glanced at F-Zero Rest, who was standing next to him, obviously not intending to let F-Zero Rest listen. Seeing this, F-Zero Rest waved his hand and said impatiently, "Fisk, isn't this about the transfer? Why are you making it so mysterious, as if I want to hear it?" After he said this, he turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. After hearing what F-Zero Rest said, Han Yi finally woke up from his dream. He remembered that he seemed to have only signed a 6-month contract with Dignitas at first. The contract was signed in early February, and now is early April. After the major is over and I participate in the first flashpoint, it will be the summer break, and it will be July when I come back. It was indeed too late to negotiate a contract with him at that time. Besides, negotiating contracts a few months in advance is also a tradition of CSGO clubs. One is to express sincerity, which roughly means that the club is very satisfied with your performance during this period and is willing to have a long process of negotiation to ensure that the final result satisfies both parties. Secondly, they are afraid that when the contract is about to end, other clubs will maliciously snatch the player away, so reaching an agreement as soon as possible is the right choice. The manager showed no sign of displeasure at F-Zero Rest's sarcasm. He simply stared at Han Yi's face and laid out his own chips. "To be honest, at the beginning the club didn't think you could give us such a big surprise. To be honest, I received news this morning that your victory over FaZe has shown headquarters your potential. They're willing to renegotiate a contract with you. But before the formal negotiations, I want to ask you something. Hi, have you ever thought about the future path?" The manager's words were like a huge rock thrown into the water, exploding in Han Yi's mind. The road ahead. Han Yi's expression couldn't help but become heavy. To be honest, he had never thought about this problem. Although he was in jail in Dignitas, he lived a happy life there. There were 3 old men and a caregiver who talked and laughed with him all day long, and they never blamed each other after losing the game. The 5 of them are like a family, supporting each other. The manager's words reminded Han Yi that he was not playing a role-playing game, but was in the cruel professional arena. The old men's strength is limited, and their condition is getting worse day by day. It is impossible for them to continue with Han Yi. Han Yi thought about it and asked, "Has the management considered changing people?" After hearing this, the manager thought Han Yi was dissatisfied with the performance of a Dignitas player, so he quickly replied, "I've considered replacing Get_Right after the major. The management is very dissatisfied with his current state and thinks replacing him might help the team go further. Then I'll stay and ask for the lineup to remain unchanged, okay?" When the manager heard Han Yi say this, he realized that he had misunderstood, but the words had already been said, and it was obviously too late to take them back now, so he could only answer helplessly, "I sleep with Get_Right every day. If it were possible to avoid a replacement, we would have persuaded management long ago. The higher-ups are determined, and it's not just Get_Right. If you agree to renew your contract, F-Zero Rest and Freeberg will both leave. Management wants to build an international team with you as the core." The manager's sincere explanation made Han Yi's eyes flash with helplessness. Although he led the old men to the major this time, he still couldn't change Get_Right's fate of being replaced. Then he spoke again. Let's wait for my contract renewal. After hearing this, the manager wanted to give it one last try. Would you like to hear my offer? 25,000 euros a month, plus an additional 5,000 euros. Let's talk about it after the major is over. He shook his head and refused. Dignitas conditions sounded very tempting, but if the old men were no longer in this Dignitas team, there was really no reason for him to stay. As for salary, he really doesn't know how much he is worth because he doesn't have an agency. However, with his current strength, he has no worries about finding a team. When his contract is about to expire, other teams will naturally contact him. By comparing the teams and looking at the lineups, he will know which team is more suitable for him. The manager did not continue to force the signing, but instead gave a new approach. I will convey your opinion to the management, and they will definitely consider your idea. But I hope that if there are two similar offers, you will give priority to staying with Dignitas. The manager's request was not a difficult task. Hani nodded and agreed. After that, the two stopped talking. The manager turned and left the room, and F0 Rest came back from outside. How about it? Don't worry. I plan to wait and see. F0 Rest didn't speak immediately. He seemed to have guessed something. He stood there and thought for a while before continuing to speak. If there were a better opportunity, you wouldn't have to worry about us. The three of us have everything we need. We're just playing professionally because we love it, but you're different. You are still young and have so many things to do. You should think about yourself. Rather than being with the three of us old guys, I'd rather see you take one step at a time, go higher and further than us, until you surpass us and win that Intel Grand Slam that none of us have ever achieved. Hanyi's face showed no expression. He nodded and said casually, I see. The two stopped talking after that. He sat on the chair with a blank look in his eyes, his mind full of worries. He is an indecisive person, and this has been the case since he decided whether to join TYLO. It was not until he was sure that the TYLO team did not want him that he made up his mind to come abroad to play professionally. The situation is the same now. He has not yet decided whether to stay or leave. He wants to play professionally with the old guys. But as F0 Rest said, the old guys are different from him. They already have too many honors and a few more championships. Winning or not is not important to them. F0 Rest has 31 S-level tournament championships that ordinary professional players dream of. No one will deny that he is a legend just because F0 Rest has one less championship. But he needs an S-level tournament championship to prove himself. After struggling for so long, he simply chose to lie down and stop thinking. He shook his head, clearing all the weird thoughts from his mind, and decided to concentrate on the game. Let's talk about the transfer after the major is over. Later, he took out the tactical notebook given to him by his manager and recorded some information about G2's tactical style and their playing style. Before they knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 2 hours before their game started. He packed up his things and headed for the competition venue. After a few days of competition, the teams that should advance have advanced, and the teams that should be eliminated have been eliminated. The number of people in the lounge today has been significantly reduced. He led the Dignitas team to a corner and sat down. Then wait patiently for the game to begin. Today's game is crucial for Dignitas, and the same is true for G2. They are both currently tied at 2-1. Whoever wins will advance to the championship group and have the opportunity to compete for the coveted major trophy, while the loser will be on the verge of elimination. Time passed minute by minute, and amidst the excitement and anxiety of waiting, the staff came to inform them that they were about to play. As players from both teams walked out of the locker room, it was destined that only one team would be able to leave the venue with a smile today. Arriving at the waiting area, Hani picked up his notebook and repeatedly read the content about G2 that he had written down in the morning, memorizing it firmly in his mind. At this point in the game, we cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, if we fall into the 2-2 group, anything can happen. We must give our all in this game. Please welcome both players to the stage. After the host finished speaking, he strode forward and walked out from the backstage. After coming on stage, he did not look at the audience, but instead looked towards G2 at Kenny's and Hunter. It can be said that the outcome of this game has a lot to do with these two people. Then, under the arrangement of the referee, the two teams officially started the BO3 competition. The commanders of both teams took a step forward and entered the coin-tossing phase. This time, before Hani could speak, Nexus spoke first. "I choose positive." After he said this, the referee looked at Hani. He waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care and added another sentence. "Then I'll just choose the opposite." Seeing that there was no dispute between the two parties, the referee nodded with satisfaction. In professional competitions, there are occasionally situations where both sides want to be on the same side. Generally, at times like this, communication and negotiation with the referee is required, which is undoubtedly a troublesome matter. Therefore, what the referee wants to see is that the two conductors can discuss the result among themselves. As the referee tosses the coin into the air, and then, perhaps it was because the referee was not skilled and failed to catch the coin. The coin fell to the ground and rolled for 2 or 3 meters before slowly falling down. The three of them looked closer and found that the coin was facing up. G2 first, Dignitas second. Following the referee's announcement, the BAMPIC phase begins. This G2 is also a 6-map team, and the only map they don't play is Death Park. So G2 was naturally the first to finish this map. This was also the helplessness of the 6-map team, as they could only use formulaic BAMPICs in the game. Ever since professional competitions have become more and more standardized, the debate over which is better, the 7-map team or the 6-map team, has never stopped. Some people feel that a 7-map team BAMPIC is more flexible, allowing them to face different enemies and choose different maps to gain an advantage. But some people also think that it is too troublesome and tedious for a 7-map team to practice. As the saying goes, a jack of all trades, a master of none. While the 7-map team has expanded its map pool, as a price, they will definitely have less training on the same map than the 6-map team. So which one is better is a matter of opinion, and Hani himself can't say for sure. After Nexa banned the Death Amusement Park, Hani also decisively banned the Death Building map. Next is G2's map selection. Although they are at a disadvantage in terms of map BAMPIC, to some extent, they will gain an advantage in feel and mentality. Because the first map is basically the strongest map for the team that goes first. Under the premise that the strength gap between the two teams is not big, the team that goes first will often win the first map. In this way, the winner will definitely feel better than the loser, and will also have a slight advantage in mentality. But if the first map cannot be won, the situation will be dangerous for the party that takes the initiative. Whether it is feel, mentality, or map, it will be at an all-round disadvantage. Unless the team that takes the initiative is a team with super resilience, there is a high probability that it will end up being defeated 0-2. Therefore, Nexa was very cautious in choosing the first map, and the result was that he hesitated for a long time and still couldn't decide which map to play. Because from Nexa's perspective, this Dignitas team's weaknesses, apart from the known inability to build a building, are too subtle. Train can beat Muz, Shot Air and Me Trash can beat Liquid. Death Amusement Park just taught FaZe and VP a lesson, and except for Purgatory Town failing to beat Team, this Dignitas has not lost recently. However, just because Team 8 beat Dignitas and Inferno doesn't mean they can do the same with G2. They don't have a 4-top lineup like Team A, or even a single top player. Although Hunter has shown top-level strength, he has not yet been officially recognized. Please select a map. Finally, under the urging of the referee, Nexa chose the Purgatory Town map. The reason was very simple. After controlling Banana Road on this map, he could allow Kenny's to defend a single B. At the same time, they can also stand in a 3A or 4A formation. If necessary, this 4A can be transformed into a small-scale counter-clearing attack targeting the middle or side lanes, which improves the flexibility of the overall lineup. Given that G2's offensive capabilities are somewhat insufficient, considering defense is now Nexa's priority and what they must do. As for the offensive score, Nexa feels that if they can get 6 points, G2's chances of winning will be very high. In fact, just looking at the map pool, G2's specialty now should be Dust 2. Because of the presence of Kennies, they have performed well on this map, where snipers are very strong and have defeated many strong enemies. It's just that Nexa felt that G2 had little chance of winning against Dignitas on this map, so he didn't choose it, and he felt that Han E would probably choose this map for him. In fact, Han E also did this. He didn't care who his opponent was. As long as someone dared to use Dust 2, he would choose it. With the first 2 maps determined, the 2 of them still need to choose one more map from the remaining 3. Nexa decisively banned the train. Their win rate on this map is not high, and they don't like to play it. Originally, he wanted to ban Midgard's trash play, but he noticed that Dignitas had hardly played Midgard's trash play recently. This made Nexa wonder, could it be that Dignitas had stopped practicing Midgard's trash play? The next second, Han Yi's choice seemed to confirm his idea. Han E decisively banned Milagi, leaving behind Nuke, which they had been practicing repeatedly recently. At this point, all 3 maps have been finalized. Figure 1, Purgatory Town. Figure 2, Dust 2. Figure 3, Nuke. The main reason why Han E chose Nuke in the 3rd map was to be more stable. Previously, he estimated that G2's strength was similar to FaZe, and there was no need to hide any cards when playing against such a team in a BO3. It's true that their Trash is very powerful, but they have indeed lacked training on this map recently. If they really fight, there will inevitably be mistakes. This is how CSGO maps are. It's like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Choosing Nuke, although exposing a trump card, can make everyone in Dignitas feel at ease. The 2 sides exchanged a friendly handshake and then returned to their seats. Han E plugged in the mouse peripheral, put on the headphones, and adjusted the parameters in the game. Then he ran to the G2 side, and then system prompts kept coming from the upper right corner. Hai killed Kennies with a headshot using an M4A4. Hai killed Nexa with a headshot using an M4A4. Hai killed Hunter with a headshot using an M4A4. Finally, Hunter, who could no longer bear it, shot him and killed him, ending the farce. Map 1 was chosen by G2, so Dignitas had the right to choose the side first. Han E had no hesitation and chose to start as CT. As the game officially began, Han E immediately began to sense Nexa's thoughts. He found that the other party's idea was simple: rush B. This is also the signature tactic of the Purgatory Town map. Whether it is a wave on the Banana Road or flying to the 2nd floor, rush will never be out of date on this map. Hani thought for a moment and gave his own deployment. He did not choose to push all the people into the B area, but chose a 3B2A formation, letting the legendary duo Gannerscorite and F-Zero Res guard the area. He also told them that if there was any movement in the B area, they should press down from the middle lane, while he, Freeberg, and Halzerk would go to defend the B area and withstand G2's attack near the Banana Road. Cooperating with the 2 veterans who pressed down, G2 was wiped out at Banana Road. But it is impossible to withstand the rush of 5 people with just the USP, so Han E thought of another weapon. Halzerk, give me a double gun, then dodge, and help me explode when I need it. Halzerk nodded after hearing this. Then he picked up a double gun and threw it on the ground. After being passed around, it finally landed in Han Yi's hands. Except for Halzerk, Han E made the other 3 people start with armor. After the pre-war communication is completed, the countdown returns to 0. The players on both sides dispersed. Han E led Halzerk and Freeberg straight to Area B without stopping, intending to get to the Banana Road cobblestones first and seize the initiative. The same thing happened to G2 on the other side. The 5 of them worked together and headed straight for Banana Road. As the 2 sides got closer, they could hear each other's footsteps. G2 originally planned to rush, so they had no intention of stopping and no time to adjust the formation. The first one to go was their strongest player, Hunter. As Hunter approached the stone slab, he noticed a flash bomb streaking across the sky, heading straight for Banana Road. There's a flash. As he said this, he immediately turned his back and dodged. The rest of the G2 team had already prepared for this scene. Everyone except Nexa dodged, while Nexa went to the tree position and chose to stand straight. As he was completely covered in white, he shrank into the tree. This is not because Nexa couldn't react in time and couldn't dodge the flash. On the contrary, this is part of G2's tactics. Some people dodge and some don't. This is to prevent the timing of the dodge from being caught. It can be said that their cooperation in this round was quite good, but it was a pity that they were facing Han E from the first round. Even if they managed to dodge, as long as they turned their backs, it would be enough for Han E. Han E pulled out from behind the stone slab and started slaughtering the G2 players in the banana road. He first shot and killed the hunter in front, and then took advantage of the second Amanek, turning his head, clicked the left button of the mouse, opened fire at full power, and took the head of Amanek. In just 1 or 2 seconds, G2 had lost 2 key players. Then, when Hani was aiming at the third person, the G2 players finally turned around and started shooting at Hani. But among the 5 G2 players, 1 was defeated by a white teammate, 2 were killed, and the only remaining Kennies and JCKs were unable to kill Han E in the first place in a panic. Although countless bullets were fired at Han E, the damage of Glock to armor was pitifully low. They were unable to find Han Yi's head quickly, and eventually Han E, with his dual guns, killed another JCKZ under the firepower of the 2 men. It was not until he killed 3 people in a row that he died at the hands of Kenny S. However, Han Yi's goal has been achieved and G2's attack has been destroyed by him. The audience who watched this scene once again dominated the barrage. If you pull it out like this, you can spawn 3. What is G2 doing? He was overconfident. He only shot Hunter once, not even once. After killing Hunter, he immediately went to find Amanek. If he had hesitated for even a second, he would have faced 3 lines of fire. Whether he could have killed all 3 is a real question mark. To be honest, this kind of screen spam can't be blamed entirely on G2, right? What can G2 do about it? I can only say that Hai was too accurate in the pistol round, not that G2 was inaccurate. Dignita's tactics have always been strong, especially when they're on defense, with all sorts of tricks popping up one after another. While the barrage of comments was shocking, the players playing on the machine also felt incredible. G2, who was so aggressive just now, was suddenly defeated by Hani. Hani gave G2 a head start at the start of today's game. He's like the king of pistol rounds. If pistol rounds were the only thing in professional tournaments, I'm sure he'd be a top-tier star. He killed 3 of the 5 G2 players. Now only Nexa and K are left in Banana Lane, unable to move. G2 is in danger now. Even though Hai is dead, Dignitas still has 2 players blocking their way in the B zone, making it difficult for them to break into the B zone. Nexa and God K are kind of stuck here right now. Do you want to retreat? It seems a little late. F0 Rest and Get_right have already pressed down from the middle lane. G2 is about to be caught in a pincer attack. Nexa had no idea how dangerous the situation was. He fell in a Hai's trap from the very beginning. One wrong step led to another. The front and back attacks are coming. Kenny's and Nexa can't hold off the 4 Dignitas players. The pistol round is over. As the player finished playing the machine, Nexa also fell at the entrance of Banana Road. The score between the 2 sides is 1 o'clock. In the match against G2, they got off to a good start right from the start, and everyone on the Dignitas side was obviously in a good mood. Hani also offered encouragement to the old men at this time. Good fight. It's mainly because you held on. If you hadn't killed 3 of them, it wouldn't have been so easy to win this round. The second round began as everyone was praising each other. This time, Han E chose the most traditional and simplest submachine gun mid-lane forward pressure tactic. On the G2 side, after failing to plant the bomb and having no economy, Nexa chose the same tactic as most commanders, Eco, and used this time to think about how to play the next round. But he never expected that not long after he issued this order, everyone in G2 was still acquiescing. Han E had already led Dignita's tough police officers to press in from the bandits' entrance, jumping around with submachine guns and launching a bloody massacre against the G2 bandits. Amanek saw that the situation was not going well and wanted to escape. He tried to go to site A to plant the bomb from the side, but he was discovered by Han E, who chased him and killed him in the second floor of the gang. The 2 sides fought 1 for 5, And except for Halzerk, who rushed in at the beginning and was unfortunately killed, everyone else just lost a little blood. Before we knew it, it was already the third round. In this round, G2 chose half-start. With armor and pistols, G2's combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. They chose a tactic of connecting an A1 to attack area and successfully broke through the Halzerk defense and scored a connection. But thanks to Hanyi's quick return to defense, they finally stopped in area, fought a 5-for-2 exchange, killed Halzerk and F0 rest, but failed to complete the bomb. The score between the two sides reached 3 o'clock and entered the fourth round. G2 finally got their own rifle round, as a team centered around snipers. Even though the small-town map was not very suitable for offensive sniping, God K still picked up an AWP. As for the other four, they all had AKs. On the other hand, Dignitas's firearms configuration is much more shabby than G2's. Han returned the M4 he picked up from the connection to Halzerk and picked up another M4 for himself. Together with the M4 and F0 rest hand, they only had 3 long guns in total, and the remaining 2 were short guns like MP9. Looking at the guns in the hands of the veterans, Han did not rush to give orders, but instead sensed G2's tactics. After learning that the opponent was playing the default map control in this round, he asked Get_Right and Freeberg, 2 veterans holding pistols, to go to Area B to defend. Han chose to switch defense with a veteran, partnering with F0 rest and Halzerk to defend Zone A. And that's not all. Han put himself in the position of A2 floor, intending to be the host of the floor as well, letting F0 rest go to A1 and Halzerk continue to stay in the link. After everything is arranged, the game officially begins. Han started by passing through the study, Area A, and successfully jumped onto the straw cart to reach the A2 building. Just when Han was about to take a step further and go to the spiral staircase, suddenly a string of dense bullets flew past his eyes, almost blowing his head apart. This also made Han break out in a cold sweat. Due to his lack of experience in building A2, he had momentarily forgotten this regular entry point and almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, his birth position this time was relatively late, so the bandits failed to grasp the opportunity to penetrate the point, allowing Han to save his life. Because of the angle, this point can be regarded as one of the few unilateral penetration points in the entire CSGO. So Han had no intention of going back. He slowly moved forward to a safe position, patiently waiting for a suitable opportunity for others to pass by. After another 5 or 6 seconds, the opportunity finally arrived. The bandits on the second floor had already fired a magazine of bullets and had no intention of continuing to attack, so they went to the bandit entrance to meet up with the others. Seeing that the bullets were interrupted, Han took the opportunity to press forward and finally got close to the spiral staircase. But he was not the only one near the spiral staircase. Hunter at the bottom of the spiral staircase was also preparing to go up the spiral staircase and control the A2 building according to the default plan, just as he had done during G2 training. They G2 had studied the Dignitas team before the game, and it could be said that the opponent did not like to push the second floor. In other words, as long as Han is not with the Dignitas team, the Dignitas team rarely makes any radical moves, but tends to take more conservative actions. For example, in the map of Purgatory Town, Han is usually in Area B. At this time, the CT in Area A will not make any aggressive moves after seeing the person, but will immediately put up a smoke screen to defend and wait for Han to come back. Only after Han arrived, they would carry out some tactical anti-cheating operations under Han Yi's command. In addition to this, and the fact that his teammates had helped Hunter to get through to building A2 before, these 2 points combined made Hunter judge that building A2 was now relatively safe. So Hunter didn't think much about it, entered from the side passage, came to the spiral staircase, and prepared to touch the top of the stairs. It can only be said that Hunter has just entered the first-line arena after all, and he still lacks experience. He has unknowingly put himself in a dangerous position. Simply put, he took it for granted. What he didn't know was that Han had already pressed forward the moment his teammates stopped shooting, and now the two sides were about to meet. As one continued to move forward and the other continued to go up the stairs, the two finally had an intimate encounter at the corner. Han is completely different from Hunter. Although he doesn't have much game experience, he has studied G2 a lot. He also knows that Hunter is now G2's free man replacing Shokes, and his favorite thing to do is to touch the side lane. One side was well prepared, while the other was careless, resulting in completely different levels of reactions. The moment he saw the bandit, he immediately pressed the left button of the mouse. The sudden 2 consecutive headshots scared Hunter so much that he trembled all over. He looked at the display screen in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He had seen the clip of Rops being frightened by Han before, but he never thought that he would be frightened by Han one day. And it was caused by my own distraction. After a wry smile, Hunter smacked his lips and silently praised in his heart. Although I was a little absent-minded, you reacted really quickly. After complaining about Han Yi's reaction, he did not forget to communicate with his teammates and inform them of Han Yi's location. He's on the side stairs, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Nexa immediately ordered an attack, but the direction of their attack was not area where he had exposed himself, but area B. This was something that Nexa and the G2 team had discussed in advance. They realized that only he was strong among Dignitas, so they came up with a tactic to avoid Han. Regardless of whether he killed someone in Area A or Area B, they would immediately switch points and attack the other side. As for why they didn't change the location in the pistol round, Nexa actually wanted to change it, but he killed him too quickly and he didn't have time. The situation is different now. As soon as Hunter died, everyone in G2 started to act according to the plan. Following Nexa's order, G2 quickly gathered a Banana Road and immediately began to fire bombs in preparation for the attack. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to get Halzerk, who was guarding the connection, to return to Area B for support. With the arrival of a police smoke and a coffin smoke, G2's attack officially began. Get_right and Freeberg, who were guarding the B area, immediately blocked a standard B area defensive smoke, trying to stop G2's attack. But it was useless. G2 chose to rush forward under the cover of a high flash. Get_right was afraid of being caught in the stage and didn't dare to dodge, so he could only take the full white. After being dodged, he had no choice but to cover his eyes and shoot at the defensive smoke he had just thrown out. It was a pity that his luck was a bit bad. Only 2 shots hit Nexa, and then he was shot dead instantly by JCKZ, who came out of the smoke. Freeberg and Area B tried to help, but Kenny's, who came in later, had been waiting for a long time. Just as he came out, a gunshot rang out and Freeberg was killed. G2's tactics achieved initial success. What was left for and the other 2 was a 3-on-4 defense in Zone B. Took a look at everyone's finances. Since they had won 3 games in a row, they were still quite well off. He decisively ordered everyone to return to defense and asked F0 Rest and Halzerk to go to the police house. He returned to defense alone from Banana Road. The 2 didn't say much after hearing this. They had complete trust in Halzerk even waited for F0 Rest intentionally. As the sound of a bomb being placed was heard, also came to the entrance of Banana Road and took out a flash bomb and aimed it around. Kenny's had been waiting for a long time in the parking space at the end of Banana Road. The location assigned by Nexa in this round was also very simple. Because there were a lot of obstacles in the police house, it was difficult to count, so he decided to let everyone evacuate from Banana Road before the bomb exploded. The task of guarding Banana Road fell on Kenny's. Kenny's, one of the 3 greatest snipers in the past, stared intently at the entrance to Banana Road. Based on his years of experience, he judged that if Dignitas wanted to return to defense, someone would definitely take Banana Road. Kenny's was very confident about guarding the Banana Road. Although his condition had been a little worse recently, and he often missed shots, his reaction was still there, and he could still hold his own against enemies at regular locations. Soon, in his camera, a flash bomb was thrown from the middle road, hitting the Banana Road directly and then exploded instantly. Unfortunately, the flash bomb had very limited effect on Kenny's. He had already turned around before the flash bomb exploded and successfully avoided the flash. At this moment, Kenny's was in a good mood. While mocking the opponent in his heart for throwing such a stupid flash bomb, he seemed to have already seen the enemy appearing at the entrance of Banana Road and being knocked down by him with one shot. With this thought in mind, Kenny's realigned the AWP in his hand towards the entrance of Banana Road. He was like an experienced old hunter, waiting for the prey to come to him. But unexpectedly, something strange happened. He only heard the sound of a flashbang exploding, and then the screen turned white in an instant. The expression on Kenny's face changed from full of confidence just now to a little confused in an instant. But this confusion only lasted for a moment. With rich experience in the game, he immediately understood what had just happened. The CT of the bandit's mouth had lost 2 flashes. The reason why the first flash had such a long trajectory was to give him enough time to dodge. While he was dodging, the CT took the opportunity to throw a second flash. This caused him to miss the timing of the flash, and when he turned around again, he hit the second flash. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire the CT's ingenuity. He could use both flash grenades in different ways. However, it was just a clever idea. With just 2 flashes, the other party could do nothing to him. The Banana Road was such a long distance that by the time the opponent ran to his face, Kenny's believed that he would have already recovered from the flash bomb. When the time comes, it will be a close-range, one-on-one fight, and it is not certain who will win or lose. He certainly could think of what Kenny's could think of, so he chose to activate a talent just in case. After looking at all his talents, he set his sights on inheritance. But this time he did not choose F0 Rest as the target of inheritance, but chose Freeberg. As a breakthrough player, Freeberg has the strongest ability to kill in one-on-one situations among the 3 old men, and returning to defense requires breakthrough ability, so he is currently the most suitable person. In addition, and more importantly, in this Banana Road, of course we have to invite the king of Banana Road to personally take charge of everything. After all, Freeberg's name is still hanging on the wall of Banana Avenue. With the successful opening of the inheritance, Han Yi's first-person perspective has changed again. If the first-person perspective after inheriting F0 Rest gives people the feeling that Han Yi can kill people, the crosshairs are full of power, and the aiming ability looks very exaggerated, then you can tell at a glance that he is a traditional master. Now Han Yi's first-person perspective looks a little crazy and full of aggressiveness, as if he is always eager to compete with the enemies blocking his way. Then Han Yi took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it toward the parking space. As the flames filled the parking space, he began to move closer to it. At this time, Kenny's in the parking space had gradually recovered from the flash. He immediately noticed the fact that he was in a sea of fire, and almost immediately made a judgment that he could no longer stay in the parking space. As Kenny's pulled out of the parking space, Han Yi also moved. He immediately pressed the S key to stop himself and aimed the crosshairs at Kenny's. At this time, Kenny's had just been burned by fire and had little health left. Han Yi judged that he would be killed with only 1 or 2 shots, just as he was about to press the left mouse button to take Kenny's head. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Kenny's was 1 step faster than him and fired the gun first. This was also the first time that Han Yi lagged behind others in reaction. Listening to the sound of the sniper rifle next to his ears, Han Yi felt helpless. For the first time, he also experienced the feeling of others facing his super-fast sniper rifle. I feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I haven't even fired yet, but you already shot. How should I play? When Han Yi was sighing, he was surprised to find that he seemed not to be dead. He also saw the scene of Kenny's trying to pull out a pistol. Seeing this, Han Yi almost subconsciously pressed the left button of the mouse and easily took Kenny's away with a shot. After confirming that Kenny's was completely dead, he finally felt relieved and praised sincerely. It was so quick and fast. After Kenny's death, G2's 2-star players were defeated by Han Yi. He moved forward and soon arrived at the entrance on the Banana Road side of Area B. F0 Rest and Halzerk also came to the flower bed. After the bandits' alarm smoke dissipated, the 3 of them officially launched an attack on Area B. Needless to say, F0 rest and Halzer cooperated well, and the two threw the props in their hands to different locations. As the fire in the 3 boxes and the dead point started, he had already come to the stage and set up these 2 positions. Soon, JCKZ in the dead spot could no longer bear the heat of the fire and chose to pull himself out of the dead spot to fight to the death with the Dignitas team. But he didn't give him the chance to show himself at all. He was like a calm killer, aiming the crosshairs at JCKZ and easily completing the triple kill with 1 shot. Then he aimed the crosshairs at the 3 boxes. When he mistakenly thought that an enemy would rush out from behind the 3 boxes, no one expected that Nexa would suddenly rush out from behind the coffin. He held an AK and swept directly at who was still on the stage. He was caught off guard and hurriedly adjusted his aim, only able to fire 2 shots at Nexa. But the quality of these 2 shots was extremely poor. Not to mention hitting the target, they couldn't even touch it. After a few more shots, he fell to the ground. However, he looked at his talent, second aim, that had lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Although the 2 shots just now missed the target, they were enough for him to trigger his talent. When he stood on the stage again, this time his aim was not the 3 boxes, but the coffin. With a gunshot, Nexa, who had just been pulled out of the coffin, was shot dead by E. The good news doesn't stop there. After Nexa fell, Amanek tried to pull out of the church and cooperate with Nexa to attack the Dignitas team, but he was killed at the church door by F0 Rest and Halzerk as soon as he came out of the church. This time he couldn't sit still while playing the machine. If he was just a little excited about the triple kill in the pistol round, then Hanyi's performance in this round was completely worthy of full marks from him. He stood up from his chair and looked at the screen in front of him, totally unable to believe what had just happened. He completed a quad kill. While killing G2's 2 traditional masters, he also dealt with JCKZ in the dead center and Nexa in the coffin. He completely understood G2's positioning. He's a player with super explosive power. As long as you give him a chance, he can give the enemy a fatal blow. In this round, Kenny's paid the price for his missed shots, and G2 also paid the price for underestimating their opponents. You know is here, so you can't give him a chance to perform, especially early in a match. You have to send 2 or 3 players to completely suppress him. Of course, we can't blame G2 entirely. It's just that Hi's performance in this game was really explosive. I said this in a playful way before, but now I have to say it seriously. Hi may really be the successor of Freeburg, the next king of Banana Road. As the player finished playing the machine, the score between the 2 sides had reached 4 o'clock. Dignitas is in high spirits, and its winning streak is unstoppable. On the other hand, G2 was unable to defend the sphere with 4 versus 3, and instead had 4 of them killed in one go by E. If this happens, it will be a devastating blow to the morale of the entire G2 team. At the moment the bomb was dismantled, G2's voice channel even fell into a strange silence. No one spoke, no one comforted, it was just so quiet, no one said a word. At this time, the importance of the coach is reflected. As the saying goes, those who are involved in the matter are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. As the only person in the field who participated in the game, but was not affected by the game and could control the situation. As an experienced coach, Malek immediately noticed that the atmosphere within the team was not right and immediately called a tactical timeout. As the person in charge, Nexa naturally didn't notice the strange atmosphere in the team. He thought that the coach wanted him to think carefully about the tactics, so he thought for a moment and was about to open his mouth when he heard Malek say it again. Next time, go eco first, don't rush. Malek's attitude towards this round was very clear. Even if they had money to force a victory, they would not force it and save the money for the next round. Anyway, the score was already 4 o'clock, and this point was not a big deal. It would be better to give up this point and use it to adjust their mentality. Nexa couldn't understand Malek's good intentions for a while, but he would not argue with the coach at this time. There are 4 tactical pauses in total. The team will only listen to the coach's orders unless the coach is silent. Otherwise, once the coach speaks, all players on the field must listen to the coach. This is also the rule in the CSGO professional arena. The coach is greater than the commander and greater than other members. On the other side, Dignitas picked up 3 AKs in the last round and placed them in the hands of Han, E, F0 Rest, and Halzerk respectively. As for Get_Scorite and Freeberg, they both picked up M4A4, which was a fully equipped 5-lance lineup. Han, he learned from Nexa's inner voice that the coach asked them to eco, but this time Han, he did not lead everyone to charge out directly. Instead, he honestly took a default stance and asked everyone to keep their distance and avoid close combat as much as possible to avoid being accidentally killed by the opponent with a pistol. Neither side had the desire to attack, and time passed by little. When the 20-second countdown was up, Nexa asked all G2 players to gather and attack Area A. Under the eco condition, they didn't even have a connecting smoke, and the result was that they were surrounded and killed by the Dignitas team as soon as they rushed out of the middle lane. The score unknowingly reached 5 o'clock. Everything is moving in a good direction. After a round of eco, the G2 team recovered from their previous silence and realized that they were still in the game. They began to cheer each other up and communicate with each other. "It's not a big deal, we can turn it over. We were only down 5 points." Their defense was strong, but their offense wasn't so good. Come on. While everyone in G2 was cheering, Han, he was thinking about one thing. He looked at the talent that was at the peak of his team and suddenly had an idea. Why not give it a try now? Although this buff can only last for 3 rounds and has a 3-day cooldown period, these are not problems. If we activate this talent now and wait 3 days, it will be the first day of the championship group competition. The cooldown will definitely be ready by then. In that case, why not give it a try? It would be even better if we can take this opportunity to beat G2 into collapse. Han E is also very curious about what the upper limit of Dignitas can reach now. With this thought in mind, Han E no longer hesitated and decisively activated this talent. Of course, there are no cool special effects, just an extra line of text in the system panel. All members at the peak. Duration remaining, 3 rounds. Looking at this line of small words, Han E tentatively asked the old men, "What do you feel?" After hearing this, the old men looked at each other and then shook their heads. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, I just felt the venue was a little hot, so I asked if you were hot." Han, he made up an excuse to fool the old men, thinking to himself, it seems that the old men themselves can't feel this thing. Then Han, he began to use mind reading to read Nexa's mind. As the commander of G2, Nexa looked at the score of 5 o'clock and knew that he had to do something now to prevent Dignitas from further widening the score. Otherwise, if the score continues to widen like this, the G2 players will lose confidence in the game. So how can they talk about winning? Nexa thought about it and gave the order for this round. Let JCKZ act as a fulcrum to control Banana Road alone, so that they can recover if their attack fails. Except for JCKZ, the other 3 followed him to attack area. Hunter attacked alone from the A2 building, and the others attacked A1, making the most conventional simultaneous attack on A1 and A2. This tactic is very common and not difficult, but it is also a tactic that is commonly used by most teams. As the saying goes, the most commonly used is actually the best. After learning about Nexa's plan, Han E thought about it. To be safe, he chose a 4A tactic, letting Freeberg play alone on B, and reminded Freeberg to be careful. As for the positions in area, Halzerk is still standing at the connection, F0 Rest, and Get_Scorite. One is inside the A site, and the other is crossing in the big pit. Han E himself was in a small pit and became a surprise soldier. As the game officially began, under the gaze of all the spectators, both teams quickly moved towards Area A. Because Han E did not order to attack the front point, G2 had almost taken all the offensive points they wanted to take after 30 seconds of the game, including VIP, the front point of A2 building, and the close point in the middle lane. Seeing that the time was ripe, Nexa no longer hesitated and decisively handed over a connecting smoke. Then, with a command, the G2 team launched an attack on Area A. Because JCKZ was left in banana lane by Nexa, Nexa had to become the breakthrough player himself and took the lead. But when he pulled out from A1, two crisp headshot sounds were heard. Before Nexa could react to what was happening, he fell to the ground. Nexa's death did not stop G2's offensive enthusiasm at all. Then Kenny's G2 star sniper pulled out from A1 and tried to finish off the opponent. As a result, he replenished his guns, but still failed to defeat Get_Right. At this time, Get_Right has the support of all the top members and the advantage of the big pit scout position. With 2 points on him at the same time, even though it was a bit of a stretch to kill 2 people in a row, he still took on Kenny's until the third Amanek was pulled out from A1, and then he finally killed Get_Right. Upon learning that Daking was dead, Hunter decisively pulled himself out of building A2, but he also encountered the same problem as Nexa and Kenny's before. Because A1 lost 2 people, there were no extra people to help Hunter flash, so he could only choose to pull out. As a result, he had just come out of the A2 building when he was shot in the head by F0 Rest, who was standing in the A site and died on the spot. After Hunter died, Amanek pulled out from A1 and tried to shoot again, replicating the previous operation. But his position had been exposed long ago, so how could F0 Rest not be on guard? As soon as he showed his head, he was shot down by a volley of bullets from F0 Rest and died at A1. At the same time, when F0 Rest and Get_Right were killing in Area, good news came from Area B. Seeing his teammates in Area A dying one after another, JCKZ was unwilling to be lonely and took the initiative to come out from Banana Road, trying to find an opportunity. This time it hit Freeberg's hand. The strength of the two was similar before, but now with the support of all the peak members, Freeberg's strength could be said to be far beyond JCKZ. Not to mention that one of them was well prepared, and the other one also needed to search for points at the same time and could not focus all his attention on one place. Freeberg fired a standard shot to the head and the body, killing JCKZ instantly at the entrance of Area B. With the performance of the 3 old men, the game was over almost in an instant. Han E, who had been waiting in the small pit for half a day, was a little dazed. The last time this kind of game ended without him seeing any enemy happened was in the first game of the Major, when Dignitas played against VP. However, even though he was dazed, he was not slow in speaking. Nice. Cool. He killed them all in one go. After hearing Han Yi's flattery, the 3 old men didn't know what was going on. When they were fighting with the enemy just now, they inexplicably felt that the mouse was particularly comfortable to hold today, and they had a particularly good grasp of the rhythm of controlling the gun. It even seemed like we had returned to the time when we had 87 consecutive wins. After Han Yi's brief praise, the next round soon arrived. This time, G2 still chose 5 AKs as a default, but this default was not to control the map. Instead, under the command of Nexa, they began to tentatively attack various points and constantly rubbed against the defending Dignitas players. Nexa's original intention was to find out Han Yi's position so as to avoid him, but after doing so, all the audience and commentators felt something was wrong. Because it was just a tentative gunfight, G2 was beaten 3-1. The Freeberg who was replaced was killed because G2 made a timely follow-up shot. If there was no follow-up shot, G2 would have ended up with a 3-0 result. For a moment, the audience and commentators couldn't believe that this was a Dignitas game. The old men actually played so bravely. Even Han, he was released from prison. He could take advantage of these few rounds to concentrate on helping the old man, and his perfect props also had a bigger stage to perform. Soon, with the cooperation of Han, E, and the old men, the only 2 remaining G2 members were killed one after another. The score between the 2 sides has reached 7 o'clock. In this round, G2's economy has collapsed and they have to choose eco. This resulted in the score being further widened to 8 o'clock. No one had expected that Dignitas could gain such a huge advantage at the start. With G2 star player Kenny's out of action, Hunter was the only one left, and it was difficult for him to carry the team alone. He was hit by a wave of attacks from Dignitas and lost all his touch. As the peak performance of all members came to an end, the old men of Dignitas gradually returned to normal. However, the huge score gap between the 2 sides is no longer something that G2 can catch up with just by trying hard. With the exchange of offense and defense in the second half, G2's performance improved, but Nexa's gambling problem gave Han the opportunity to perform. After Nexa failed to gamble twice in a row, the game officially ended as Han led the old men to successfully plant the bomb at the B bomb site and killed all the G2 members who returned to defend. The score of the first game was fixed at 16-7, and G2 suffered a crushing defeat in Map 1. Han took off his headphones and smiled with satisfaction. The talent of all-member Peak is very powerful, which just makes up for his lack of talent in the mid-game. If he uses it well in conjunction with a hot hand and second aim, he can get a big lead over his opponent at the start. This is a psychological blow to all opponents. Seeing their team trailing by 7 or 8 points, it is hard for anyone not to be affected. Han slowly stood up and led the Dignitas team towards the lounge. It can be said that no one thought the match against G2 would be so easy before the game. Everyone was talking and laughing along the way, and everyone felt that they had a sure win in today's match. In the first picture, G2 couldn't beat them in Purgatory Town, let alone in Dust 2. Their double sniper defense defeated many powerful enemies, and even Team A had to avoid them. Han Yi's mentality was different from the other four. He knew that the victory in the first map was largely due to the peak performance of all members, but when it came to the second map, he no longer had this talent to use. Even though Dust 2 is their strong map, it is also G2's strong map, so the battle may not be as easy as on Map 1. After entering the lounge, Han called the old men together and reminded Kenny's of his position on this map. As long as they didn't give Kenny's the chance to get into the groove, Dignitas would not lose. The old men nodded as Han explained, as if they had memorized the knowledge. They are currently only one small victory away from the championship group, and no one wants to give up at this time. Although they would not be eliminated if they lost, but would drop to the 2-2 group and still have a chance to advance to the championship group. They all understood that if Dignitas advanced with a 2-2 record, they would face a 3-0 team. In their current state, no matter which 3-0 team they face, they will not be able to win. Therefore, if you want to go further, the best way is to qualify with a 3-1 record and avoid the 3-0 team in the first round. Only then will you have a chance to advance to the semi-finals of the major. After Han finished explaining G2's weaknesses, he looked at the remaining 7 minutes of break time, so he announced that everyone should relax. He then went to the corridor, chose a secluded corner, and began to think about countermeasures. The double sniper tactic must be used. This is their trump card for survival in the Dust 2 map. When Han is dying, he must also ensure that the old men's field will not be completely destroyed because of him, just like the previous times. Although they are at a great disadvantage, as long as there is a chance to save the situation, they can win. The second is the current Kenny's. Without any feel for the game, there is naturally no need to worry. But if the opponent gets into the groove, Han still has a question mark about what level of sniper he is, so he has to be careful to avoid a sudden outburst from God K that could kill them. Han sat alone in the corridor, thinking about how to solve the above problems on the basis of having the best of both worlds. Although the lounge was very quiet, there were still people there after all. This kind of environment with no one around was more suitable for him to think. Apart from these problems, they are currently only one victory away from the championship group, and he does not want to stop there with the old men. And he thinks further ahead. The old men's condition is getting worse every year. It can be said that this year is the best time for the old men in their careers from now on. Han must think about whether this is his only chance in his life to win the championship with the old men. He needs to grasp the victory of every game as much as possible and win the game as much as possible. Time passed as he was thinking like this. 5 minutes later, Han realized that the game was about to start and returned to the lounge from the corridor. The old men had already stood up, waiting to go to the game with him. As they returned to the competition stage, the audience became agitated again. Especially when Han led the veterans towards the audience stands, they could clearly hear the cheers coming from below. Come on, we just need one more push. Win another major championship. Charge. Don't let us down. I've been watching you 3 since NIP. You've been my entire youth. F0 rest. Get underscore right. Freeberg win this damn. Dust too. The voices of support for Dignitas rose and fell from the audience. Everyone listened to these voices and realized that there were so many people supporting them. They waved to the audience, and cheers immediately broke out from below. Hani quite enjoys the feeling of being sought after by thousands of people. Under the gaze of the audience, the Dignitas players took their seats one by one. Because they came back 2 or 3 minutes early, it was a while later that the G2 members came out of the backstage passage. When the G2 team just stepped onto the stage, something unexpected happened to the Dignitas team. Suddenly, G2's fans joined in unison and without any warning, began to cheer for G2 loudly. For a moment, the sound of cheering for G2 filled the entire stadium, sounding incredibly powerful. Let's go G2! Let's go G2! Let's go G2! Amid the cheers from G2 fans, he could clearly feel that the momentum of the G2 players had changed. As they looked at their fans who supported them, their desire to win was once again aroused. As the captain of G2, Nexa also walked in front of the G2 fans and interacted with them. With his command, the slogans of G2 fans became more uniform and louder. He saw all of this, then took out his little notebook and recorded this scene on it, which meant he had learned another trick. After the brief interaction, Nexa sat back in front of his computer and, after signaling to the referee, began the warm-up session. Another minute passed, the warm-up time ended, and the two sides officially started the competition in Figure 2, Dust 2. As Dignitas picked the map, G2 prioritized the defensive side, and Dignitas started the game as the offensive side. As the pistol round officially began, both sides of the game looked at the familiar map in front of them and felt more confident. In this round, Nexa did not adopt any particularly aggressive tactics, but simply used a 212 formation. The B area was defended by Cousin Hunter and Amanek, and the middle gate was left to Kenny's. As for himself and JKCZ, one was guarding a big and the other was guarding a small. After completing the arrangement of the opening formation, Nexa thought for a moment and continued. If you don't see anyone in Zone B later, switch to a 3-way mid-lane formation. Hunter, cooperate with Kenny's to seize the mid lane. JCKZ, you push out from A zone. I'll stay and guard A zone. After saying this, Nexa felt that everything was safe and chose to shut up and say no more. Hani listened to Nexa's plan and looked at his birth point for this round. It was near the upper part of the slope of the bandit's house. On his right was Halzerk near A. On his left are F0 Rest, Get_right, and Freeberg, who is closest to Area B. Hani frowned. With this position, it was not convenient for him to play a fast attack and be the first to give away a head. So he thought about it and arranged a medium-speed attack tactic on Gate A. Get_right, you use a smoke flash. Send the smoke to the middle lane Xbox later. Save the flashbang. Once I reach A small, the 4 of you will attack A big together. Hearing Hanyi's words, everyone in Dignitas seemed to have a sense of déjà vu, seeing that there was still some time before the game started. F0 Rest simply spoke. You want to go solo on this Dust 2 map again? Yeah, what's wrong? He was a little confused. Normally, F0 Rest never asked him this question, so he was a little confused about what F0 Rest was thinking. Then he heard F0 Rest speak again. It's okay, I just feel like when you play this map, you always like to go solo and then pull a big group. After a few rounds, you're willing to give up solo and join us. Only then will we start to turn the tables. You kid, can't you? Impossible. Hani denied it immediately before F0 Rest finished speaking. He would never admit that although he did not accept any money, he was indeed involved in match fixing. As long as he refuses to admit this matter, no one can kill him unless it involves the flow of money and the upstream party. Shouldn't he be allowed to die 5 or 6 times because he is too bad at playing this map? To put it another way, he won all these maps in the end. I have never seen any team that would fake a game to let the opponent score a few more points and then turn the tables. In response to Han Yi's explanation, F0 Rest waved his hands and refused to listen, as if he had already seen through Hani. You kid, you want to beat the Libero, but you won't admit it. You always try your hand at this map secretly, and you're afraid we'll find out. If you really want to beat the libero for the star position, you could just tell us. Who would oppose you? Why do you have to beat around the bush like this? After hearing F-Zero Rest's words, Han, he felt relieved. It seemed that F-Zero Rest had misunderstood him. However, this misunderstanding was also a good thing, as it gave him a legitimate reason to give away a kill. You misunderstood me. I haven't actually considered becoming a free agent. This is just a way to try out another possible system. Han Yi's explanation was a bit far-fetched, so the Dignitas players naturally didn't believe it. They all had a sense of, you say what you say, and whether I listen or not is up to me. Obviously, they all took F-Zero Rest's words as facts. Of course, they had no intention of blaming Han Yi. After all, they had relied on Han Yi as the C all the way. They could understand that young people wanted to try some different positions. This misunderstanding inadvertently helped the Dignitas players to stabilize their mentality. As the countdown ended, everyone stopped dwelling on this topic and focused their attention on the competition. The two sides dispersed, and the Dignitas team followed Han Yi's plan, gave an Xbox of cigarettes, and then began to wait at Gate A. Han, he was moving forward towards A. He knew that there was Kenny's in the middle lane and JCKZ in A, so he was determined to get the first death this time. When he thought of this, for some reason, he felt a burning sensation. As the smoke from the Xbox exploded, Han, he moved forward, intending to go straight to A. Just as he was getting close to, a flash was thrown from the middle, and he was instantly hit by a full white. Han, he did not retreat, but relied on his feeling, covering his eyes while coming to the small groove A. At this time, because Valve has not added a box to the elevator, it is impossible to jump directly onto A. Explanation: the elevator used to be the L position, but recently when I was playing on the Huxia server, I don't know why everyone called the boxes that go directly to the A area in Dust 2 the elevator. Let's sync the books too. L is the L position, and the box that goes directly to the A area is called the elevator. Therefore, if the CT wants to grab a closer point to A, unless there's a tower ladder, it will always be slower than the bandit, so Han Yi will not die just by doing this. But his footsteps were heard clearly by Kenny's at the middle door, and in order to ensure that Han Yi could be killed, Hunter, as the sub-B, used the props and threw another flash. This resulted in Han Yi being completely unable to see any enemies throughout the entire process and was always in a completely white state, and his death was a natural outcome. Finally, JCKZ rushed to A elementary school, looked at Han Yi who was covering his eyes, and shot him dead with one shot. Jax killed Hai with a headshot using USB. Seeing Hai's death, everyone in G2 was cheered up. They realized that the opportunity had come, and they had a high probability of winning the pistol round. Han Yi, who was the first to die, looked at his increased stats, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. No choice. We've been dodged twice. Let's attack A camp. They should only have one person in A camp, and there should be at least 2 or 3 in the middle lane. Get underscore right. After you throw the flash, go from A small and throw the bag over there. Don't go up to the platform from A big. You can't get up without the smoke. The Dignitas players were already used to Han Yi's nothing they could do. As Get underscore right used a high flash, Freeberg took the lead in the charge. Nexa stood in the position of the blue car and aimed directly at A. Due to the distance, Get underscore right's high flash only affected him briefly. He recovered immediately and aimed the crosshairs at A again. But I don't know whether it was because Freeberg's touch in the last round was too explosive or Nexa's performance in this round was abnormal. When Freeberg pulled out from, Nexa actually let Freeberg fire the gun first, and this shot hit Nexa's head. Nexa immediately lowered his head and tried to survive, but it was too late. He was shot in the head and was still in the blue car, a position that could be penetrated. How could the Dignitas people let him go? In an instant, countless bullets pierced the glass of the blue car and knocked him to the ground. After that, all Dignitas players pressed forward, but when they passed the CT, they all stopped and waited for Get underscore right to take position. Here, Get underscore right is holding AP250 and keeps moving towards A under the cover of the Xboxes of cigarettes. He has sealed himself. His behavior did not arouse G2's vigilance because due to the death of A's Nexa, Kinney's and Hunter in the middle lane had already aimed their crosshairs at A, waiting to harvest the bandits who had passed by. As long as the Dignitas players don't block Jing Jian's cigarette, they won't take any further action for a while. But JCKZ did not leave. Although A's teammate was dead, his teammates at the middle gate were helping him guard A, so he only needed to concentrate on dealing with A. As Gitterscorite went deeper into A, as he approached the stairs, the two veterans, one going up and one going down, officially met. Jax fired the first shot, causing Gitterscorite, who had no armor, to tremble, but he failed to kill Gitterscorite instantly. Gitterscorite came to his senses, quickly retreated to the cover, and then pulled again, steadily executing JCKZ with one shot. At this point, Dignitas had both key breakthroughs in their hands. He was secretly surprised when he saw this scene. He knew that the old men now had no bonus status, but he did not expect that in such a crucial game, the old men would start to explode collectively. However, this does fit the characteristics of most veterans. That is, the bigger the game, the better the veterans generally perform. If Nexa's death only shook G2's formation but did not damage the foundation, then Jax's death was like the sky exploded for G2. With his death, the entire G2's A zone was handed over to the Dignitas team. Kinney's and Hunter in the middle lane realized that something was wrong at the first moment, and Amanek in Zone B also immediately gave up Zone B to join the two. After a brief discussion, Kinney's continued to make a straight pass at the middle gate, while the remaining Hunter and Amanek went back to defense at A. When G2 was discussing how to play this endgame, Gitterscorite had already reached the A slope. F0 Rest also jumped high and threw the bomb to Gitterscorite, allowing him to place a bag between boxes 1 and 2. Then, as the two G2 players arrived at A, the endgame officially began. Hunter took the lead and pulled out from A, and kept moving sideways from A to the vicinity of the ninja position, and then began to move towards the A site. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Gitterscorite suddenly stood up and shot Hunter in the head and body. The two shots were fired so quickly that neither Hunter nor Amanek could react. Hunter fell to the ground, but Amanek immediately shot him back. However, this pack is a bit difficult to dismantle. Since A is controlled by Dignitas, they have to clear A if they want to dismantle the pack. Without any communication, Kinney's and Amanek both realized the problem. Kinney's decisively pressed forward and came to the slope near the police house. After the 3-second countdown, the two were pulled out together, one from platform A and the other from the slope of the police house. But the two of them still underestimated Dignitas veterans. If they could realize this, how could the veterans not know it? They had already gotten close to point A, and with the two G2 players pulling together, the veterans immediately launched a counterattack. Although they are somewhat behind the G2 duo in terms of strength, in close combat, Glock is far stronger than USP. As the sounds of headshots continued to ring out, Kinney's, Freeberg, and Amanek died one after another. 1 for 2, Dignitas secured the victory. Han E also witnessed the whole process and was led by the veterans, winning the pistol round without any effort. The score between the two sides is 1 o'clock. After the failure in the pistol round, Nexa launched traditional skills and chose the gambling Area B. At the beginning of the round with 5 pistols, under the cover of a police cigarette, the 5 people came to the B area together, waiting for an unlucky guy to come to the door. Soon, under the expectant gaze of the 5 people, footsteps were heard in B channel, and then an unlucky guy jumped out of B channel with his head swaying. He was killed by the 5 people in an instant, and the other party could not even fire a gun. The unlucky guy was naturally Han E. He sighed heavily again and informed the Dignitas team of the news about 5B, asking them to quickly attack A. After killing Han E, the G2 team decisively chose to return to defense. But without head armor, even if they picked up the hairdryer dropped by Han E from the ground, they were still no match for the Dignitas team and were eliminated in Area A by everyone's concerted efforts. The same scene happened again in the next game, but this time Han E died in Area A and successfully commanded the Dignitas team to enter Area B, bringing the score to 3 o'clock. But after this round, G2 finally entered the long gun game, and they began to exert their strength and scored 2 points in a row. The score between the two sides came to 3-2, and the game unknowingly entered the 6th round. Han E also completed his evolution in this round. He had also intentionally led the Dignitas team to retain some of the economy. Now I could just buy an AWP and 4 AKs. With a new round of spear rounds, the Barrage seemed to realize something. Especially for viewers who often watch Dignitas games, this scene is extremely familiar to them. They remember that similar scenes happened when Hani defeated Liquid and Muz before. Another 0/something start, then sniping. The groove's formulaic explanation matches the formulaic competition. This is a slice of TikTok. Is this guy performing some kind of cult ritual? He's borrowing power and needs to sacrifice a few heads first. I admit that Hai's reaction to sniping is indeed very fast, but this is Kenny's. I really don't believe that I can kill like this every time. Dust 2 is a really good map for snipers. I've seen Hani occasionally play sniper on other maps, but his performance is far inferior to this one. Amidst the discussion in the Barrage, this round began. Nexus still chose a 212 default formation to fight against Dignitas. He must have studied Dignitas Dust 2. He was fully aware that Han E would snipe for a while after the start of the game, and that the snipe was weird and outrageous. Calculating the time, it was almost time for Han E to take action, so he reminded the others appropriately. Hai is sniping. Remember to block the smoke through the middle gate. Everyone be careful. After hearing what Nexus said, everyone in G2 felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. At present, most teams in the world have not figured out any good way to crack Han Yi's sniper, especially on the Santu map. So G2 can only try to solve it this time, but they have no idea how to do it. After all, if there were any, they would have actively chosen Dust 2 when choosing the map. Looking at Dignitas, Han E also chose a default. He planned to use his sniper rifle to break the point, and then consider where to attack based on G2's actions. At present, he can be said to be in his strongest form, whether it is the second aiming or the hot feel, plus the reaction ability stretched to the limit. Hani can confidently say that I am invincible within one shot, and even if Sunzai comes, he can only start from the 2nd place. As the game officially began, the 10 players from both sides dispersed, and Han, he was the first to reach the middle gate of the bandit's house on the slope. But soon a cigarette blocked his vision. Han, he could only sigh helplessly and fired a shot to try his luck. He then looked to the upper right corner, but unfortunately did not see the kill icon. It seems that sometimes luck doesn't work so well. But Han, he didn't know that Hunter behind the middle door was scared out of his wits by his shot. Originally, Hunter planned to go to Area B after blocking the smoke, but as soon as he stepped out of the police house, a bullet was shot at him, and the bullet hit him squarely. Looking at his remaining 20 drops of health, Hunter was full of question marks. If he wasn't still in the game, he really wanted to type that in the chat window. You don't even want to act anymore. I haven't jumped yet. With a sniper shot, Han E came from the slope of the bandit's house to the back of Zhong Yuan's oil barrel. He was cautious all the way, squatting and moving slowly along the wall. He doesn't usually use a sniper, but thanks to the fact that he played the Dust 2 map too much, he knew some of the advantageous spots for bandit snipers to target police snipers. The 2 most common points are the Costco oil barrel. You can squat behind the oil barrel, suddenly stand up, and snipe the enemies near the white car. The other one is the small staircase in A, which can be used to shoot down enemies in the sniper position in area, catching them off guard. This sudden rise is difficult for a defensive sniper to react to, and the offensive sniper has a great advantage. In Han Yi's opinion, this is also the ingenious design of the Dust 2 map. For defensive snipers, these 2 positions can hardly withstand offensive snipers, but can pose a fatal threat to enemy rifles. Imagine a sniper on a white car directly in the middle of the road. It would be a terrifying thing for the bandit's rifleman. It is very likely that he would be killed by a sniper shot as soon as he reached the middle of the road. For this reason, Kenny chose the white car position after careful selection. Of course, as a well-known sniper, he certainly knew that the white car's position would be restrained by the Costco oil barrel. But everyone has his own pride, And God K's pride comes from his reaction. He looked at the cigarette in front of him, and he was confident that if Han E really stood on the oil barrel, he could kill Han E before Han E fired. On the other side, Han E also came behind the oil barrel. Then he suddenly stood up and was about to attack the CT of the white car by surprise. But when I stood up straight, I found that the white car was completely blocked by the smoke from the CT scan, and I couldn't see anything. After thinking about it, Han E did not leave in a hurry, but chose to go straight with this smoke bomb. The reason he did this was to ensure the safety of the middle road, so that the bandits would not be accidentally killed by the snipers near the white car when crossing the middle road. Secondly, he also wanted to see if there was any CT who was careless and waited for the smoke to dissipate before running through the middle lane without blocking the smoke. In this way, the snipers on both sides chose to stand straight in the middle with different purposes. They didn't realize that the other party was behind the smoke, and they could even kill the other party with a single shot. If they knew, neither of them would shoot given their personalities. They both wanted to win the game with their own reactions. To describe this mentality in one sentence, that is, you want me to avoid him? This wonderful scene was naturally captured by the directors of the first time, and they immediately cut to a shot of the two of them. The audience at the scene suddenly burst into amazing cheers, and for a moment the black wave continued to surge. All 10 players in the field didn't understand what was happening at first, especially the G2 team. If they didn't know that Han E couldn't run behind them in such a short time, they all even had the urge to look back. Amid the audience's excitement, the duration of the smoke bomb in the middle lane finally expired. As the smoke bomb gradually dissipated, Kenny's, who was standing in the white car, clearly saw through the smoke bomb that there was a figure standing behind the smoke bomb, pointing a sniper rifle at him. But these were not enough to make Kenny's despair. What made him despair was that he found that his character was falling backwards. In other words, by the time he saw Han E and reacted, Han E had already fired the gun. As the fastest sniper in the world, as rated by the community, he was not even qualified to shoot in front of Han E. To ordinary players, this was just a failure in a gun duel. The reason was that Kenny's failed to react in time and was shot and killed by Han E earlier. But as the world's top sniper, Kenny's understands that the gap between them is an insurmountable chasm. The 3 greatest snipers of the past can be said to each have their own characteristics. Guardian is known as the sniper emperor who never misses a shot. JW is famous for his agility and unexpectedness, and he is known for his speed. It is precisely because he is faster than others that he has a place among snipers. But now, after the gunfight, just now, Kenny's realized one thing. That is, even at his peak, he could never be as fast as Han E. Or perhaps, Han E was simply too fast, to the point where he made Kenny's despair. To be more specific, even if he fought against Han E 100 times, it would be difficult for him to defeat Han E once. It took a long time to say it, but all of Kenny's thoughts arose in an instant. As he fell, the audience burst into amazing cheers. They had rarely seen such scenes of sniping behind smoke, let alone such a dramatic scene. In a live broadcast room on the other side, where he was playing with the machine, his live broadcast screen was a little later than the live scene. The director here gave a perspective where both sides looked at each other through the smoke. Hi, can you react? The opponent is Kenny's. The audience has already started cheering, but there are only 10 people in the audience, and the contestants can't tell what the audience is cheering for. The smoke bomb in the middle lane gradually dissipated. What the hell? I just saw the person from Kenny's perspective. Why did Han E start shooting? That shot was incredibly fast. Even with X-rays, knowing where Han E was, it still felt like Han Yi's shot was incredibly fast. You know, even the director didn't think Han E would win, so they cut to Kenny's perspective, but High slapped the director in the face. If you're really famous for a long time, you're not as good as the rookie. I never thought Han E was so fast. His reaction time was only about 0.1 seconds. It would be extremely difficult for others to fire a gun in such a short time. It was an automatic trigger. Too fast, too fast. Before I could react, High opened fire. Are you really faster than Kenny's? Today was another great experience. This is the first time I've seen K-God fail in his reaction. What you'll see next is Dignitas' command, a traditional secondary sniper expert, a traditional rifle expert, the world's best caregiver, the CN pistol king, a jumble blade player, and the cloud top losing streak king high. Which white text barrage is squeezing me? Stop squeezing me. Huh. After killing Kinnies in the middle lane, he took a look at the current Dignitas formation and made a quick decision. AB in the middle, give me a police cigarette. Following Han Yi's order, Halzerk and Freeberg quickly gave up gate A and came to the middle and far point, and then quickly moved to the near point of the middle gate. Then Halzerk and Freeberg gave the police 2 cigarettes, one above and one below, completely blocking the CT side. After doing all this, Freeberg came out from the middle door under the cover of Flash Bomb. The G2 players were of course aware of the huge commotion Dignitas had put up in the middle lane, but due to the sudden death of Kinnies, they were temporarily out of reach and were unable to fill the hole in the middle lane for the time being. So they could only rely on G2's B-Zone duo to save themselves. After a brief communication, Hunter came to the B-Zone and drove the white car directly outside B. Compared to the dead point of the box behind the white car, his position exposes more of his body, but he is more flexible and is not afraid of the opponent's props, such as incendiary bombs, grenades, etc. He can evacuate in advance before these props arrive. The reason why he chose this place was that Hunter had no choice. He was shot by Han E and his health was low, so he could only choose these places where he could avoid props. Now Hunter also knows that not being killed by props is far more important than killing efficiency or advantageous position against guns. Amanek, who was in charge of B, chose to give a B smoke, then ran to the sniper position and set up B directly. Compared with Hunter, he was not so confident in his shooting skills, so he chose a position that was afraid of fire, but could help him make up for the difference in shooting skills. Although the current G2 is not as star-studded as the ones in the Prince and Nico eras, they're still a top-tier team after all, and the players can make good positioning based on their own characteristics. After G2 finished their preparations, Dignitas was also ready and launched a simultaneous attack on B area from B outside and B through. During this process, Han E did not participate. He was not good at breaking through the point and shooting. He was good at setting up the position, so he planned to play to his advantage and set up in the middle. Any enemy who dared to pass through the middle would be shot by him. As for the battle situation in Area B, although Hunter is very strong, Amanek's strength is relatively average. No matter how weak the old men are, they will not be unable to defeat Area B in a 4-on-2 situation. Han, he only needs to focus on himself. He is responsible for fighting 1 against 2, and the old men are responsible for fighting 4 against 2. The division of labor is clear. After a while, various props and gunshots were heard from Area B. It was obvious that the old men had launched an attack and defense battle in Area B. Han E, however, didn't pay any attention to that side. He calmed down and aimed at the middle. Perhaps because the situation in Area B was critical, the CTs in Area A had lost some of their rationality and chose to move back to defense. Han E, who was in the oil barrel, keenly heard the footsteps of a Shao and immediately moved the crosshairs from the middle gate to a Shao. The next second, a CT figure emerged from A. Han, he fired a shot at him on the spot. The bullet hit the opponent's chest and pierced him. Hai used AWP to kill JCKZ. Although the person who died was JCKZ, Nexa in CT was scared out of his wits. He really couldn't imagine that Han didn't leave Costco. Nexa couldn't help but think that if he had walked through the middle door before JCKZ, he would have been the one killed by the shot just now. Knowing that Zhong Yuan had a sniper, Nexa naturally couldn't just rush over. He took a look at the props in his hand, and there was only one flash left. He thought about it and aimed the flash at the middle door. When he was about to make a move, he suddenly retracted the flash. The reason is very simple. G2's B area has been breached. With Hunter's health low, Amanek naturally couldn't carry the banner. The two of them planned everything, but in the end they only killed Freeberg, the first one to enter the field, and were surrounded by the rest of Dignitas. As the bombs beeped, Nex's face was filled with despair, which also meant that Han, he had officially sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Nexa immediately chose to protect his gun and retreated all the way back. Finally, he came to the bottom of the pit and hid. He had no intention of suppressing him. After confirming that Nexa would not return to defend, he decisively joined the old men and evacuated from B Channel together. With an explosion, the score between the two sides came to 4-2. Dignita's score once again left G2 behind. Looking at the failure notice of this round, Kenny's felt helpless and regretful. As a veteran, Kenny's naturally has his own self-esteem. He understands that it was because of his own arrogance that caused the team to lose this game. So Kenny's opened his mouth and said something in the team voice. Sorry. Fine. As the captain, Nexa immediately calmed Kenny's emotions, then thought for a moment and continued. That high is a bit outrageous. We should try our best to restrain him with props. We will force this round and then eco if we lose. Good. After deciding to force a comeback, Nexa looked at the G2 players who all had pistols, and he decided to play an unconventional game to see if he could turn the tables. This also fits his personality, which favors high-risk, high-reward tactics. There are not many unconventional strategies that can be used in the Shah Air map. The most commonly used unconventional strategy is to rush the middle lane and it together to catch the enemy by surprise. Nexa thought so too. He took a look at the positions and made the assignments immediately. Kenny's and JCKZ, you two go to hold gate A, and the rest of you follow me out of the middle gate. We will attack from the middle and gate it together. This tactic was very simple, and there was no complicated strategy involved, so naturally everyone in G2 had no doubts. It can be said that this is a big gamble. That is, Nexa is betting that Dignitas will lose a lot of people in G2's unconventional offense. In this way, even if they release Area B, they will still have a numerical advantage, and they will have a chance to fight whether they surrender their weapons or return to defend. Nexa's gamble might work for other commanders, but in front of Han E, his chances of winning are 0. It's like two people playing rock, paper, scissors. One of them always goes first, and the other always goes last. The former can never beat the latter. Han E opened his mouth and just said something casually. You guys go straight to B, I'll help you out in the middle. After saying this, Hani looked at his own money of more than 4,000 yuan and thought that it would be a waste to keep so much money, so he simply bought himself a Desert Eagle for self-defense. As the game officially began, the Dignitas team went straight to the B area, while Han E stood on the slope of the bandit's house and directly faced the middle door. G2 is a professional team after all, so it is impossible for them to attack the middle gate knowing that Han E has a sniper. Soon, a cigarette was thrown a little in front of Paradise Road, blocking Han Yi's sight. Seeing this scene, Han E was not in a hurry. He turned and came to the bottom of the slope of the bandit's house, turned around and went straight to Gate A. Because Gate A and the middle lane were both open, Nexa realized something was wrong when he arrived near Zhongyuan. If Dignitas had someone near Gate A, they would have definitely used a flash in the middle lane to counterbrush them. But now everything was quiet, which meant one thing. Dignitas was attacking Zone B. Return to B. Nexa knew that their actions had made too much noise, and he was afraid that the Dignitas team had already attacked Area B. But he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if the Dignitas team failed to react and is still wandering around in the B channel? After hearing Nexa's words, Hunter and Amanek in the middle turned around and rushed into B1. At the same time, the G2 players prayed silently in their hearts. If the Dignitas players had reacted a little slower and hesitated, they might still be able to intercept the bandits at B2, and everything would not be so bad. The three players in the middle were able to successfully move into B1, but JCKZ and Kenny from A were not so lucky. After the two of them entered Gate A and found that there was no one there, they heard Nexa's order and walked out of Gate A without thinking too much. Unexpectedly, as soon as JCKZ stepped out of Gate A, a bullet was shot at him and killed him at the exit of Gate A. He stayed at the bandit's house. When JCKZ found out that he was killed, there was some irritation in his tone. This was the second time he was killed by Han E. It felt like Han E was everywhere on this map, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. After learning Han Yi's location, Kenny's did not dare to act rashly. He stood inside Gate A, waiting for Nexa's next instruction. On the other side, Nexa also successfully arrived at B2, but when he saw the situation inside B2 clearly, he realized that he was still too late. Not to mention the bandits, there was not even a single person in sight. He was a little unwilling to give up, so he walked forward a few steps and looked at the back garden, which was also empty. As if afraid that Nexa would not give up, just when he turned back to confirm the situation in Area B from Channel B, the countdown at the top of the screen had been replaced by a bomb. Seeing this, Nexa knew that the matter was done and gave up completely. After thinking about it, he simply led Amanek into the back garden, and Hunter was placed at B1 to cut off the middle. The plan has changed. It is impossible to return a defense. It is better to capture Han E alive. After Han E killed JCKZ with a single shot, he did not move around, but chose to stand on the slope and continue to set up his gun. He remembered that there seemed to be two people in A in Nexa's plan, and he was waiting for the other one to come out. But the other party was very cautious. More than 10 seconds had passed, and they still hadn't come out of Gate A. At this moment, Han E heard the words, "Get in a fight." I heard Bitong's footsteps in Area B. They were all heading towards the back garden. Hearing Get_Right's words, Han E was slightly stunned at first, and then he immediately realized that his command was wrong. He didn't even leave anyone behind to watch over him, which resulted in him being surrounded by enemies. Thinking that he would soon face a 1-on-4 situation, Han E looked at the sniper in his hand again and made a decision immediately. He simply walked forward and came to the barbed wire fence facing the slope of the bandit's house. This place was at the edge of the map and was large, but players could not pass through. Han E did not hesitate and made a jump shot, throwing the sniper rifle in his hand high into the iron net. Then he looked at it again and felt that it was not deep enough, so he threw a grenade and blew the sniper rifle away. After doing all this, he rushed towards Gate A with satisfaction. After arriving at Gate A, Han E was not in a hurry to go in. He had all his props except the thunder, so he simply threw a firebomb to burn the nearby point. Gate A in the Dust 2 map has a special feature. That is, if you enter Gate A from the direction of the bandit's house, your shadow will be seen by the people inside the gate first. So Kenny stood behind the door, intending to take advantage of this feature and use his shadow to gain an advantageous shooting position. However, Han Yi's anger forced him to retreat, and he was forced from behind the door of the bandit's house to the door near a university. In this way, Han Yi can avoid entering Gate A and fight with Kenny's near the yellow car. Kenny's obviously realized this, but he was already trapped here. If you asked him to give up the gun position inside Gate A, he would be unwilling to do so, so he thought about it, then stood where he was, ready to face the gun. Han Yi also started to pull horizontally and pre-aimed the crosshairs. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Because Han Yi didn't know when the enemy in the back garden would come over, he didn't choose to stand behind the yellow car and fight with Kenny's inside Gate A. Instead, he chose to stand in front of the yellow car, closer to Gate A. So this led to the trigger of close is bigger, far is smaller. Kenny's was the first to see Han Yi and press the left button of the mouse. In an instant, countless bullets shot towards Han Yi, and the crisp sound of headshot was heard in Han Yi's head at the first time. Fortunately, the MP9 itself was not powerful enough, and since Han Yi had a head armor, the shot was not fatal. After Kenny's fired, it was Han Yi's turn. At this time, Han Yi had roughly guessed Kenny's position. He was well prepared. When he saw Kenny's, he stopped abruptly and then fired a shot towards Kenny's position. However, this shot was slightly off target and hit Gate A behind Kenny's. Han Yi made a mistake in this shot, and Kenny's was not much better off. He was disturbed by Han Yi's fire, and the MP9 in his hand was not like AK and M4. It was extremely difficult to control the gun at medium distance, so he could only control the trajectory as much as possible. The next second, a large number of bullets were fired at Han Yi. In the continuous battle, Han Yi's health was almost gone. Han Yi did not panic. He tried hard to control the mouse, manipulated the crosshairs to aim again, and then fired again. This time the Desert Eagle did not disappoint him, and he hit Kenny's accurately with one shot. After killing Kinnies, a familiar feeling came to Han E. He moved his aim behind him as if possessed by a ghost. At the slope of the bandit's house, a policeman arrived almost at the same time as his aim. Han E took advantage of the situation and fired another shot, and another bullet took Nexa away, but this was not the end. After he killed Nexa, Amanek then pulled out from the slope of the bandit's house. This kind of high-intensity, continuous contact was still too difficult for Han E. He also fired a shot, but his shooting skills have been deformed. This shot was seriously tilted. Not to mention hitting Amanek, the bullet landed 2 or 3 body lengths away from him. Han E failed to kill Amanek instantly. Amanek was not going to be polite to Han E, and he shot Han E with the MP9 in his hand. Han E, who was already out of blood, was unable to resist the MP9's barrage of bullets and fell near Gate A. But because Han E had been on a losing streak before and deliberately went to his death without firing a shot, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. As a sentence sounded in Han Yi's mind, "I'm back. I never left." He stood in front of Gate A again. This time, Han E was not in a hurry to fire his shot. The distance between Gate A and the bandit slope was quite far. Even if he had a chance to try again, after having just killed 2 people in a row, with Han Yi's current ability, he was really not sure that he could kill Amanek again. After killing JCKZ, Kinnies, and Nexa in succession, Han E realized that he seemed to have a chance to create a famous scene of his own. Now he no longer cared about whether it was reasonable or not. There was only one thought left in his mind, which was to kill Amanek. As soon as he thought of this, he no longer hesitated and used another of his talents again. Inheritance. This time, the target of his inheritance once again chose F0 Rest. That familiar feeling of power quickly came to his mind, and this time the peak F0 Rest was far more powerful than ever before. Don't forget, Han E now has 5 points of Never Give for free attribute blessing. 5 attributes may not seem like a lot, but when it comes to the game, it makes a world of difference. The best proof of this is when Han E has a reaction of 95 points and a reaction of 100 points. It is no exaggeration to say that his state is like an insurmountable chasm. Han E showed a confident smile on his face, and he aimed the crosshairs at Amanek, who had just come out of the slope of the bandit's house. Since Amanek's location was already known, and with the blessing of the inheritance status, there were no accidents this time. With one shot, Amanek followed in Nexa's footsteps. 5 bullets for heads. 4 different talents were superimposed one after another in this round, presenting a wonderful quad kill to audiences around the world. Han E finally confirmed his previous idea. That is, when all the talents are superimposed on each other, he will really become a monster, but the cost of this monster is a bit high, which will make him a little powerless in the following rounds. But the highlight of this round was enough for Han E. The excited words of the on-site commentator were clearly heard by every audience member present. Hi. He had already given up on this round and voluntarily discarded the sniper. But my God, I just don't know how to describe what I saw. He actually used his Desert Eagle to kill 3 G2 players even without his sniper rifle. I have no idea how he does it. It seems like killing someone is just a matter of clicking a mouse. But if it were that easy, everyone would be a professional player. Explosiveness and instability seem to be synonymous with this player. I remember there's a term in football to describe a player's particularly unstable performance: dual imagery. Now, this term can also be used to describe Han E. He's the kind of player with a huge difference between his upper and lower limits. He can kill one person without killing them, or he can kill all his opponents in the next second. I think it's this uncertainty of his that makes you like him. As the commentator praised Han E, the audience's cheers rose and fell, shaking the entire stage. As the only survivor of G2, Hunter looked at the pistol in his hand. He did not choose to keep the gun, but ran straight to Zhong Yuan for B1. He wanted to avenge his dead companions. As he approached, Hani also heard his footsteps. Hani took a deep breath and chose a big pull. The moment he saw the enemy in the middle lane, his right index finger pressed on the left mouse button. The movements in this set are so smooth and graceful that even the world's top coaches cannot find any fault with them. As G2's star player and one of the two main players, Hunter seems like a newbie who can't even walk in front of Han E. Facing Han E, who was pulling him out, he had no chance to react at all. With just one gunshot, he fell to the ground. Hunter looked at his fallen figure, with a look of obvious surprise on his face. At that moment, countless guesses emerged in his mind, some of which were that he was seen by Han E, some of which were that Han E was lucky, and some of which were that Han E had predicted and fired a preemptive shot. But he just didn't want to believe it. Han Yi's shooting skills and reaction were so fast that he couldn't even react. But the truth is so heartbreaking. It is no exaggeration to say that Han E is simply a Superman in this round. The only flaw is that it is too short and can only last for one round. Moreover, this style of play where all talents are superimposed in one game is really too extravagant and wasteful. Suddenly, Han E seemed to remember something. His expression changed, and there was no trace of the joy of getting a pentakill in his first professional competition on his face. "Oh no, my sniper!" Han E, who remembered this incident, immediately ran towards the two corpses on the slope of the bandit's house. While approaching the slope, his eyes were always scanning the ground. Soon, a grenade dropped by CT appeared in Han Yi's sight. His eyes lit up, and he decisively ran over to pick it up. Then he cut out the props while looking for the location of the sniper. Soon he noticed that the sniper rifle was lying quietly in the middle of the road, not far away. Han E breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sniper's position was not too far away. Considering that the round time was about to end, he no longer hesitated. Under the gaze of all the spectators, he removed the safety of the grenade, and the crosshairs kept shaking at a speed that no one had ever seen. Then it seemed as if it was suddenly aimed at a certain point and fixed there. As the grenade flew out of its hand, it made a perfect parabola and landed right behind the sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was directly launched into the air by the impact and headed straight for Han E. A smile also crossed Han Yi's lips. Pentakill plus sniper recovery. Perfect script. The next second, a new round begins. Han E confidently stood in front of the bandit's house and pressed the one button. Then he frowned. Wrong. Han E seemed to realize something, and his left hand was shaking a little, but he still didn't give up. He lowered his head to confirm the position of the one key and pressed it again, but still nothing happened. Then he took a deep breath, and the next second, he shouted out a heart-wrenching cry, loud enough for the entire audience to hear. Grass! After hearing this voice, the audience were all confused and looked at each other. As a football kingdom, Brazil has some things engraved in their bones, and they soon thought of some things related to football. For example, when some football stars score a goal, they will shout some celebration words from their country. The most classic one is Cristiano Ronaldo's "Siu," which means yes in Spanish. So after a brief moment of stunned thought, the audience unanimously agreed that Han Yi's "Ciao" should be similar to Ronaldo's "Siu," a word of celebration, except that he said it in Huxia. In order to give some encouragement to the player who just got a pentakill, the Brazilian audience looked at each other and saw the eagerness to try in each other's eyes. Then everyone took a deep breath, and then a somewhat non-standard grass sound penetrated the entire venue, spreading out in all directions until it spread across half of Rio de Janeiro. Naturally, Han E also heard the sound. His original intention was just to vent his emotions, but he didn't expect to cause such a reaction from the audience. Han E opened his mouth wide, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He realized that he seemed to be in trouble. He was stunned for a few seconds until F-Zero Rest started to urge Han E that the round was about to begin. Then he came to his senses and thought with some panic in his heart. These Brazilian audiences, don't they think that word means celebration? Han E quickly shook his head to dispel these thoughts and decided to concentrate on the game first. If there was really a misunderstanding, he thought it would be better to let the club send a Twitter to explain. Otherwise, if the misunderstanding came true, it would be a lot of fun. He couldn't imagine the feeling of the whole audience shouting F***K together if he made a wonderful move in the future. Han E got goosebumps just thinking about that scene. It was really too hellish. Because he didn't pick up the sniper rifle, Han E had no choice but to start over. Then I tried to listen to Nex's inner thoughts. I originally thought that since he was in a daze for so long, Nexa might be planning the final tactics. But when Hani began to investigate, he found that Nexa was still struggling. G2 has no economy in this round, and Nexa is not worried about what tactics to use in this round, but what to do in the next round. As the score gap between the two sides grew larger and larger, Nexa already felt that something was wrong, especially just now, after they were beaten 4 by Han Yi's Desert Eagle. G2's morale was extremely low. This time, even if Malik didn't say it, Nexa, as the commander, felt it. When he asked everyone if they had any good ideas, he was only greeted with silence and low morale. Nexa took a deep breath. As a commander, he did not give up and wanted to make one last attempt. Brothers, we are only one step away from the championship group. Can you please not let us fail here? He thought that everyone would be like before. Even if they didn't have confidence, they would still agree with him. But this time, there was still silence. Malik also realized that something was wrong and helped Nexa call a tactical timeout. Then he began to try psychological counseling and rope twisting. This time, the G2 players finally opened their mouths, but their momentum was completely gone. Even after the tactical timeout was called, the G2 fans in the stadium once again shouted the very familiar phrase, "Let's go G2." It still failed to ignite the enthusiasm of the G2 players. Seeing this scene, Malik knew that G2 was finished. They were completely defeated by Han Yi's quad kill with Desert Eagle in one round. Being able to make a comeback and wanting to make a comeback are two different things. Just like when playing in a random game, some teams can still encourage each other and cheer each other up when they're far behind, like 13:2 or 12:3, and the team atmosphere is very good. In this case, it is not impossible to catch up with more than 10 points in a row, reverse the situation, and defeat the opponent. But if they start blaming and insulting each other, then it can basically be declared that the game has been lost. As a professional team, it is impossible for G2 to accuse and abuse each other, but the weak voices of the players all reveal a message. That means they don't want to fight anymore and want to end the game quickly. In this atmosphere, G2 was naturally beaten 0-5 by Dignitas in this round of Eco. In the following time, the score gap between the two sides became larger and larger, and the counterattacks of G2 players seemed a little powerless. Apart from a few points won by relying on the outbursts of Hunter and Kenny's, they never won again. Then the two sides changed sides, and Han E, who came to the defensive side, taught Nexa what a bet point is. When Nexa led G2 into the police station 3 times in a row, he almost threw his headphones and shouted, "I'm not playing anymore. How come I can always win the bet?" In the end, the score between the two sides was fixed at 16-7. Dignitas successfully defeated G2 and advanced to the championship group quarterfinals. Hani took off his headphones and listened to the excited voices of the audience. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. If possible, he would take one step at a time and defeat one powerful enemy after another. Han E led the Dignitas team to the front of the G2 team, and the two sides had a friendly handshake. When passing by Hunter, Hunter patted Han E on the shoulder. "I heard Nico talk about you. You're very powerful. I didn't believe it before, but now I think you're even more powerful than he said." Hearing Hunter praising himself, Han E also praised himself back. "I've also heard Nico talk about you. You're even better than I thought. Coming from a second-tier team to a first-tier team, you've immediately become a key player. Your strength is truly astonishing. Furthermore, I heard that your main focus seems to be on football, which only makes you even more talented." A trace of loneliness flashed in Hunter's eyes, and then he spoke. "I had a serious injury, so I had no choice but to play CS. If I had the chance, I would still prefer football." After the two exchanged greetings, Han E came to Kenny's side. Before the time travel, when God K had not yet retired, there was a time when God K was Han Yi's favorite player. His offensive sniper rifles and various pleasing aiming techniques attracted him, who had just joined the game. But in fact, Kenny's himself did not achieve much. In the era of the 3 great snipers, he was even the last one. The reason is not that his talent is not as good as that of Guahuang and JW, but because Kenny's talent is so good that he does not need much training to gain a foothold in the first-line team. Once this habit is formed, when he gets older and his talent is no longer there, he will be immediately eliminated by this era. There are countless similar professional players, and Kenny's is the first one Hani knows, but he will definitely not be the last. After a friendly handshake between the two parties, he put away his peripherals and was about to leave when he was stopped by the staff. "Hi, can you accept the interview?" He was very surprised that the staff interviewed him. In the past, they would also accept interviews after winning the game and would probably waste a few minutes to ask some questions. But usually it is not his turn for this kind of interview, and it is usually the old men who go up. The reason is very simple. Everyone knows that after the old guys finish playing in this major, it is not certain whether they can see the next one, so naturally more shots are given to the veterans. But this time the official specifically asked to be interviewed. Of course, he would give face to the official in this matter. He handed his backpack to F0 and said casually, "Wait for me in the car at the door. I'll be there after I finish the interview." Good. After he communicated with everyone about the location where they would be waiting for him, he followed the host to the interview area. There's a huge stand here with the names of various sponsors on it. Right in front of the stand, there are many photographers holding cameras, waiting to interview the players as they enter. Therefore, the moment Hani appeared, the photographers pointed their cameras at Hani, and the sound of clicking continued. Right in front of the stand, there's a live broadcast machine with the camera facing the center of the stand. To be honest, this was a big event for who had never seen the world. "Come this way. A little to the left, a little to the right, okay?" Under the guidance of the staff, stood in the middle of the signboard, ensuring that he could stand in the center position while not blocking the advertisers on both sides. At this time, there were two people around Hani. On his left was a black-haired Brazilian beauty with hot clothes, sexy figure, and ponytail. Her wheat-colored skin gave her a wild feeling. On Hani's right was a blonde, blue-eyed, typical European and American beauty. One of them conducted the interview in Portuguese so that the local audience could understand, and the other helped translate Portuguese into English. They had a clear division of labor, and soon the first question was thrown to Hani. As a rookie who debuted less than half a year ago, you were able to lead Dignitas to the Blast Finals and the Major Championship bracket. What's your secret? After hearing the host's question, Hani thought for 2 or 3 seconds and then answered in a very formal tone. "I think this is a team effort, not just my own. I've learned a lot from F0, Gittner, Freeberg, and Halzerk, and I'm very grateful for their trust in me. Before joining the team, I had no achievements and hadn't even played in the youth training games." Hani's answer was quite standard, with no flaws or omissions. He also mentioned every person in the team to prevent the outside world from hearing about team discord and affecting the team's mentality and morale. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Anyway, he just praised his teammates. The host did not deliberately make things difficult for Hani, nor did he set any traps on any issues. After all, those are despicable tactics used by some third-rate journalists. As the organizers of the event, they were really just interviewing the contestants and did not need any eye-catching things. After Hani finished answering the question, she nodded and moved on to the next question. "In the match against G2 just now, you achieved a super high rating of 1.28. Do you have anything to say to your fans who support you?" "Honestly, before the major, I was still a nobody, but now I've noticed that there are a lot of fans supporting me, and I'm very grateful to them." Last question. Before the tournament, no one expected Dignitas to make it to the championship group, but you guys still managed to do it. Can you tell us about how you communicated during the game? Solidarity and encouragement, no accusations, active communication, and absolute trust. Okay, thank you for the interview. After the brief interview, turned and left. When he arrived at the door, the Dignitas team had already been waiting for a long time. F0 handed the things to Hani, and everyone got in the car and returned to the hotel. There are still 2 days left before the championship group competition, and they can take this opportunity to relax. He was lying on the bed, and soon his cell phone rang. He knew who was calling him at this time without thinking. He pressed the answer button, and Chu Hao's excited voice came over. F***K. Your pinnacle is amazing. You threw away your sniper and still managed to kill 4 with your Desert Eagle. I can't even imagine it. Compared to Chu Hao's excitement, Han Yi seemed relatively calm. Before the game, he guessed that G2's strength should be similar to FaZe, but after actually playing, he found that G2 was completely a paper tiger. In the absence of a superstar in the team, relying only on the unstable performance of Cousin and God K, the gap between the upper and lower limits was indeed quite large. Therefore, once G2 fell into a disadvantage, they didn't even have the power to fight back. It's okay, but this G2 is easier to beat. If it had been earlier, Shokes and Kenny's would still be in their prime, and it would have been difficult for us to win. After Han Yi finished speaking, he silently closed his mouth and added that if Nico and Taizi had joined G2 later, it would still be difficult for them to beat them. After chatting with Chu Hao for a while, considering that Chu Hao still had to go to class, the two hung up the phone. Then Han Yi took out his cell phone and opened today's battle data. The MVP of this game was still himself. With an extremely high rating of 1.28, he also achieved an exaggerated record of 51 kills, /13 assists, /33 deaths in 2 maps. Especially when the G2 team almost gave up completely, he turned into the Dust 2 killing god and had a great time killing. His rating is as high as 9.9, with more than 1,300 comments, almost all of which are positive. Burning out, give G2 a chance, but they're useless. Without their sniper rifle, they were outnumbered. He's truly the biggest dark horse of this year. Why not go back to TYLO? He's so strong, he doesn't even look like a commander. Hi, pick a location and I'll call you. There were rumors that he would transfer after the major, hoping to join my team. After a while, Han Yi finished reading the comment section. He saw all the praises and felt secretly happy. Then a feeling of tiredness came over him. Han Yi yawned, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. When Han Yi opened his eyes again, it was still dark outside. He turned on his cell phone and saw that it was only 4 in the morning. He quickly closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep again. But maybe it was because he went to bed too early yesterday, so he was extremely energetic now. Han Yi had no choice but to get up, looked at F-Zero Rest, who was still sleeping beside him, put on his clothes carefully, and went to the corridor. Today is the day for the 2-2 group competition, but because Han Yi is already advanced in advance, he does not need to participate in the competition. It can be regarded as a rare rest day. Although it hadn't been long since his last break, it felt like quite a while had passed for Han Yi. The main reason for this feeling is mental fatigue. It might be an exaggeration to say that Dignitas won all the high-intensity matches every day thanks to him. But if we don't count his command ability in at least 30% to 40% of the rounds, victory is directly related to him. If we count his command ability, then this 30% to 40% can be increased to at least 70%. This resulted in him being too tired after a game. This feeling is just like when playing in the ladder, when the last-place player wins the game, and when the first-place player wins the game. Both sides feel that the intensity of the game is completely different, and the energy consumed is also completely different. Fortunately, they advanced quickly enough, giving Han Yi 2 days to adjust. Han Yi came to the restaurant and found that there was no one here except a few waiters. He ordered a local Brazilian drink and started drinking it. He decided to give himself and the old men a good day off today and do some simple training in the evening. After getting enough rest today, I will spend another day preparing tomorrow, and 2 days will be just enough to use up the time. After drinking the drink, Han Yi glanced at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. He quietly returned to the room, muted his phone, and started reading a novel. 3 hours later, F-Zero Rest finally got up. The two of them discussed it and ordered some local Brazilian food together. The main reason was that Han Yi accommodated F-Zero Rest. The old man had not eaten many local dishes yet, but he wanted to try them all, so he discussed with Han Yi that they each ordered some dishes and then took turns eating them. If any of them taste good, try them a few more times before you leave Brazil. This was somewhat inconsistent with Han Yi's conservative personality, But after thinking about it, he was persuaded by F0's reason and nodded in agreement. After the takeaway arrived, the two ate together and watched some highlights of the major, which naturally included Han. His popularity has also increased from being unknown at the beginning to being a little famous now. Especially in Dacia, Han Yi's fame has skyrocketed after defeating Muz, FaZe, and G2. Regardless of how popular he is, at least the Huaxia audience who followed the Rio Major all know that there is a young player like Han E in Dignitas, but Han E still doesn't know how many fans he can gain. The only thing we know is that his popularity in Dacia is no less than that of some veterans like Kaze, Xiao Gui, and Sai Wan, but compared with those supergiants, there is still some gap. He is probably at an upper tier level. The main reason is that players pay relatively little attention to Dignitas games. Because there are so many CSGO games, most players will only watch the games of their favorite teams or players, and rarely watch all the games. This inadvertently creates an information barrier. In reality, we probably know that a player is very strong, but only some players know how strong he is. Another group of players will probably have to wait until this team reaches the finals, or their home team meets this team, before they can have a certain understanding of this player. Therefore, falling in love with a player is a long process for those players who often watch the game. But for new players, they're still learning the map, let alone the game. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. The final match of the Legends group was about to begin. Han E, the team commander, came to the computer early to wait, even though he was not training. He watched one match after another, which was sometimes amazing and sometimes made people feel sorry for one of the players. In this situation, the places of the 8 teams and their opponents have all been determined. Due to the Swiss round, there will be 2-3-0 teams, 3-3-1 teams, and 3-3-2 teams, for a total of 8 teams. At this time, a problem arises. 2-3-1 teams will collide. According to the points, Dignitas ranks last among the 3-1 teams, and Navi ranks second to last among the 3-1 teams. Therefore, Dignitas' first enemy in the championship group is the famous born winner, Navi. This made Han E frown even deeper. There were 8 teams in the championship group, and the teams they least wanted to meet were Team A and Navi. There is only one reason why he doesn't want to meet Navi, and that is that the combination of Simple and Electronic Brother is too strong. It can be said that this Navi is the strongest team in this Rio Major except for Team A. Han E looked at the grouping and saw that Team A was in the lower half and they were in the upper half, which means that as long as they beat Navi, then they might really have a chance to stand on the stage of the major finals and compete with Team A. Just as Han E was thinking, his cell phone rang. Han E took a look at the prompt above and found that it was another group. This familiar scene made him have a bad suspicion in his heart. He did not rush to click into the group chat immediately, but looked down. He saw the information he wanted to see at a glance. Astralis versus Muz. After seeing this, Han E already understood what this group was for. When he clicked in and looked at the content above, he sighed helplessly. Rob said hi. At ZYW, at Nico, just wait, I will avenge you. Frozen +1. Nico, I'm rooting for you guys. Aren't you Astralis? Go for it. ZYW, they're quite powerful, so be careful. Han E looked at the replies from the 2 people and almost said everything he wanted to say. In desperation, Han E had to type that familiar sentence on the public screen. Hi line. Hi. I will definitely watch your game tomorrow. Rops, okay, it's a deal. I must come and see it. Frozen, watch how we beat up Team A. Compared to the confidence of the Mouse brothers, Nico and Zywu's expressions changed for some reason after seeing these words. Especially Nico, his understanding was a little deeper. After thinking about it, he said it in the group. Nico, or hi, why don't you just stop watching? Rops, no way. You must watch it and cheer us on. No one. Seeing that the person was determined to die, Nico didn't know what to say and had to give up trying to persuade him. After this incident, ZYW wanted to join the 5-man team, but was rejected by Han E on the grounds that he was too tired and needed to rest. Everyone knew about Dignitas' situation, so they all expressed their understanding. Without the commander Han, everyone just played a couple of games and then dispersed. He was still lying in bed, but this time he did not choose to read novels or watch Douyin. Instead, he found an anime that might have seemed like a masterpiece at the time, but now seems a bit stomach-breaking. Dragon and Tiger. Ever since he started watching old anime, he has become somewhat addicted to them, and Hani also discovered that although these old anime have many flaws compared to today's industrialized products, basically each one has its own characteristics. Hani forgot when it started, but new anime seemed to have found a formula, and they were always writing about the same things. Of course, Maigo is different. He felt that he would probably never forget Maigo for the rest of his life. In this way, during this period, he not only found Rops and Frozen to record 2 videos, but also edited and posted them online. The rest of the day was almost spent resting in bed. Only at night, after he had offset some of the mental fatigue, he immediately took the old men for a regular running training to recall the tactics and default positions they had practiced before. Time quickly came to the second day, which was also the last day before the championship group officially started. Today's training was much more intense. I didn't even have time to look at his phone. He was constantly discussing tactics with the old guys and optimizing various details. They also borrowed a printer from the hotel, and the tactical drawings were printed out, bound into books, and distributed to everyone in Dignitas. After studying his own side, he began to study Navi again, but as he got to know Navi more and more, his complexion became worse. To sum up this Navi team, there is only one word. It is too strong. Especially simple. When Hani watched the game before, he didn't have a clear understanding of Lao Zhu's strength. He just knew that he was very strong. But when he looked at it from the perspective of a professional player, simple strength was enough to make he feel a little desperate. And simple is different from Nico, whom he defeated. Although both of them are super giants, when Hani fought against FaZe, Nico was the commander and his marksmanship could not be brought into play at all. His overall strength was at its lowest point since his debut. But today, Simple is truly at the top, the strongest player in CSGO. He has all the talents in nature and is not afraid of him, but he only has those talents. What will happen when he uses them all up? With his current attributes, he can't be a match for Simple. Not to mention that Navi has another star player, Peak Electronic Brother, whose strength is comparable to Peak Nico. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that their dignities seemed to be stopping here. He took a look at the video released yesterday. The review was very fast, but he didn't get much points. The total amount was only more than 300 points. This time, Hani did not wait for the 5-draw combo, but started a single draw. He performed a simple ceremony, and while praying, he pressed the draw button. Soon, 2 attributes and a talent appeared in front of Hani. Rifle pre-aim +1. Sniper rifle +1. Let's duel. When there's only one enemy left on the field, and the host is the only one left on our team, I will provide you with 3 full attributes. After seeing the content of the talent, he shook his head helplessly. This talent could be of great help to him in the endgame, but it was not enough for him to defeat Navi. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the championship group officially started. He led the old men of Dignitas to wake up early in the morning and review various tactics over and over again to avoid mistakes. At noon, they set off for the venue. In today's game, Dignitas was scheduled to play the second game, and the first game was between Fnatic and FaZe. After getting off the bus, they entered the players' lounge through the back door of the venue. It's the same lounge, but the atmosphere inside is completely different. He remembers that on the first day, the place was full of people, and everyone came for their dreams. Now, when the Dignitas team stepped into the lounge, it was empty. Countless young people with high aspirations had gathered here, but their dreams were shattered here, and they left with disappointment. Isn't this the cruelty of esports? The Dignitas team sat in the front row of the lounge. After waiting for a while, other teams arrived one after another. There are 8 teams in total, with about 50 people, including the coaching staff, occupying a small part of the lounge. Everyone was very tactful and did not gather together to chat in order to avoid suspicion. Instead, they each chose a seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the game to begin. Soon after the opening ceremony ended, the staff came to the lounge and asked the Fnatic and FaZe members to leave. Before leaving, Han gave Nico a cheering gesture. Nico also patted his chest and pointed at Han, indicating that he would leave everything to him. Because it is the championship group, there is no distinction between main and secondary stages. The large screen at the front of the lounge is playing the images of the two teams competing. During the game, Han sent his blessings to Nico. This blessing had nothing to do with anything else. He just didn't want to see his friend lose the game. That's all. But blessings are just blessings after all. An hour or two passed in a flash, and FNC ended Nico's major journey with 2 clean games. He once again became the tragic hero and missed the championship this year. After the game, Nico was seen staring at the computer screen in a daze for a long time. It was not until he was reminded by the staff that he came to his senses, packed up his peripherals, and left the stage with reluctance. Han, he took a deep breath, looked at the old men around him, and smiled. It's our turn. Upon hearing this, the Dignitas players stood up one after another, and the Na'Vi players on the other side did the same. Led by the staff, they entered the stadium. This time, the competition venue can accommodate nearly 20,000 people. As soon as Han stepped into the venue, the whole audience erupted in thunderous applause like a tsunami. He looked up and saw a black ocean with stars dotted above it, like a brilliant starry sky. F-Zero Rest walked up to Han and nudged his arm with his elbow, looking very pleased with himself. It's beautiful. This kind of scene is rare. Indeed, it's beautiful. Han nodded, agreeing with F-Zero Rest's words. Then he felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Since he traveled through time, he had gone through more than half a year and finally stood on the highest stage of CSGO. Suddenly, Hani became curious. He looked at the old man beside him and asked, "Was it the same when you first stepped onto the court?" F-Zero Rest shook his head. He hadn't experienced many such grand scenes before. No, there weren't many people watching the game back then. 1,000 people was considered a big event. Han raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and his tone became more cheerful. Then you're pretty miserable. Unlike me, I can attract everyone's attention in my first major. You little b asterisk 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 d. Seeing Han teasing him about his age again, F-Zero Rest couldn't help but curse. As they were talking, they had already come to the host's side, and the Na'Vi people did the same. The two teams were on the left and the right, sandwiching the host in the middle. The host in the middle was enthusiastically stirring up the atmosphere, but he was speaking Portuguese, and Han, he didn't understand a word he said. After wasting nearly 10 minutes, Han realized that the competition was finally about to begin with the host's shout. As expected, the referee walked up, looked at the captains of both teams, and asked the classic question, straight or tail? I won the front. Hearing Han Yi's words, the referee turned to look at Bumble 4, who crossed his arms and shook his head. Seeing this, the referee no longer hesitated, tossed the coin into the air, and then caught it in his palm. The coin landed heads up, and Han once again got the last hand as he wished. This Na'Vi Han has studied it, and since Cash Forklift was removed, there is only one map left that they don't play, and that is the building. Bumble 4 also knew that Dignitas would not attack the building, but his absolute strength gave him confidence. He was too lazy to go through all these twists and turns and decisively ban the building first. On the other side, Han was also doing his own ban pick, and he pushed the train away with his backhand. Then Na'Vi chose a map called Nuke, where they were very strong. In this map, they relied on Electronic Brother and Simple's sniper rifle to firmly control the outer field. This gave them a great advantage against some teams with weak shooting skills on this map, which could not compete with them for the outer field. This has always been Dignitas' pain point. After a little thought, Han chose Dignitas' strongest map, Dust 2. He still planned to use double snipers to defeat Na'Vi. The two sides carried out another round of ban pick, and finally the third map was determined to be Inferno. At this point, all 3 maps have been finalized. Figure 1, Nuke, Nuclear Crisis. Figure 2, Dust 2, Dust 2. Figure 3, Inferno, Purgatory Town. Then both parties sat in front of their computers, started plugging in peripherals, and carried out final debugging. Soon Figure 1 officially began. He chose the CT side without hesitation. As soon as the game started, he began to explore Bumble 4's heart. After learning that the opponent was going to attack the yellow gate, yellow room, and main gate simultaneously, he did not hesitate and chose a position of 4 inside courts and 1 outside court, completely letting go of the iron plate. The countdown ended and 10 people from both sides officially gathered towards Area A. In the 4-man defense of Zone A, he chose a crucial position for himself, the main gate. Here, he can help his teammates at point A to provide a safety net when he goes forward and can help his teammates control the outfield when he retreats. It is a good position. Soon a fire on the yellow room and a high flash were thrown out, and Navi officially started the attack. The first to fight were Brother Electronic in the yellow room and F-Zero Rest on the 3rd floor. F-Zero Rest was slightly affected by Flamey's flash, and Brother Electronic took advantage of this opportunity to rush out of the yellow room and fired 2 consecutive shots, making the elderly F-Zero Rest unable to react at all and fall on the 3rd floor. With the death of F-Zero Rest, Get_right, who had just been forced back from the yellow room by the fire, fell into danger. The Dignitas team immediately realized that the situation was somewhat critical. Freeberg decisively pulled himself out of the dead tube, went straight to the yellow gate, and communicated with Han E at the main gate. "I'll set up Wang Min. Hi, you help him." After hearing this, Han E decisively moved the crosshairs towards the vicinity of the yellow room. As long as Brother Electronic dared to pull out from behind the cover of the yellow room and look towards the main gate, he would make Brother Electronic pay the price. But Brother Electronic did not pull out. After killing F-Zero Rest in seconds, he was waiting for an opportunity. Then the yellow door was pushed open, and the sounds of Glock and USP gunfire echoed alternately in Han Yi's left and right ears. What flew before his eyes was Freeberg trying his best to block the enemy's bullets. But everything was not over yet. With the bad news about outfield player Halzerk, Dignitas' situation began to collapse. Simple killed Halzerk with a headshot using AP-250. After killing Halzerk, Simple jumped off the bucket and stepped on the main gate. All 3 points were ready, and the time had come. At Fatball's command, all the Na'vi people started attacking from all directions. Han E first shot and killed the Electronic brother who was pulled out from the yellow room. At the same time, Freeberg in the dead tube finally couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of Na'vi Huang Min and fell in the dead tube. After Freeberg died, Bumble 4 immediately jumped out of the yellow gate and pulled the gun line for Perfecto behind him. When Han E faced Bumble 4, who suddenly appeared, he fired a shot, but it was too difficult for him to hit Bumble 4's head as he jumped up. Han E missed the shot, and the next second Perfecto followed Bumble 4 out of the yellow gate, and a Glock bullet hit Han Yi's head accurately, making his screen shake. Then Bumble 4, flying in the air, fired another shot and completed the breakthrough. The cooperation between the two was indeed dazzling, but this was a pistol round, and Han E was not so easily killed. Second aim would give him a chance to try again. In the blink of an eye, Han E once again faced Bumble 4's jump pull. This time, he did not hesitate and directly used inheritance. The target he chose was still the peak F-Zero Rest. That familiar feeling of power came over him again. This time, facing Bumble 4's jump pull, Han E ignored him, but seemed to have no reaction and still aimed the crosshairs near the yellow gate. Just when the audience didn't understand Han Yi's operation, Perfecto confidently pulled out from the yellow gate. Han E lightly tapped and sent Perfecto away first, and Bumble 4 fired a shot in the air like last time, but this time his shot only hit Han Yi's chest and was not fatal. As Bumble 4 landed, Han Yi's crosshairs had been waiting for a long time, and he took Bumble 4's head with another shot. Just when everyone thought that Han Yi's killing was over, he suddenly turned around and fired another shot. Simple, who had just landed, had not yet seen the situation inside the main gate clearly when he was hit on the head by a bullet from Han E and fell straight to the ground. After Simple fell, Flamey, who was originally flashing on the 3rd floor of the bandit's house, finally arrived. Even though Han Yi's talent had been exhausted at this time, Flamey was still no match for him. During the gun battle with Han Yi, he was shot in the head by Han Yi and fell inside the yellow gate. Hai killed Electronic with a headshot using USP. Hai killed Perfecto with a headshot using USP. Hai killed Bumble 4 with a headshot using USP. Hai killed S1 Impel with a headshot using USP. Hai killed Flamey with a headshot using USP. A neat wave of screen filling in the upper right corner completely stunned the audience, commentators, and Get_Right, the only survivor in Area A. Get_Right had no idea what exactly happened. The only thing he knew was the sound of headshots coming one after another. He originally wanted to go forward to help Han Yi, but when he reacted, the 5 Na'vi people had become corpses on the ground. He was completely crazy playing the machine. If Han Yi's Desert Eagle quad kill was not shocking enough, then all the audience who saw this scene were crazy. Han Yi is standing at the main entrance, and he's spinning. Even though Na'vi has 3 different gun lines, it still can't shake him at all. He keeps pushing the upper limit of his pistol again and again. CN Pistol King, the title is well-deserved. It wasn't just the people playing the machines who were amazed by Han Yi's performance, but also the audience and commentators at the scene. The black sea of people completely surged up and became one, rising and falling. The Brazilian ballad was sung in unison by the audience, praising Han Yi's performance today. It also means that Han Yi's pentakill just now will definitely be remembered by every audience member present and become an unforgettable memory for them in the future. But there was no trace of happiness on Han Yi's face. He got a pentakill, but in just one pistol round, he was forced to use all his skills. Without the help of skills, Han Yi felt that he would not be able to kill even one person. The pressure Na'vi gave him was too strong. Almost at the moment of the fight, Dignitas was defeated. It was impossible for Han Yi to fight 5 alone every time. As if to verify Han Yi's guess, in the 3rd round of the spear game, Dignitas' area was once again broken through by Na'vi, and this time Han Yi was unable to turn the tide. As time went on, the score gap between the 2 sides became wider and wider. 2-4, 3-1-0. In the end, Nuke's score stopped at 5-16. Tom did not give Han Yi the chance to be sad. After a brief adjustment, the second map began. Han Yi still tried to lose in a row first, but he still took it for granted. Although he had an extreme reaction, the opponent was Simple. It is true that Han Yi's sniper is faster than Simple's. So after Simple suffered 2 consecutive losses, he realized this and chose the same playing style as when ZYW faced Han Yi's sniper in the training match. That is to rely on experience to punish Han Yi. Because he is not a professional sniper, Han Yi's sniper does have many shortcomings. For example, they are not familiar with the locations of some commonly used sniper points, lack the ability to deal with emergencies, and are only scary when setting up a position, etc. Simple was keenly aware of these and began to target this aspect. Specifically in the game, Han Yi suddenly felt restricted. His reaction was faster than Simple's, but Simple never gave him a chance for a fair sniping match. He was always stuck in a position where the enemy was larger near and smaller far away, and relied on the advantage of the terrain to make up for the reaction gap between him and Han Yi. Similarly, after Han Yi's brief outburst in this game, the score between the 2 sides widened again, and the final score stopped at 7-16. Dignitas' major journey has officially ended. Han Yi took off his headphones and stared at the screen for a long time. He once thought that he would keep winning, but failure always comes so suddenly, and he felt the same way as Nico at this moment. F-Zero Rest saw Han Yi in a daze, and he immediately walked up to him and patted Han Yi on the shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, you're still young. There will always be another major opportunity. By then, your teammates won't be old guys like us. With your leadership ability, you will definitely win the championship. There's no need to feel sorry for us. The 3 of us really have everything we need. The only ones I feel sorry for are you and Halzerk. I've been a burden to you too." During the conversation, several other people gathered around, with a hint of guilt on their faces. After hearing what F-Zero Rest said, Han Yi just shook his head. With the support of the system, winning the major championship is only a matter of time. For him, not winning the championship this time is really nothing. His regret is not being eliminated this time. But he raised his head and looked into the old men's eyes, his tone full of unwillingness. I just want to win a major championship with you guys. Everyone was stunned when they heard Han Yi's words. They had thought about being blamed and criticized by Han Yi, but no one had ever thought that Han Yi would say such words. The words of apology they were about to say were stuck on their lips, and they couldn't say them. It is also their regret that they were not able to win the championship with Han Yi. Ultimately, it all comes down to 5 people who could win the championship meeting at the wrong time. At this time, the Na'vi team had already come over, and the two sides shook hands politely. Then Han Yi led the Dignitas team to pack up and return to the hotel. Along the way, Han Yi looked at the scenery outside the window, and the loss and regret in his heart could never be filled. After arriving at the hotel, everyone on Dignitas returned to their rooms without saying a word. Han Yi lay on the bed, lost in memories. He still remembers how excited he was when he just advanced to the major, and remembers that at first he just wanted to make a sticker. But when did it become a desire to win the championship with the old guys? Han Yi shook his head. He couldn't remember clearly, and sighed. If he felt like everything was a dream when he advanced to the major, then isn't it the same now? These past few days of major seem like a not very long dream, and now the dream is just shattered. He then took out his phone and opened the live broadcast room of the player playing the machine. The game was still going on. He promised to cheer for Rops and Frozen, and he couldn't go back on his word just because he was eliminated. But the first match was not between Moose and Team A, but between Splinter Cell and Liquid. The last time Liquid lost to Dignitas was because they were careless and were tricked by Han Yi using all kinds of weird tactics. However, the Little B did not have as many strange tactics as Dignitas. ZYW started to go to jail, and the performance of his 4 teammates was sometimes even worse than that of the old man. Apex also made many stupid moves. No matter what, Liquid's lineup is a Grand Slam lineup, and they still have basic shooting skills. The frontal firepower of the 3 top lineup is enough to smash the Bs. In the end, the Little B lost to the Liquid as expected. The next game is between Moose and Team A. Kerrigan's current command ability is completely inferior to GLA-1VE, and the firepower of both sides is not on the same level. Frozen still has that problem. He is new to the game, lacks competition experience, and looks a little stupid. As for snipers, Woxic and Device are not even close. As a veteran who is about to retire, Chris J does not have the ability to carry the team forward. As for the confrontation between the free men, Team 8 did not have any obvious free men. There was only one XYP9X who was responsible for the rearguard action. He and Rops were constantly battling wits and courage. XYP9X's marksmanship wasn't very good, but he was very experienced and was able to hold on in the end. With all the members of Team A performing well, Muz was naturally defeated. The brothers who were watched by Han Yi followed in his footsteps one after another and left the major regretfully. Han Yi pursed his lips and said softly, "What a shame. I came all the way to watch you guys compete, but you all look worse than the other." With Muz's defeat, the top 4 teams in this major have been determined, namely FNC, Na'vi, Liquid, and Team A. However, the subsequent schedule has nothing to do with Han Yi. After watching the entire game, Han Yi yawned and noticed that it was already dark outside. Turning his head, he found F-Zero Rest snoring. He hadn't felt sleepy at first, but when he saw this scene, he suddenly felt sleepy for some reason. Sure enough, sleepiness is contagious. After Han Yi thought of this, he also chose to fall asleep. By the next day, the manager had already bought the return tickets. Everyone got up early in the morning to pack their luggage, arrived at the airport on time in the afternoon, and boarded the plane back to Europe. But soon, Han Yi's expression became a little unnatural, because shortly after he sat down, he saw 2 old acquaintances on the plane. Rops and Frozen held their tickets in their hands and carefully checked their seats. During this process, they also saw Han Yi sitting not far away. The expressions of the 3 of them became colorful for a moment. After all, We are all losers, and it is inevitable that it will be a bit awkward when we meet at this time." The two sides greeted each other and then tacitly stopped looking at each other. However, things were far from over. After a while, a familiar voice was heard at the boarding gate, once again attracting everyone's attention. Nico kept talking to his good brother Coldzera. "Although I didn't help you win a championship in your hometown this time, it doesn't matter. We still have a lot of time, and we can always win a championship. It doesn't matter if we lost the game this time. When we get back to Bosnia and Herzegovina, I know a nice bar. Let's go there and have some fun. I'll treat you." Coldzera ignored Nico and gestured for him to look forward. Nico obviously didn't understand what Coldzera meant, but when he looked into the cabin, his eyes met with those of several people. The awkward atmosphere once again filled the entire cabin. Nico's face turned a little red, and he decisively shut his mouth. He followed the FaZe people and sat behind Han without saying anything more. But now that things have come to this, despite the embarrassment, everyone's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, as if they were waiting for something. The facts did not disappoint them. They could hear Zaiwu's mouth complaining from a distance. "You can't kill anyone, and yet you say there's something wrong with my command of flying to the second floor? This is a bit unreasonable. Give me 4 ZYW, and I ask you, can you not take it down by flying to the second floor? Why don't you think more about your own problems?" Along the way, Apex used his classic traditional skills of sitting in the middle and scolding both sides, and began to complain about his teammates' poor performance. The other members of the Little Bees just smiled. If they were on the court, they would take these words seriously. But now the game is over. Apex is just adjusting the atmosphere within the team and helping the good guy Zyu vent his emotions. After all, those words just now sounded like they were belittling 3 people, but weren't they referring to 4 people? They really dragged down ZYW. Immediately afterwards, the Little Bees boarded the plane. When they saw the people on the plane clearly, they all had some doubts in their minds. "I haven't heard that the top 8 also have to defeat the group? Why are you all here?" After a brief silence and awkwardness, everyone started chatting together. They talked about what they saw and heard, such as the local customs and culture of Brazil. Apart from the fact that the cuisine was not quite to their European taste, they would give a score of 9 for the audience's enthusiasm and professionalism. "If we can successfully win the championship, it will be a successful major journey. The time difference between Brazil and Europe is 5 hours, plus the journey takes another 4 hours, so it was almost late at night when they arrived in France." The 4 teams said goodbye to each other and separated one after another. The first team to leave was the Little Bees. They walked directly back to the club in Paris. ZYW did not forget to invite Han to join them, but Han refused. He was too tired and wanted to go back to the club to rest urgently. When it comes to playing, he really doesn't want to move when he's too tired. Seeing this, ZYW had no choice but to nod and made an agreement with Han to come to Paris to play during the Blast Spring Finals. After bidding farewell to the Little Bee, it was Muse's turn. They called a car, and since France and Germany were not far apart, they could get back in a few hours. After waving goodbye to Dignitas and FaZe, Muse and his team got into the car and disappeared at the end of the street. Next was FaZe. FaZe had more veterans, so naturally they chatted with F0 Rest and Get Intercore Right for a little longer, so they were the last to leave. But compared to Muse and Little B before, the way FaZe left was a little special. As a well-known and wealthy club, it is funny that FaZe itself has no base. They usually train at home, and after they announced their disbandment, everyone went home in various ways. Some took planes, some took cars, and some took trains. After the FaZe team left, the airport, which was bustling just a moment ago, was now filled with only a few Dignitas players left. After waiting for half an hour, they boarded the flight back to Sweden. After such a long journey, when they returned to the base, it was already dawn. Han, he was so sleepy that he simply washed up and lay down on the bed, thinking that he would watch some Douyin videos before going to sleep. However, he suddenly became energetic after watching only a few videos. "Hi, the renowned CS. Go Commander, tragically died in a plane crash while returning to Europe today. To commemorate this washout player's contributions to CSGO, Valve has decided to seal up the high stickers. Increase your holdings. We must increase our holdings. He was talking as he opened Buff and was about to buy a lot, but when he typed the 3 letters high in the search bar, he suddenly reacted. Wait, who are you talking about? The next afternoon, Hani woke up from his sleep after a whole day's sleep, walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Pepsi and a bottle of Coca-Cola, and took a cup and a straw from the kitchen. He poured Coca-Cola and Pepsi into the cup and stirred it with a straw. Then, he threw the straw into the trash can and took a deep sip from the edge of the cup. In an instant, he became much more energetic and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. At this moment, he finally felt that he was alive again. Dignitas only has 1 game left to play. Flashpoint. Domestic players prefer to call it the Flashpoint League. Although Flashpoint is an S-level competition recognized by Valve, its actual value is pitifully low. He uses mobile phone to check the list of participants in this competition. Apart from their team, Mad and Mibber were the 2 strongest teams. The rest are clubs like General G and FPX that are slightly famous in other projects. Apart from that, he didn't know the rest of the teams at all, and even wanted to ask a question. Dude, who are you? Such as C0 Intact, Chaos, etc. In short, Han-E felt that this was a B-level event packaged as an S-level event with a large prize pool. With Dignitas' strength, playing in this Flashpoint League is considered a breath of fresh air. In fact, Han-E is not the only one who thinks so. Even major CSGO websites predict that Dignitas will definitely be the champion this time. After the Flashpoint League, it will be the Blast Spring Finals. As another super large event besides the major, he will once again compete with major teams from all over the world on this stage. He glanced at the time and found that it was almost time for the semifinals to start. Although he was eliminated, the game is still worth watching. While watching the game, all the Dignitas players woke up and joined the group watching the game. The 2 games were over quickly, and the 2 teams in the finals were similar to what Hani predicted, namely Na'Vi and Team A. After the game, the manager announced to them that there would be some changes in the way they participated in the Flashpoint League. The reason is that after so many days, the flu in the United States has worsened, and a total of 400,000 people have been infected. Considering the safety of the players, they were allowed to participate in the competition online after the Dignitas Club took the initiative to communicate. But there is one thing that needs to be overcome, that is, the server is in the United States, and the delay is probably over 70, so the manager plans to ask everyone's opinions. After hearing the manager's words, he was a little confused. How did the club convince the organizers to allow us to participate online? When the manager heard this, he knew that he had misunderstood, so he explained the whole story. The reason why the organizer agreed is very simple. The current Flashpoint is still a franchise system. If they want to participate, they need to pay a large sum of money to the Flashpoint League. After the major ended, Dignitas became a first-tier team and the most popular team in the Flashpoint League. Naturally, one say in Flashpoint is greater. They took Dignitas' money and relied on Dignitas' popularity to promote the Flashpoint League, so the Flashpoint League naturally had to serve them well for fear that Dignitas would run away. After knowing the whole story, he looked at the old men and asked for their opinions. Considering that the competition was very dense and the old men didn't like being tossed around, they all agreed. With everyone's agreement, participating in the competition online has become a confirmed matter. Afterwards, the manager called Han-E into his room again. He looked at Han-E and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Han-E understood that the manager was referring to the contract renewal. After struggling with this for a while, he already had the answer in his mind. As F0res said, the 3 old guys have everything they need, and based on the previous opinions of Dignitas management, they are unlikely to agree to Han-Ye's desire to play CS. In this case, it's time for Han-E to think about himself. I won't sign. Thank you, Dignitas, for using me as a new player. Even though Han-E already had the answer in his heart, when he said this, he still found it difficult to open his mouth. The manager nodded. He could fully understand Han Yi's approach, and then sighed. As the manager of Dignitas, he naturally hopes that the CSGO division will get better and better. But the generous conditions have been offered, but his star player has no intention of staying with the team, so he has no choice. In that case, let's have a happy cooperation. During the summer transfer window, I will terminate your contract in advance to make it easier for you to find a team. Han Yi nodded, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. If Dignitas continue to hold on to his contract, by the end of the summer transfer window, most teams would have already finalized their rosters and started training, and he would naturally have fewer teams to look for. After that, the two walked out of the room. The Dignitas members who were listening carefully in the lobby on the first floor immediately pretended not to care. F-Zero Rest didn't even realize that he was holding the book upside down. The days passed one by one, and time unknowingly came to June 1st. During this period, two important things happened. The first thing is that Han Yi led Dignitas to win the Flashpoint League Championship as expected, and a Flashpoint League icon was added to his personal homepage. It was the first honor in his career and also his first S-League championship. Although, this championship has no real value. The second thing is that the Blast Spring Finals that Han Yi had been looking forward to was postponed. After the Flashpoint League ended, the epidemic began to ravage the world, and Blast officials decided to postpone the competition until the end of the summer break, which is July 10th. They plan to see if the situation will change. If the epidemic has not improved after the summer break, they will switch to an offline mode without spectators. The manager did not block Han Yi's contract because of the postponement of the Blast. As promised, he officially terminated his contract with Han Yi before the summer off-season. When Han Yi signed, the manager felt a little emotional. If I had known you had this ability, I should have signed you to a 3-year contract. That way, even if you didn't want to stay with the team anymore, I could still sell you for a good price. It's a shame. I can't predict the future, so not only have we lost our star player, but I don't even have the money to sign another one. The manager's words were half true and half false, half a joke, but if possible, he really wanted to go back in time and keep Han Yi in Dignitas forever. After listening to the manager's words, Han Yi gave him a serious suggestion. I'll recommend a candidate for you. Sign him and give him a few months to develop. At the very least, that will ensure Dignitas doesn't fall out of the second tier. Perhaps with better teamwork, they might even have a chance to stay in the first tier. More importantly, this player currently doesn't have any good teams and is very cheap. Is there a new commander? What's his name? The manager's eyes lit up. He knew that Han Yi was a strong commander. So in his opinion, the commander recommended by Han Yi must also be very strong. But who knows? Han Yi shook his head. I'm not talking about the commander, but the breakthrough player. Let Ginnerkorite take charge. As the team's flex player, he's even been the caller on the train map. He's learned a lot of tactics and can perfectly execute Dignitas' current strategy. There's no need for a caller. But management has already asked for Get_Right to be replaced. In response to the manager's words, Han Yi just stared at the manager without saying a word. The manager couldn't stand this feeling, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. All right, I'll withstand the pressure and give Get_Right another 2 or 3 months. If after 2 or 3 months his command change still doesn't satisfy the club's management, there's nothing I can do. Han Yi saw that his goal was achieved, so he stopped talking nonsense. The player I'm talking about is on an Israeli team. That team is called Adaptation, a semi-professional team. One of their players is Flames. Go sign him. Offer him a monthly salary of around 1,000 to 2,000 euros. I think he'll agree. After hearing this, the manager wrote these things down, obviously taking Han Yi's words to heart. After settling the old man's later years, Han Yi thought about whether there was anything he had not considered. Thinking about it this way, it really reminded him of something. Han Yi returned to his room, took out a tactical book from the drawer, and handed it to the manager. Here I am. I've written down some of Dignitas' tactics and the habits of each enemy. You can let Get_Right take a look. If Get_Right is unable to take over as commander, you can leave it to the new commander. This will be my contribution to the team. The manager took the notebook, turned to the back, and looked at the brand new notes with a dazed look on his face. Time flies so fast. It seems like he just handed this notebook to Han E not long ago. Then Han E went back into the house and packed his luggage. When he came out, he found the other 4 members of Dignitas standing at the door waiting for him. This kind of parting moment is always a bit sad. Han E sighed and came to the door, looking at the 4 people who had been fighting side by side for this period of time. No way, brothers. I have to keep moving forward. Everyone on Dignitas patted Han E on the shoulder and spoke one after another. Come on, Xiao Han. There's still a long way to go, and we can't accompany you anymore. I will watch your games often. Perform well, and don't embarrass us old guys. Don't forget me if your new team is short of snipers. Han E had unknowingly passed through the crowd and walked out of the house, and everyone followed him out. On the road not far away, there was a car that Han E had called a long time ago and had been waiting for it for a long time. Han E put the luggage into the trunk of the car, looked back at the neatly arranged old men and caregivers, then turned and got into the car. There are many crossroads in life. You go to Xiaoxiang and I go to Qin. Dignitas.hi disconnected. Hearing Chu Hao say this, Han E had some misunderstandings and spoke. You sold it. Chu Hao shook his head. No, I calculated it myself. Wait a few years to sell it, don't rush now. Okay. After giving Chu Hao some instructions, Han E felt a little hungry, so Chu Hao suggested that they go to KFC together. Upon hearing this suggestion, Han E showed a trace of fear on his face and quickly waved his hands. He had eaten too many hamburgers recently. If he continued to eat hamburgers when he returned to Daxia, wouldn't it be a waste of his trip? Then let's have the chicken pot. Han E readily agreed to the suggestion. They opened their phones to search for nearby businesses and found a small shop that looked like it had a nice environment. Han E picked a seat he liked, put down his luggage, turned on his phone, reported to his parents that he was safe, and said he would be back later. After a while, the chicken hot pot was served. They ordered the largest portion. Han E ate 3 bowls of rice in one breath, until he was full. Only then did he reveal a satisfied smile. I have to say that in Han Yi's opinion, domestic food is indeed much more delicious than those from abroad. Even Brazilian steak and the most expensive French food cannot compare to this chicken pot in Daxia at Han E. Chu Hao on the other side was also enjoying his meal, with a look of satisfaction on his face. When the boss saw that the 2 of them had finished eating, he pointed to the QR code on his counter. 50 in total here. As the boss finished speaking, neither Han E nor Chu Hao took any action. Instead, they looked at each other, neither of them showing any intention of paying the bill. They could both tell what the other meant from the other's body language and expressions. Chu Hao, you have made so much money, and you still want me, your brother, to pay you? Hani, I just came back from abroad. Why don't you treat me? Neither of them gave in, and they froze in place for a moment. But dragging it on like this was not a solution. Suddenly, Han E had an idea. Do you have any coins? Yes, I have. Chu Hao took out a 1 yuan coin from his trouser pocket, and then looked at Han E, somewhat confused. Then Han E spoke slowly. How about this? We bet a coin to decide the winner, and whoever loses pays. When Chu Hao heard this, he did not agree immediately. After all, it was Han E who proposed it, and he was worried that it was a trap, so he added, Okay, but I have to flip the coin. Han E shrugged his shoulders to indicate that it was no problem. Then he held his head with one hand and looked at Chu Hao. You want it straight or reverse? I want the reverse side. Then I want the front side. Let's make it clear, the side with the national emblem is the front side, and the side with the numbers is the back side. Don't cheat. Of course I know. After Chu Hao finished saying this, he tossed the coin in his hand high up, then caught it steadily in his hand. When he opened it, he saw that the national emblem was facing upwards. Watching this scene, Chu Hao scratched his head, took a breath, and squeezed out a word through his teeth. You are so lucky. Hani smiled slightly and said nothing. Chu Hao just tricked him, and this was just his daily revenge. After Chu Hao paid, the 2 left the shop. After walking a few steps, Han E saw another milk tea shop. Although he was a little full now, he never had too much free stuff. He led Chu Hao to the milk tea shop and expressed confidence this time. You order, it's my treat. Chu Hao believed it and ordered a cup of thick taro paste, while Han he ordered a cup of ordinary milk tea, which was made the fastest. Soon, Han Yi's milk tea was ready. He took the milk tea and stepped back behind Chu Hao. When Chu Hao finished making the thick taro paste, he turned around and was about to ask Han Yi to pay, but found that Han Yi was no longer there. Chu Hao, who had been cheated twice in a row, looked at Han Yi with some resentment, and the shuang fian in his hand was no longer as fragrant. After he sent Han Yi to the station, the two waved goodbye. Chu Hao had to go back to school, while Han Yi set out on the journey home. On the way, Han Yi took out his mobile phone and looked at the warehouse full of stickers. The money he earned was not comparable to Chu Hao's. Since the major sticker shop was closed, he directly bought 1.5 million stickers of his own. Almost all of his Flashpoint League Championship prize money, after deducting taxes, was used to buy stickers. The current cumulative value of the stickers has reached 1.508 million. The price is rising slowly, but Han Yi is not in a hurry. He believes that as long as he creates a few famous scenes, the price of his stickers will skyrocket. Alternatively, once news of his transfer to the Little Bees comes out, his stock price will also increase significantly. Of course, as a conservative, Han Yi naturally considered that his account might be red-locked by Valve, so most of his stickers were purchased from the Steam market at high prices. He didn't care about these things. Safety is the most important thing. In addition, Han Yi also deposited the share of the major stickers, totaling 4.55 million, into his own bank account. He plans to use the money to improve his family's life. It's a pity that this amount of money is still a little less than the share of the major stickers later. Han Yi remembers that the price of sticker profits increased dramatically starting in 22 years, and he has not yet been able to reap the benefits of this era. The journey home was uneventful, with only one fan asking him for a photo, which made him sigh that he was considered a celebrity in Daxia. When he stood at the door of his house, the sky outside had just begun to darken. He knocked on the door, and soon footsteps were heard from inside the room, accompanied by a sentence. "Here I come." Opening the door, Han Yi looked at the familiar house, as if his whole body had been spiritually purified and was filled with ease and comfort. He looked at Han's mother in front of him again and felt that she seemed a little haggard during the time he was away. "Mom, I'm back." Han's mother took the suitcase from Han Yi and said, "I cut some fruit for you. Come inside first, and I'll bring it to you later." "Good." Han Yi nodded in agreement and walked into the house. During this process, he looked at the furniture around him and felt that they seemed a little old. Their house was bought 20 years ago. It has 2 rooms, about 80 to 90 square meters, and the location is not very good. When Han Yi thought of this, he suddenly thought, why not buy a bigger house for his parents? The city he lives in is not very big. Even the best house in the city center costs about 3 million yuan, which he can afford. Although the money was expensive, he suddenly felt that it was not expensive when he thought about helping his parents improve their living conditions and move to a bigger house. Han Yi didn't hesitate about this kind of thing. He thought about going out and taking a look tomorrow. But before that, Han Yi first opened his attribute panel to check his own situation. Hostname, Han Yi. Age, 18. Rifle. Preview, 90. Positioning, 90. Reaction, 90. Follow gun, 77. Sniper rifle. Preview, 72. Positioning, 73. Reaction, 95. Follow gun, 67. Submachine gun. Preview, 64. Position, 61. Reaction, 86. Follow gun, 63. Map understanding. Dust 2, 77 points. Nuke, 35 points. Rice garbage, 47 points. Town, 48 points. Death amusement park, 31 points. Train, 27 points. Building, 19 points. Question value, 712. Extract talent, consumption, 100 question points. Daily tasks. Kill 5,000 bots and gain 2 attribute points. Current, 0/5,000. Talents, mind reading, Coldzer's awareness, strong body, hot hands, second aim, encouragement, luck, never give up, sage points, meticulous preparation, heritage. What's this coin? Perfect item, everyone's peak. Let's duel. First, his pre-aiming and positioning both reached 90 points. If it exceeded 85 points, it would become 5 attribute points to increase once. And if it exceeded 90 points, it would become 20 attribute points to increase once. In other words, it would take about 10 days to increase 1 point. Secondly, after his pre-aiming and positioning officially reached 90 points, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Without using any talents, he has now reached the strength of a first-line professional player. If you take into account the blessing of various talents, he is strong enough to fight against some first-line gunmen. It can be said that he is now fully worthy of the title of star player. In addition, estimated that his current strength had reached the top of the CN profession, but there was still a gap between him and the 5E and perfect genius boys. Turned on the computer, sat in front of it, and skillfully changed the title of his live broadcast room. Just came back from abroad, feeling a bit down. Here comes some haters to vent their anger, beat the anchor to win 100 meters. After making the changes, he began to wait patiently. Just like before, after just a dozen seconds, people started to come in one after another. After a minute, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached several hundred. He logged into Chuhao's account and started a solo with the black fans, while also reaping the doubts. This time, after not seeing him for a long time, when the black fan saw Han Yi's first-person perspective again, he gave everyone a different feeling. From the previous perspective, haters could always see Han Yi performing all kinds of weird shooting techniques and incomprehensible operations. This time, they only had one feeling when looking at Han Yi, and that was stability. It feels like watching a professional player from a first-person perspective, so steady that it's frightening and creepy. When Han Yi pulled out, every preview aim fell accurately on the enemy's head, and every positioning could quickly move the crosshairs to the enemy's head. It can be summed up in 2 words: strangeness. However, Han Yi's current and previous playing styles are a bit beyond their scope. They simply cannot tell who is good and who is bad, nor can they judge Han Yi's current true strength. Soon the first game ended with 12 o'clock. As for why Han Yi only scored 12 points. Of course, after the opponent realized that he had no chance to win, he simply pressed Alt plus F4 and ran away, not giving Han Yi any chance to continue humiliating him. After that, 2 more games were played in a row, but as expected, the black fans in these 2 games found that something was wrong after they started shooting with Han Yi. When they were in the live broadcast room before, they watched Han Yi from the first perspective and thought he was just SOSO. If they were in his place, they would be able to fight Han Yi on equal terms. But when they really started fighting one-on-one, they realized they were wrong. Han Yi was like a cheat, and it was difficult for them to even fight normally. In the end, the 2 black fans looked at the ever-increasing score gap and could not bear the humiliation, so they chose to quit the game directly. After 3 games, the number of times the 3 black fans defeated Han Yi could be counted on one hand. As soon as the show started, Han Yi defeated 3 people in a row. Just like the name of his music box at the height of his popularity, he really reached the peak of his popularity. Among the hundreds of thousands of black fans, there was not a single one who could compete with him. Can we try something a little more difficult? Why can't you stop fighting? After Han Yi finished saying this, a familiar ID came into his room. The top CS player who specializes in CS has joined the room. Looking at this ID, Han Yi remembered that the other party seemed to be one of the people who challenged him during his last live broadcast. At that time, he was in Europe, facing extremely high latency, and the opponent couldn't beat him. It seemed that he even cursed himself at the end of the game. However, Han Yi had been scolded so many times that he no longer cared much about it. But he still thought about it, and typed a line of words on the keyboard. Kukuku, bro, are you going to break down again, curse me out, and then run away? Looking at the taunts sent by Han, Lunan really didn't expect that after so long, Han Yi still remembered him. But at this time, he certainly would not give in, and he came well prepared this time. Ever since Lu Nan was beaten by Han Yi, who originally liked to read strategy guides, has become even more diligent. He would skip classes whenever possible and stay in the dormitory to practice shooting whenever he had free time. With this kind of hard work day after day, everything is worth it, Lunan officially stepped into the field of gold half a month ago. Lunan is now completely different. When he looks at his old demos, he feels that he was too weak at that time, so it is no surprise that he was beaten by Han E. But now, after being promoted to Gold S, his shooting skills and awareness have made a qualitative leap. Lunan now believes that Han E will never be his opponent. After all, among all the people he had met, Lunan believed that his talent was unique and the progress of others was far slower than his. Specialized in bullying the top CS player. Don't worry, I won't scold you anymore. This time I'm here to bully you. After he typed this sentence, Han E didn't say much, but started the game directly. Looking at the slowly filling progress bar in front of him, Lunan's eyes showed excitement, and that sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. He is no longer the ordinary S of the past. It's time to let this CS see his progress in the past 2 months. After all, he is a genius. It is impossible for the CS on the opposite side to improve faster than him, right? As the warm-up time ended, the first pistol round began, and Lunan was full of confidence. This is a very classic 1v1 map. The middle of the map is empty, with only a few boxes on both sides. So Lunan immediately pulled out from behind the box. He tried to find Han Yi's position and planned to use the gun mount to gain an advantage in the gunfight. The initial plan was executed smoothly. When Lunan came out to set up his gun, Han Yi had not yet appeared, allowing Lunan to successfully seize the advantage of taking the initiative. But as Han Yi pulled out, everything changed. With just one shot, Lunan was lying on the ground. He didn't even have the chance to shoot. Lunan frowned slightly and thought to himself, I was careless. After being reborn, he pulled out again, but the result was the same. With just one shot, he fell to the ground again. Looking at the scenes of 2 consecutive kills, his expression began to change. Lunan clearly felt that Han Yi seemed to be a little more powerful than he thought. It seemed that he needed to get serious. He straightened his body and pulled it out again. Then a gunshot rang out, and he fell to the ground again. There was a hint of confusion on Lunan's face. This script seemed a little different from what he had imagined, but Tom did not give him a chance to think. In the blink of an eye, a new round came, and he rushed out again. Han Yi came out later than him, as if he was intentionally using him to practice shooting. The ending was still the same. He was clearly the one trying to hold Han Yi back, but Han Yi always managed to shoot him to death before he could react. In less than a minute, the score between the 2 sides was 5 o'clock. Lunan became visibly panicked and began to think, wondering if his original idea was wrong. How about trying going out at night? Do it as soon as you think of it. This time, Lunan chose the peek method, intending to kill Han Yi with a pre-shot shot. But Han Yi didn't need his peek at all. When he pulled out, he shot him away with a steady shot. In this way, Lunan fell again and again, and the score between the 2 sides unknowingly reached 15-1. The fear of being dominated in the past once again surfaced in his heart. Lunan couldn't believe that after 2 months of hard training, he would have such a result. He was still not as good as Han Yi. No, to be precise, the gap between him and Han Yi seems to be even bigger. This made Lunan feel a little confused. No, buddy, don't you have to go to school? You just sit in front of a computer and play games all day. Do you think you're a professional gamer? After complaining, Lunan was once again killed instantly by Han Yi, and the score came to 16-1. At this time, Lunan accidentally saw the barrage of comments in Han Yi's live broadcast room mocking him for overestimating his own abilities. Under the double pressure of being attacked by Han Yi and mocked by the barrage of comments, Lunan felt a little physically uncomfortable and almost vomited, but fortunately he held it back at the critical moment. Lunan's face flushed red. He had already given up this game, but he was unwilling to bow to Han Yi, the CS. Before exiting the game, he still typed on the public screen, specializing in bullying the top CS player. You cheater, stop being so annoying. A normal green player can't possibly beat you. Han Yi on the other side was still curious about why his opponent suddenly disappeared, and then he noticed the extra line of words in the lower left corner of his screen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kikuka, yes, I did. I suggest everyone in the live stream room report me. If you have the guts, just block my account. I think you're awesome. Kukuku. If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The #1 CS player who specializes in CS quits the game. Lunan did not continue to be stubborn, but turned around and continued to practice shooting. He felt that with his talent, he might have a chance to defeat Han E after practicing for a few hundred hours. As for saying that Han E was cheating, he didn't really think that Han E was cheating, he just wanted to disgust Han E. After all, Han Yi's popularity is not low now. If he really cheated, the official would have taken action long ago. He still has some brains. After that, Han E played a few simple games and gained more than 100 points of doubt value. Feeling sleepy, he glanced at the time and found that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. He thought about it and announced that he would go off the air and take a break. But Han E was not in a hurry to go to bed. He switched to his daily account and changed his name to dignitas.hi. He also recorded a video for himself and briefly said hello to netizens in Dacia. In order to avoid being recognized by his voice, he deliberately lowered his voice so that it would be impossible to tell that it was the same person. After thinking about it, he invested another 10,000 yuan in Dojia, all of which were added to the CSGO section. With his current financial strength, there is no need to force himself to wait for the official release. Hani plans to develop his main account as well, so that he can use his small account to bully these black fans, and use his main account to learn from certain anchor to attract fans, and also comfort the black fans who have been bullied by him and establish a mentor persona. If it really doesn't work, I'll just do another I beat myself scene and let Chu Hao continue to be the one who blames me and get abused by him. In the beautiful imagination, Han E fell into a deep sleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, he stretched and got out of bed. Today was the day he planned to look at houses. He didn't tell his parents about his plans for today. Instead, he simply washed up, told his parents who had just woken up that a friend was looking for him, then went downstairs and went to the city center to look at houses. As for why he didn't tell the truth to his parents, the reason was very simple. Given Han Yi's mother's personality, she would definitely not agree to Han E spending so much money to improve their lives. He knew his mother's personality well. She would always buy the best fruits for Han E, but when it came to buying things for herself, she would basically buy some seasonal fruits and would not buy anything more expensive. After arriving by car, he looked at the nearby high-rise buildings and commercial streets everywhere and nodded with satisfaction. The transportation environment was indeed much more convenient. It was time to view the house. The staff were very enthusiastic and did not look down on him because of his youth. Han E has never been in a relationship, so there has never been a scene where his ex-girlfriend brings her current boyfriend out and gets slapped in the face by him. This makes him feel like something is missing. As for feng shui, layout, and floor, he knew nothing about it. He just thought it looked good and bought it. The house he liked was a ground floor house with a basement, a garage, and a yard. The yard had high walls instead of low fences, so the space was large enough to hold a lot of things, about 20 to 30 square meters. Of course, he was looking at a model room, which was simply decorated by the developer. It is up to him to decide how all this will turn out. The price of the house is not expensive. Han E had overestimated the housing prices in his hometown before. This house is only a little over 1.8 million yuan, and including decoration, it may only be around 2 million yuan. For Han E now, it was just a small amount of money. After paying the money, he called his two elders over and confessed everything. As expected, after being blamed all the way, Han E returned home again. Then I started to check yesterday's Douyin. The Douyin app that cost 10,000 yuan was indeed very effective. In addition, he was already quite famous in Dacia, and word of mouth spread. In just one night, he had 130,000 fans. Han E remembers that it took him a long time to accumulate 130,000 followers on his initial account. However, that account now has more than 500,000 followers, and its reputation is bad all over the internet. On a daily basis, let alone charging in gifts, it only has hundreds of thousands of views and a few thousand likes. You can imagine how much everyone hates it. Soon, what Han E had expected happened. In his comments section, many people were talking about his other account. At High, if you watch his videos, he even pretends to be you and teaches everyone how to throw objects. He's the real CS at Forsaken. Not only that, he often mixes real and fake teachings, causing trouble for many newbies. Also, he likes to bully his fans in his live stream. Can you go and bully him? We can't beat him, please torture him. +1, +2. Looking at the heated comments section, he had thought that someone might ask him to step in and deal with another version of himself. But he really didn't expect that almost every comment was related to another account. Then he looked at the comments section carefully again and found out that he had not only bullied an old acquaintance yesterday, but also a host. The opponent is usually recognized by everyone as a high-level player in the ladder and has even reached the top 50. But after they started fighting, he beat him 17-1 and forced him to quit the game in embarrassment. He took a look at the other party's ID and found that he had no impression of him, nor did he feel that the other party was particularly strong. It seemed that he was accidentally run over by him. Then he sighed helplessly. Sometimes being too strong is also a trouble. Then made another video, saying that he had received a petition from fans and would help them vent their anger. After recording, he hit send. As soon as this video was released, its popularity skyrocketed. By the evening, the number of views had reached nearly 900,000, and the number of likes had exceeded 300,000. It was obvious that the world had been suffering for a long time, but there was no way. The players tried to take revenge, but they were not strong enough. The various righteous anchors they found were no different from them. After finally squeezing into the room, they were also tortured by Han. Now that they finally see a professional player willing to stand up for them, they naturally spread the word. If that beast could still defeat Han, they were ready to rush the beast. Basically, it could be proved that the other party is a cheater, which explains everything. Why can't anyone beat him? Why is the other party's TikTok and B station called Forsaken himself? Among Han Yi's many black fans, Lunan is the most enthusiastic. He has been abused twice in a row and has always been resentful. Now that he sees Han is willing to stand up for them, he is helping to promote him everywhere in the bulletin boards, forums, and communities. Sometimes he would be blocked for posting too frequently, but it didn't matter. He would create a small account to continue promoting, and basically he would spread 1 or 2 pieces of news every minute. He also realized that there is strength in numbers, so he united more people to help spread the word. Thanks to his efforts, within half a day, all the players who followed the CS community heard about it. Then more victims joined in, and more people spread the news, which led to this feast. All this is due to the fact that Han Yi's video is well made and has complete props. Therefore, most players will be attracted to it, resulting in an increasing number of video views. When new players are looking for tutorials, most of them will choose a video with the highest number of views to watch. As expected, they naturally became one of the many victims. In addition, CSGO is in a period of vigorous development in Dacia, with a large number of new players pouring in every day. This has led to the accumulation of a super large group of victims in half a year. Now, they all hope that Han, the Justice Han, will seek justice for them. Looking at the fans in the hall who wanted to seek justice for him, Han sighed helplessly. These black fans insisted on suing him, and there was nothing he could do. It would be better to satisfy them. So Han switched to another account and made an agreement with Han to have a decisive battle in 3 days. As soon as this video was released, the popularity skyrocketed again. Although all the players had promoted it before, no one expected that CS would actually agree to it. For a while, the promotion became more vigorous, and the whole network was waiting for the scene where the #1 CS player was punished by Han. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and it was night again. The popularity of Han Yi's 2 videos reached 5 million and 3 million respectively. At this point, basically all domestic CSGO players knew about it, and it even attracted many fans who did not play CSGO to come and watch. It also made Han understand what hype is and reap the benefits of it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han opened the live broadcast room and greeted the audience inside. In order to avoid being exposed, he still deliberately lowered his voice so that people could recognize it was him, but it was a little different from his normal speaking voice. He also modified the desktop and other things to make sure everything was perfect. As soon as the broadcast started, more than 10,000 people came to the live broadcast room, and the number continued to rise. It seems that it is entirely possible to exceed 100,000 people and become a big anchor in the Douyin game section. Han, he didn't turn on the camera. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Chu Hao. Hi, Upta. The son who likes barking dogs. Are you sure you can clear my name? Hi. Of course, you've endured the infamy for so long. It's time to come clean. After all, I didn't do anything excessive in this matter. I will make it clear to them that all of this was my fault. My son, who loves barking dogs, said, Okay, I don't even dare to ask you to be my friend. If you can explain it to me, that would be great. I'll give you half the profit from the double flying swallows I sell. I've made over 2,000 in the past few days, and I'm still producing them. I think we can make this a long-term business. Hi. What does it mean to produce continuously? My son who loves barking dogs. I forged your signature and signed over 100 of my own to replenish my inventory. Ugh. When Han Yi saw this scene, the guilty feeling he had about what he was going to do to Chu Hao disappeared instantly. He decided to transform into a messenger of justice today and must execute Chu Hao. Soon, the two of them logged into their accounts and then entered the same room. The game officially begins. While the bar was reading, Han Yi intentionally blacked out the screen. After he entered the game, he blocked Chu Hao and then started the normal live broadcast. Brothers, today I've taken revenge on you and beaten this CS. Thanks to Liu Xiaojiangnan for sending the rockets. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. With Han Yi's thanks, the warm-up ended and the game officially began. He decisively started typing on the public screen to occupy the moral high ground. Hi. Your behavior is truly terrible. If everyone were like you, would there be any new players in CNCS? Hi, answer me. Hi. Today I will avenge these newbies and judge you for what you have done. Chu Hao, who was on the other side of the computer, looked at Han Yi's words, and his expression was obviously dull. No, that's not what Han Yi told him before. Chu Hao still remembers that 3 days ago, Han Yi took the initiative to find him and told him that he would help him clean up this account, and Han Yi would admit that all the previous things were done by him and had nothing to do with Chu Hao. Then Han Yi will deliberately lose to Chu Hao in a one-on-one match, helping Chu Hao become the new eggplant, the next big anchor. It was precisely because of this that Chu Hao was moved enough to confess to Han Yi about his counterfeiting and trafficking of fake goods. And considering that the two were brothers, they decided to divide half of the profits and let Han Yi participate in the shares. But now, things seem to be going in the wrong direction, and Chu Hao hurriedly started typing on the public screen. Kukuku, brother, didn't we say this before? Didn't you want me to become an eggplant? After Chu Hao finished typing, he found that Han Yi ignored him, but directly pulled closer and shot him to death instantly. He quickly lowered his head and looked toward the live broadcast room, only to see Han Yi having a great time with the audience in the room, playing together and receiving so many gifts that there was no sign of his typing in the lower left corner. Seeing this scene, how could he not know what was happening? Oh no, I've become Mr. Han's substitute. Han Yi was very satisfied with today's debut, which was also his first lesson to Chu Hao. Title: If you can't speak, you have no right to speak. That night, after he beat up Chu Hao, he received more than 100,000 yuan in gifts, and his fans increased wildly. Since he released his first video, his fans have reached 700,000 to 800,000. Although he is nothing in the entire internet celebrity circle, or even in the gaming circle, his number of fans is already ranked among the top 3 in the CSGO section. Naturally, the consequences of his actions were also obvious. That is, his WeChat was filled with Chu Hao's resentment. Han Yi was well prepared for this. He directly sent a claw knife over and also brought up Chu Hao's counterfeit trafficking incident. By using both kindness and force, he completely shut Chu Hao up. Since Chu Hao did not come out to explain, Han Yi was practically canonized as a saint by CSGO players. In a short time, Han Sheng's name was known to everyone from the small town to Shire. He also took advantage of this period to attract fans like crazy, and not only became famous in the domestic live broadcast industry, but also made a lot of money. The days passed one after another, and in the middle of the summer off-season, the Little Bees sent him an offer. Because there was no transfer fee, his salary was much higher than he expected. With a salary of €8,000 a week, he could earn about €32,000 a month. At the current exchange rate, converted into RMB, it would be 250,000 yuan. This left Han's parents speechless with shock. After all, the old couple had probably only been able to save up 1 or 2 months' salary of Han in their entire lives. Knowing that Han had made so much money, the two elders had smiles on their faces all the time. But Han was not in a hurry to go to Paris to sign a contract. After confirming his intention with the Little Bees, he did not practice shooting or continue live streaming. Instead, he chose to travel with his parents and experience the beautiful rivers and mountains of his motherland. In the blink of an eye, it was already July. Han arrived at the airport again and boarded a flight to Paris under the reluctant gaze of his parents. It was already evening when he arrived in Paris. He had just gotten off the plane, and before he even walked out of the airport, he saw a group of familiar people. Among them are his 4 teammates in the future, namely ZYW, Apex, RPK, and Misuda. In addition to the 4 people, there is also the Little Bees coach XTQZZ and the Little Bees manager. When the crowd saw him coming, they burst into warm cheers. Among them, Apex was the most enthusiastic. He walked straight up to Han and gave him a hug. "From the day I knew you were coming, I've been looking forward to having you join my team. Vitality welcomes you." Han didn't expect that the Little Bee would value him so much. While returning a hug to Apex, he also did not forget to say hello to the other 5 people. But he had just arrived after all, and apart from ZYW, he was not very familiar with anyone else. So he was inevitably a little restrained, unlike the free and easy feeling he had with the old guys from Dignitas. The Vitality team also realized this, and they were not too anxious. After a brief introduction, they began to help Han carry his luggage and got in the car to head to the Vitality base. Everyone chatted briefly along the way, and Han found that although Vitality was a French-speaking team, his teammates' English was pretty good. At least Han didn't feel any difficulty in daily communication. As for some advanced English words, not only do they not use them, even the British and Americans themselves rarely use them. Although it was night, the car was driving very fast. About half an hour later, they stopped in front of Vitality's base. Han got out of the car, took a look, and found that Vitality's base was much more impressive than Dignitas. First, there is an independent 4-story building with Vitality flags hanging on both sides of the building. There is also a Vitality signboard next to the main entrance. It is completely different from clubs like Dignitas, which simply rented a villa near the airport as their base. It looks very formal, but it's not surprising considering that Vitality's sponsor is the famous French racing company Renault. After all, in Han's impression, these racing companies seem to be quite rich, such as Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes-Benz, etc. After entering the club, Han was once again shocked by the decoration inside. There was a hall on the first floor, and both sides of the hall were hung with various photos, including group photos of Vitality players from all generations, as well as photos taken during various competitions. The manager looked at Han, who was looking around, and smiled. "Come over here. I'll introduce everything to you later. Let's sign the contract first, and then submit our entry list to Blast." "Good." Han nodded and followed the manager into a small room on the side. After entering the room, at the manager's signal, Han closed the door and listened to what the manager said. "We used to be an all-French class, but because of the shortage of French talent, we plan to switch to an international team. You are our first attempt, and we hope to have a pleasant cooperation." Han was well aware that Vitality would transform into an international team, which was one of the reasons why he was able to transfer to the Little Bees smoothly. With Chokes' poor performance, they couldn't find a suitable free agent in the whole of France. If they promoted him from the second line or continued to use Chokes, Vitality would face the pain points in this major. They clearly hold France's ultimate weapon, the son of CS, Top 1, but they are unable to play any dominant performance, just like a person with a very strong body but given a pair of short limbs. No matter how much strength they have, they cannot use it. So in this situation, they are forced to choose foreign players. Hani looked at the manager, smiled, and extended a hand. "It's a pleasure to work with you." The manager also extended a hand and shook hands with Hani. "I hope you can bring Vitality its first major championship." The two parties then discussed some contractual matters, such as various terms, prize money sharing in the competition, or buyout fees, etc. If Han ever decides not to stay at Vitality anymore, he can redeem himself. Similar contracts are regulated by EU law and are subject to strict restrictions. Han had already learned about it when he was in Dignitas, so he took a quick look at the contract and found that there were no obvious pitfalls. He happily signed his name and officially joined the Little Bees. It also means that from this moment on, the prefix has officially changed from Dignitas to Vitality. The manager nodded with satisfaction and added, "I'll have the art department make a poster to officially announce your joining. If there are no other problems, I'll submit the list of participants to Blast. Oh, by the way, do you have your account number? Do we need our operations team to connect with Dignitas?" The manager's words served as a reminder to Hani. When he left Dignitas, the Dignitas manager had already returned his account to him, although Dignitas seems to have a makeshift team due to financial reasons. But there is really nothing to say about Hani. His personal account has always been operated by Dignitas and now has more than 100,000 followers, even though Han himself has never said a word on it. Now that Vitality has offered to help him continue operations, Han certainly won't refuse. After handing over the account to the manager, all necessary work was officially completed, and Han walked out of the room. The manager originally planned to show Han around and explain the club, but was stopped by Apex, who volunteered to explain it to Hani. Seeing how enthusiastic he was, the manager let him do as he pleased. Apex and Han started to talk from the lobby on the first floor, one in front and one behind. As you can see, displayed here are our Vitality players from all generations, as well as moments from their past matches. There are some matches I can't even name, and some people I don't even know. Just take a look. Maybe one day you'll leave your mark here, too. After listening to this, Han nodded and then looked at the wall one by one. Just as Apex said, some people Hani knew, but some people looked very strange to him. Of course, he also saw photos of ZYW and Apex. There wasn't much to see on the first floor, so Hani took a quick look and then followed Apex upstairs. The entire second floor is divided into two parts. The left side is the training area, which is equipped with many computers, projectors, and the whiteboard that Hani used during the major period, showing his professionalism. On the right is the fitness area, which has a lot of fitness equipment, such as treadmills and barbells. Apex saw Han staring at the fitness area and explained, "Fitness can help a professional player prolong the life of his or her career. The club encourages fitness, but it is not mandatory." After hearing what he said, Hani nodded. With a strong body, he had no intention of working out. He looked over there and just felt that Vitality was worthy of being a professional club, as it even had these things. Then Apex led Han to a computer, which was on the far left. This made Han, who was used to sitting in the middle, feel a little uncomfortable. This computer used to belong to Shokes, but now it's yours. If you need any keyboard or mouse, just tell the manager. They're free, and the manager will buy you a spare. Just remember to bring your own keyboard and mouse and the one the manager bought you during the competition. Remember, if you forget to bring a spare keyboard and mouse and are caught, you will be fined. Han nodded, indicating that he had taken note of it. Afterwards, Apex led him to the third floor, which was obviously the restaurant. However, this restaurant only had some seats, but no kitchen, which made Han a little confused. Seeing this scene, Apex smiled. "You're late. Renault's restaurant used to be nearby, so we could just order food and have it delivered, so we didn't need a kitchen. But recently, due to adjustments to racing regulations, Renault moved away, leaving this restaurant vacant. The worst part is that the kitchen wasn't installed back in, so over time it just became a place where everyone ate." Hani nodded and wrote this down. Finally, the two of them came to the fourth floor together, which is also the highest floor of the entire Little Club. He was familiar with the layout here. It was similar to the one he had in Dignitas. It was basically a corridor with 8 rooms on both sides. Each room had a corresponding person's name written on it. Vitality had already made arrangements for the rooms. Under the leadership of Apex, he successfully found his own room, which was in the middle and back. Opposite him was ZYW, and his 2 next-door neighbors were Apex and Misuda. He pushed the door open and found that it was much more spacious than he thought. The room is more than twice the size of the original Dignitas room. In addition to the bed, there is also a computer desk with a computer on it. This also made sigh that Vitality is rich enough that each employee has 2 computers. As arrived in the room, Apex's mission was successfully completed. He exhorted, "We'll hold a welcome party for you tomorrow. It's going to be very lively. Go to bed before that. It's already late." By the next day, the welcome party was over and everything was settled. At the same time, Vitality also welcomed their first blast opponent, Dignitas. To be honest, he felt a little complicated when he heard the news. ZYW patted him on the shoulder. "If you don't want to play, you can let the coach play." He shook his head after hearing this. Although he was not a model gentleman, he still had the most basic professional ethics. Besides, after being separated for a month or 2, he wanted to see the old men, even if it was on the court. There are still 9 days before the start of the competition. At the call of XTQZ, the Vitality team held a tactical meeting and studied the Dignitas team. Well, there's actually not much to research. After Han Yi's transfer, Dignitas manager listened to Han Yi's words and signed Flames, who had just turned 16, to Dignitas. And their lineup also underwent some changes. Good HT, who was originally a free agent, became a commander, and Freeberg, who had been a breakthrough player all his life, became a free agent at the end of his career. Flames replaced Freeberg as the new breakthrough player. As for the rifleman and sniper, there was no change. They were still F0 Rest and Halzerk. In general, Hani believes that this lineup still has great potential. If it is developed well and the tacit understanding is improved, combined with his own tactical experience, it can at least stay in the first-line arena for a period of time. Vitality's tactical meetings are different from Han Yi's one-man show during his time at Dignitas. Basically, XTQZZ makes some tactical arrangements in advance, and then Apex asks for some details. Of course, as the team's deputy commander, he was also required to participate in tactical formulation. During this process, he encountered a problem. That is, this little bee did not fight the train. The building map is not a strong map for Vitality, but it has a lot of tactical reserves. Because it is obviously impossible for to give up the building alone. So he can only start to adapt to the map of Death Building. Han Yi's way of adapting was also very simple. He opened the building and started learning from the reporting points. After all, he didn't know much about some unpopular points. In addition, Han Yi's understanding of some maps really shocked the little bees, giving them a feeling that tactics could be played in this way, and the small town was the most obvious among them. Because when he was in Dignitas, he played the least and used the least tactics, so not much was exposed. Unlike Milaji and Shah Air, the tactics exposed by Dignitas have been studied 90% clearly. This is also Han Yi's helplessness. His tactics are indeed advanced, but the problem is that other teams are not fools. After he uses an advanced tactic, other teams will rush to imitate and learn. Therefore, sooner or later Han Yi's tactics will become the same as Team A's and lose its leading position. But it doesn't matter. Mind reading is the core of his reliance. Han Yi uses the same tactics to achieve better results than others, which is why he is not afraid of others learning from him. Time passed in this kind of training day after day, and everyone continued to get used to each other. In the blink of an eye, it was July 9th, and the Blast London Spring Finals will start tomorrow. The Vitality team got on the car and headed for London, England. This was Han Yi's second trip to London, and he was thinking about one question all the way. Can we win a championship? Over the past few days, he felt a little unsure. Although he now had a strong teammate in ZYW, The other three teammates were still the breakthrough point. In addition, he had just joined the Little Bees, and he still needed to slowly adapt to the Little Bees' tactical system. It is difficult to integrate into the game right away, and there are often coordination errors. When playing training games with other teams, he often gets to the destination, but his teammates are still slow to move, or his teammates speed up, but he fails to keep up in time. But his teammates did not blame for these mistakes. The reason was not that they sympathized with because he had just joined the team and could not cooperate better, but because they discovered Ye's true awesomeness. That's the information he gave. It was so useful. The Vitality team didn't know how he knew this information, but he did give it out, and it was all correct. Moreover, his on-the-spot decision-making in the midterm was invincible, and he could often lead everyone into the enemy's weak points. Even later, Apex half-jokingly said, "I feel like you're underappreciated as the deputy commander. Why don't you be the commander, and I'll just focus on breakthroughs?" He didn't take it to heart. He knew that Apex was joking, so he just waved his hand and told the veteran to stop causing trouble. In addition, everyone also discovered that he also has a strong ability to provide a safety net. After he no longer needed to be on the front battlefield. He started to play more conservatively, often saving his skills for last. In this way, it goes without saying how terrifying with his skills, is in the endgame. This led to the conclusion of Little Bees analysts, after watching various training demos, that Ye's endgame win rate was as high as 76%. If it were a 1v1 situation, this win rate could be as high as a terrifying 85%, making him truly a one-on-one god. It can be said that Ye's performance in all aspects made Vitality feel that they had found a treasure. Whether he was a commander or a free man, he was top-notch and could also provide some unique props. They had never seen these props before, but they all had one thing in common. They were very useful. Even the most talented ZYWU was scratching his head, racking his brains. He couldn't figure out how he managed to throw the item so accurately without any markers. In the end, they can only attribute it all to talent. Soon 4 or 5 hours later, before dark, everyone arrived in London. This time, Vitality once again demonstrated their wealth and power. They chose a very luxurious hotel, which is close to the venue and can be reached in 10 minutes on foot. Vitality's accommodation strategy is the same as Dignitas. In order to prevent accidents to the players, 2 people share a room, and Ye's roommate has also changed from F0 Rest to ZYWU. Everyone put down their luggage, and before dark, Apex and XTQ gathered everyone together again for the final practice. If the opponent pushes forward, throw fire to hold him back. XTQZ kept giving words of advice, which is also a characteristic of this coach. He likes to arrange everything before the game, but he will also give Apex and some autonomy. The next day, woke up and found that ZYWU had already gotten up and started practicing shooting. He glanced at the time and found that it was only 7:30 in the morning. When he lived with F0 Rest before, he was almost always the first to wake up, so he was a little uncomfortable when he suddenly faced ZYW, who woke up early. The two greeted each other. Then he simply washed up and asked ZYW if he was hungry. After receiving a positive answer, the two ordered breakfast together. Other British food is indeed terrible, but the only exceptions are breakfast and fish and chips. After having breakfast together, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, the coach did not arrange any training for this morning, so now is the time for everyone in Vitality to relax. Since joined Vitality, he started his FPL ranking plan. After a week of hard work, his score has reached the top 500 in FPL. Those who can reach this ranking are basically the best among the best, including youth training, professional, and street kings. Looked at the rankings in front of him, and an idea came to his mind. Why not try and see if he can reach the top of FPL? After all, every well-known professional player has reached the top of FPL, such as Tizy, ZYW, Rops, etc. So also wants to try it. Although this goal is somewhat difficult to achieve with Ye's current strength, he can grow much faster than ordinary professional players with the help of the system. So Han wants to take this opportunity to try how long it will take him to become the #1 in FPL. After setting a goal, he felt that he had the motivation to improve his scores, and the whole morning passed like this. Before they knew it, it was 11:30. Everyone packed up their things and set off for the competition venue. There are no offline audiences this time, so the venue was a little smaller. It is called a venue, but in fact it is just a part of a large venue rented to host the competition. There are 3 rooms in total, one of which is dedicated to the competition, and 2 rooms are used for the players to rest. This is done mainly to prevent players from communicating before the game and the possibility of match fixing. So before the game officially started, he didn't see the old man. But fortunately, the wait was not too long. Only 10 minutes later, at the referee's call, the Vitality team stood up and walked towards the competition room. When he arrived at the room, he found that the old men were already waiting there. The 2 sides looked at each other. Although they had a lot to say and a lot of old times to reminisce, now was not the time. He greeted the old men with his eyes, and then both sides stood on either side of the referee. This time, the Bampic was not done by but by the team captain Apex and coach XTQZ. As for like everyone else, he walked straight to his competition seat and started debugging his computer. This feeling was very strange, completely contrary to Yi's usual competition habits, and gave him the illusion that he was making his debut in the competition. By the time he finished debugging the computer, Apex had also completed the final Bampic, returned to the Vitality team, and informed everyone of the results. Figure 1, Purgatory Town. Figure 2, Rice Garbage. Figure 3, Nuclear Crisis. After everything was ready, the referee gave both teams' commanders 5 minutes to prepare and adjust. When the time is up, the match between Vitality and Dignitas officially begins. Apex spoke as soon as the game started. Let's go to the second floor. Hi, you take A1, and Miss Yuta, you flash and help us flash. Good. Hani nodded, agreed, and began to read T's mind. But soon, Hanyi's expression became a little unnatural, because what he heard was indeed a bit weird. The notebook this guy left behind said that Apex likes to fly to the second floor, especially pistol rounds and eco rounds. Let's just set up a 4A formation and let Freebird be the single B this time. Trust this kid high. After hearing these words, he felt that everything was a little unbelievable. The bullet I fired a month ago actually hit my own team a month later. While he was surprised, the game had already begun, and Apex led everyone straight to the side road. He wanted to stop it when he saw this, but then he thought that Apex was the commander at the moment, and his words were not enough. So he simply shut his mouth and did not warn anyone. He chose to follow Apex's plan and prepare to attack A1 from the middle. When he knew that Freeberg was the only one in the B area, based on his understanding of the old man, he knew that the opponent would definitely not push forward easily. So Hani did not have to worry about his, but in the middle lane and A1 were enough for him to handle alone. The fact was just as Hani expected. Freeberg chose to defend at the back point of Area B and had no intention of pressing forward. The remaining 4 Dignitas members all came to Area A to set up an ambush. Almost the entire A area is CT, such as big pits, dead spots, cemeteries, and connections. For different positions, form 4 different intersections. In the big pit is Dignitas' newcomer Flames. The old men have high hopes for him and let him take on the most difficult position in this round. Obviously, in the old men's tactical system, he is regarded as a substitute for Han E. Secondly, the second most difficult one is the connected Halzerk. His position is crucial and he cannot die easily. As for Gutierrez GHT and F0 rest, one stood in the graveyard and the other stood at the dead point. As long as Vitality dared to fly to the second floor, he would be attacked from all sides. As for the question of whether he dared to fly to the second floor, Apex had only one answer. With the help of a flash bomb from Misuda, Apex led ZYW to fly out from the second floor of it decisively. As expected, they were bombarded by the CTs as soon as they came out. Apex fell to the ground in an instant, and ZYW was worthy of being a supergiant player. Even in this situation, facing so many gun lines, he still killed Flames in the big pit with one accurate shot, creating a little offensive space for the subsequent CT, and then fell under the siege of everyone. RPK and Misuda quickly followed up with another shot, but they only killed HT in the cemetery, and then died under the attack of the dead point and the connection. The two sides exchanged 4 for 2 in an instant, leaving Han E with a 1 versus 3 endgame. At this time, Han E had just arrived at a 1 and was about to attack the A bomb site when he found that all his teammates were dead. He sighed and could only say that the Apex's flying to the second floor tactics during this period were extremely abstract, and it was rare for the old men to be able to handle them all. Of course, Hanyi's notebook also played a crucial role in this. However, Hanyi was quite experienced in fighting the old man. The positions of F0 Rest and Halzerk had been exposed before, so Han-E decisively chose to pull in and look inside the ace site first. At this time, F0 Rest stood at the dead point, with his head exposed, holding a 1 tightly, not daring to be careless at all. But he still underestimated Han-E in the pistol round. He fell to the ground as soon as the bandit's figure flashed. Hai killed F0 Rest with a headshot using a Glock.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.